Another one, Stanley's just gone. Cloud9 are the North American champions. Wow, nice look. And they're going in for this one. Are they going to get it? Fnatic pick up a win.
Ultra rapid fire mode. Oh, look out! Anything can happen. Oh my god, he got it!
Winning! Toys takes down the turret.
Bjergsen, lead one more hit. Can he get it? That's the pentakill!
Bonjour and welcome to the League of Legends All-Star event coming to you live from Paris, France. This is Le Zénith de Paris where 37 of the best League of Legends players from around the world will compete against each other. The fans here are excited to watch their favorite teams play in person. The stadium is packed. The players have been getting ready. The cosplayers are out in force and reckless, taking some tips from Bjergsen. Archie from the Saigon Jokers, scary player in lane. Cloud9 ready to face the Koreans later today. And Faker, defending world champion from SKT T1K. Fnatic, of course, sitting there with their sub Pushu and going. Definitely excited to take part in this all-star event. Paris has been called the City of Lights and it has been called the City of Love. But for the next 4 days, it will be a city of legends. Hello, ladies and gentlemen. I am Trevor Quickshot Henry, and with me here on our special All-Star Analyst desk is, of course, Martin Deficio Lunga. Joining us from OGN is Monte Cristo, Christopher Michaels, Mitch Crepo, Forrest Pauls from Evil Geniuses. Happy birthday, buddy. And of course, the man who needs no introduction, but we'll get one anyway, David Freak Turley. Gentlemen, glad to have you along for the ride. We have a ton of action on the way over the next 4 days, beginning with the Fire and Ice teams, made up of your favorite players facing each other in special challenge modes to start off each day. And then the 5 top teams from around the world will represent their regions in the All-Star Invitational, and one team will be crowned the champions of All-Star Paris 2014. Throughout the action-packed All-Star event, the excitement is being broadcast in 16 different languages across the globe. From now until Sunday, Le Zénith will also be home to several international live broadcast crews. Helming the French language coverage is Chips and Noir from O-Gaming. The Korean on-game netcasters are here to represent their region, and broadcasting via remote feed in Shanghai, our friends at the League of Legends Pro League. And of course, we'll have our own team bringing you the action directly from Summoner's Rift and beyond. So let's send it out to the caster desk for a look inside Le Zénith.
Thank you very much, Quickshot. Hello, everyone, and welcome. I am Lee D-Man Smith, and I'm here with Joe Miller and Joshua Jack Leesman. Also joining us will be Sam Kobe Hartman-Kensler. Of course, will be joining us for the second half of the day. From the moment the first champions are ready, though, this is a bonkers arena.
I can't believe how loud these guys are right now. Even before the show, I think they were louder than any crowd I've experienced so far.
It's going to be crazy, that's for sure. Everyone definitely ready to get things underway here.
It is absolutely crazy, ladies and gentlemen. And the final Nexus will be smashed soon, don't worry. There's 4 days of epic action, and we're going to be casting all of the League of Legends action right here as it takes place on our stage. For now, though, for the inside track, all of the players, the post-game reactions, we have Shox standing by in the All-Star interview lounge. Bonjour, Shox.
Bonjour et merci, D-Man. Hello, everyone. I am Evie Shox and I'll be here at the interview lounge throughout the All-Star Paris 2014, where the players will be dropping by to give us the inside scoop. Now, I'll see all of you in a bit, but right now, let's send it back over to Quickshot and the rest of the crew back at the analyst desk.
Thank you very much, Shox. There is a whole new format for the All-Star event this year. So let's take a quick look at the players and teams who will be competing this week. First up are the pros that you voted to make up the 2 All-Star Challenge teams who will compete in a special mode at the start of each day, beginning with an ultra-rapid fire game today. Team Fire is captained by Diamond, who plays for Gambit and features Team Solo Mids Bjergsen, CJ Enters Frost Shy, Team WE's Wei Zhao, and the Saigon Jokers QTV.
And Team Iceland is led by Froggen from Alliance, along with Counter Logic Gaming's Double Lift, Mad Light from CJ Enters Frost, Team WE's Sao Mei, and the Saigon Jokers Archie.
Yeah, after the challenge game every day, we move into the All-Star Invitational, with 5 teams made up of the first place winners from around the world. Fnatic and Cloud9 from the LCS, along with Taipei Assassins from GPL, OMG from LPL, and SK Telecom T1K from Korea's on-game net champions. The first 2 days are a group stage competition where each team will play every other team once, and then the top 4 will advance to the semi-finals on Saturday, with a final match between the top 2 teams on Sunday in a best-of-5 to decide the All-Star 2014 champion. So, with so much happening over the 4 days, I want to know what you guys are most looking forward to. Crippo, let's kick this off with you.
Well, I was going to say Earth, but I'll leave that to one of Christian, because I know he loves Earth oh so much. But I'm also looking to where strategy meets skill. Some of these teams have like raw talent and individual strong laners, but then you have other teams that are way better strategy-wise. I want to see what happens with lane swaps. Each region does a little bit different. Like, where is strategy trump skill, and does it matter to the point where some of these players just ignore strategy completely because they just outmatch their counterparts in lane? That's what I want to see.
I mean, yeah, I really have to agree with Creppo on that front. But I'm really looking forward to the most is Creppo losing the prediction contest again because, you know, winning is sweet, but it's even sweeter when Creppo's on the bottom. So, but other than that, second place is the lane swap. I have to agree. It's really about that strategy that you see. There's so many options that are opened up when you have a lane swap situation. And we have teams that are very strong in the laning phase here, like OMG and Fnatic, but weaker strategically. And then you have a team like Cloud9, who's a little bit weaker in the laning phase, but very, very smart about their rotations in the mid and late game. So that and the 4v0 pushes, how the teams adapt, that's really what's interesting to me.
I have to agree on the rotation part, but also when it comes to the picks. I mean, we're on 4.6, Rumble got buffed, Kassadin got buffed. Will we see them be in play here? I mean, Ballsy could put out the Rumble for Cloud9, maybe give them a win, we will see. So for me, it's going to be the picks and also what Fnatic is going to bring. Are we going to see Soraka top lane for Source?
Please no.
Please yes. Please yes.
Yes.
Please yes. I just
But
want to
Europe.
see it. I actually agree with Creppo. I want to see how the regional differences stack up because everyone has their own take on how you play certain scenarios, how you play fast pushes, how you play dragon fights. And the other one to me is I am looking forward to the first time in like a year and a half that a Korean team finally loses in a national event. So that's what I'm looking forward to.
Ooh, strong words.
He's
strong
taking
words.
double of spot in his stand-up career.
Nice. Well, somebody's got to be the Joker, right? We'll have to see how it works out. For now, let's turn our attention towards today's games. First up will be the ultra rapid fire match between the challenge teams, and then the Invitational will begin with OMG versus Fnatic.
And then we'll head into Taipei Assassins versus SKT T1K, followed by Fnatic facing Cloud9. And our final 2 matches today will be OMG versus Taipei Assassins, and then SKT T1K versus Cloud9.
Well, you can find that schedule on lolesports.com, where you can also vote on today's games. Just pick the team that you think will win each matchup and submit your choices. We'll check your predictions against our experts here on the analyst desk throughout the day, and we'll also track which analyst, not Monty, has the best record picking those winners.
And starting today, you can also vote for the 4th and final challenge mode that will be played on Sunday. Which 2 pros are you most excited to see face off against each other in an epic 1v1 matchup between one player from Team Fire and one player from Team Ice. Choose your matchup now at vote.lolesports.com.
Now, I want to get some collective brainstorming going on our Twitter question of the day. It is, which team do you think will win the All-Star 2014 Invitational and why? Freak, you had a bold claim a moment ago.
Yep.
So question to you, who's going to take it?
So definitely SK. So OMG is my pick, actually. I think they look incredibly strong. They're dominant in the region. Their team fighting is so crisp. I think they're the best team here.
Well, any response to that, Monty?
I mean, I just figured everybody would take SK Telecom. You see, I brought all these for you guys, but let me see. Oh, okay. I got one right here. So OMG, there you go, buddy.
Do I even need to ask who you think's going to win, Monty?
Oh, come on. Yeah. It's SK Telecom T1K. I'm ready. I'm prepped. I got my scarf right here.
Never got off the train,
Anybody?
I see.
No.
Never got off the train. Okay, let's see. Who else is on this train? Crepo?
I actually still have my ticket and I'll show it later, but I'll take one scarf. I think SKT is the favorite for this tournament, even though they're in what some people call a slump. The last time a Korean team that was in a slump came to a tournament, they ended up winning it convincingly at Katowice anyways. And SKT is arguably still even better, in my opinion. So I really hope, and I'm just looking forward to what Pumandu is going to bring this tournament.
We'll have to see. There's a lot of pressure on Pumandu. Now, come on. Only other European player, caster, ex-player, on the desk. Deficio, come on. You've got to rep the EU pride. Monty desperately wants to give you the scarf.
I mean, I would love to say Fnatic, but honestly, when I look at these scarves here, when I look at Monty with it, it looks so beautiful.
I know.
I have to go with SKT.
You're going to look so handsome. Look
Thank
at that.
you.
What an upgrade.
Beautiful.
So, pretty strong showing here. SKT, not even mentioning Cloud9, not throwing any oddballs out there for TPI. I'm not going to lie. Give me a scarf.
Yeah, there you go.
Come on, let's get one running over here. Guys, we are getting set up in the arena for the opening ceremony. Before we get there, though, I want to pick your guys' brains, talk a little bit more about some of the teams we haven't mentioned. LCS teams not getting much love. Cloud9, of course, playing with a sub. Fnatic, you never know. And TPA, I mean, let's briefly mention then, is it really that far out of reason to see them winning? What do you think, Monty?
I mean, all these teams are top in their region for a reason, right? They are the best teams being represented here, the winners of the last split. So everybody's a contender, and it all depends on how these teams have adapted to the big changes that came initially in 4.5, the big lane swaps. That's what we're interested in seeing. So I think we still have an open field.
It also all depends on how motivated these teams are going to be, because All-Stars, for the LCS teams, for example, it falls within their break. Like the only few weeks they have technically off and they're doing All-Stars instead. I wonder if these teams prepared the fullest potential or they just want to have fun and just get the international experience or not. And then, but what I do know is that OMG, they look really fierce and they want to win this. Like they have the entire Chinese nation behind them.
Well, very sorry to cut you off. Final thoughts before we move on to Fisher.
I'm just looking forward to see what Cloud9 is going to bring without High in the mid lane. How motivated are they to win?
Well, you guys at home, you've heard what we have to say. Make sure you tweet us at LOL Esports. Use that hashtag All-Star for this one. We will be right back throughout the day to break down all of the action. But for now, as we said, we're going to head inside Le Zenith for the All-Star Paris 2014 opening ceremony.
Challenge qui ont été élus par les joueurs autour du monde sur la team Ice. Et la team Fire. Nos équipes des All-Star Invitation, représentant les Championship Series de la Ligue nord-américaine, Cloud9.
Cloud9 gonna end the series 3-0. The best team in North America once again.
Représentant League of Legends Pro League, OMG. they met the champions, SKT T1K.
They will be the Season 3 World Champions here at the Staples Center.
Représentant Garena Pro League, Azubu Taipei Assassin.
Assassinating.
Et représentant les Championship Series de la Ligue européenne, Fnatic. Mesdames et messieurs, votre tournoi League of Legends All-Star 2014.
Absolutely fantastic. This is probably my favorite stage I have ever seen. It looks great. The teams are loading up. It's going to be exciting.
And the crowd, look at it, man. They look fantastic. The players here, the nerves must be coming up before this game.
I mean, we saw in the ceremony a lot of shots from the different tournaments that it happened in the past few years. But if we look at the crowd, I've played in Lille once for an LCS foreign split, and it was just amazing to see how excited these crowds are getting and how absolutely bonkers the French guys can go. So I'm looking forward to this crowd.
Yeah, I remember beating actually Crepo and the French crowd, they went crazy. It was fantastic, and you could just hear them, like even with the headset on, you can hear when they're stamping the ground and everything.
Which is why the reason we lost, we got a little distracted.
Yeah. I mean, honestly, you talked about how awesome it is to be in France. I think that this stage kind of upstages the rest of the events. I think this is awesome.
It is very exciting. The teams are getting themselves ready for the first match of the day. The audience is obviously sorted out. I am really excited for the challenge and the invitational tournaments that will be taking place later in the day. And with some of the best teams from around the world competing at All-Star Paris, we wanted to make sure that you also know about some of the major roster swap news from the LCS. We'll discuss those a little bit later in the day, and we'll be talking to some of the players who are directly affected by these changes. But before all of that, the 2014 All-Star Challenge kicks off with an ultra rapid fire battle between your fan favorites. Do not go anywhere. You don't want to miss it.
Ultra Rapid Fire is great. That's interesting.
It's a fun game mode. It's just really, really chaotic.
Final spark in another 10 seconds, but he may not have that long. Oh, Bjergsen!
There are a couple of champions which I would like to play in. It's Karma, Taric, maybe Urgot.
핀이나 좀 알리스타 같은 거 좀 해보고 싶은데 좀 뭐라고 해야 될까 좀 못 피했거든요 그런 챔피언들이.
我觉得我能选到我自己喜欢玩的英雄就 OK 了。
I would assume every pro champion in the game is really frustrating to play against.
I probably don't want to face too many like healing champions like Soraka or Nidalee or Karma.
Alistar or Kassadin or Soraka or something like that. They are annoying.
미쳐 날뛰는 즐겜 모드로 왔고요. 딱히 뭐 전략이랄 거 필요 있나요? 그 모드에 그냥 뭐 잘하는 사람이
我如果基本上玩到这个模式的话，我会从1节开始杀别人，对，杀到结束。
I think we're just gonna go at it and see what happens.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the League of Legends All-Star Paris 2014. As you know, we'll be kicking off each day with a different match between the Fire and Ice Challenge teams.
Yeah, for the first 3 days, a victory in each team mode will net the winning squad 2 points, while Sunday's 1v1 matches will be worth 1 point each. Then the 2v2 match will be worth 2 points. I hope you're keeping up with this one. And then the Super 1 versus 1, as chosen by you guys at home, will be worth 3 points.
Yeah, last one is really important, and after the dust settles from the All-Star Challenge, we will tally the points between the teams and see whether Team Fire or Team Ice is the superior one.
So up first, it is Ultra Rapid Fire, which made its explosive debut on the April Fool's Day. Jack, talk us through the finer details, as we just heard Shai say, not sure about the strategy on this one.
Well, it is a pretty complicated mode. All mana costs are reduced to 0, including energy costs, so everything is free. Champions begin the game with 80% cooldown reduction on everything. Abilities, items, activatables, summoner spells. Movement speed is also increased by 60 for every champion. You know, you're casting spells fast, you should move faster too. And even if you don't do anything, your passive gold gain is increased by 500%. So it's a fast and fun game mode.
And additionally, you guys voted for a champion that has to be played on both sides of the rift in this match, which means we're going to be seeing a ton of true shot barrages since you voted for Ezreal to be played by the two teams.
And let's not forget, we're going to have bans as well. And we had a little test of this earlier. These guys played each other in a one-on-one, by the way.
Pretty sure I won, right?
Yeah.
It's close.
Yeah. Not really sure about that one, Joe, I'm going to be honest. But we've seen a couple of champions in there. The key ones we think, I mean, Jace, we should mention that there are a bunch of champions banned. As you guys that played at home on Ultra Rapid Fire, they know there's a whole lot of champions banned. We'll get into that in just a moment. For now, though, we want to talk about the lineups. I was about to say the lineups.
Yeah.
So let's check out those starting lineups for the 2014 All-Star Earth Mode Challenge.
Yeah, first up on the blue side, it is Team Ice. Their captain is Froggen from the European LCS's Alliance. Next, we have Doublet from CLG in the North American LCS, and Mad Life in the middle seat there from Seajantis Frost, who plays in Korea. Sao Mei as well from Team WE is from the LPL League in China, and of course Archie on the end seat from the Saigon Jokers, reigning from the Garena Premier League.
And taking the rift on the red side is Team Fire, of course, captained by Diamond from Gambit. He's joined by Bjergsen from Team Solo Mid, Shai from CJ Enters Frost, Wei Zhao from Team WE, and QTV rounded up the team from the Saigon Jokers.
So let's talk about the band champions to start with. Anyone that played at home on Earth, and I know a hell of a lot of you did, there was a bunch of band champions. Let's go through them.
The mode was out for a while, and there were certain champions that were just disabled on live by the end of it, so it makes sense that they would be banned for this certain result. Alistair, Hecarim, Kassadin, Kayle, Nidalee, Ryze, Skarner, Sona, and Soraka, and then Shen is also gone because he's globally disabled for this event.
Yeah, there's a lot of good champions in that one. Funnily enough, there are a lot of champions that aren't available to be played, that the players in that video said, I really want to play those champions. Mad Life wanted to get his hands on Alistair, sadly not going to do that. But let's talk about what we expect to maybe be banned and what's going to come through from this one. Jace, as we've seen before, those shock blasts through the acceleration gates over and over and over and over again is pretty devastating.
One person we know that's practiced a lot on this, because everybody's seen Bjergsen's Z game on it, and he went crazy on that one. So I'm pretty sure we're going to see a Z ban.
It's really funny because I was talking to these guys a little bit before the game. I talked to Bjergsen, he said he wanted to play Zed. he was also standing next to Doublelift, who said he wanted to play Jace. They play on different teams, so they can easily get banned away, and they're revealing their strategy in front of each other.
I know for a fact
we'll
also that Froggen, he plans to play on Fizz, whether he's going to get through again. That's another champion similar to Zed, crazy assassin style, crazy cooldowns, and they're really the ones you got to think of. I mean, when we saw the TSM Cloud9 game, I don't think they quite thought it through because we saw a bunch of champions that cooldowns didn't really affect. I think this time around they've all had a week or two to practice on
Exactly. That's the best thing about this is when we saw the April Fool's game, they had 1 or 2 hours to prepare for it, whereas these guys got to play the game a whole bunch on live. And anyone, all of their fans can tell them what they should play as well, even if they didn't play it, because their mechanics are going to carry them through.
And I wonder if anyone's been secretly training something that we're not expecting to see in this one. I want to actually touch on AD carries here because we have some incredible AD carry players in these two teams. Not just 2 of them, in fact. One team actually has 2 AD carries in it.
They still don't know who they're going to play there.
Yeah, they don't quite know who's going to fill that role just yet. And maybe more importantly, Jack, what do you think about AD carries in Earth? There's been a bit of discussion about whether they fit into it. We were talking earlier about Vayne, for example, who can kite forever.
It really depends on how many assassins the other team picks, because with the attack speed bonus that they get in this mode, something we didn't actually mention in the previous thing, they get double the bonus from attack speed items. They can be absolutely ridiculous, but if LeBlanc gets through, they're dead. Right? So it's going to be a tricky thing whether Doublelift actually wanted to take out something like Vayne. He's wanting to play Jace.
Okay, so let's get realistic. What do we think the bans are? We are realistically going with Jace ban, Zed ban, LeBlanc, as you said, possibly a Fizz.
Yeah, probably a Fizz. They're just going to try.
I mean, we know there's going to be 2 Ezreals. So that's one that has got through. Is Doublelift going to play that? Is Wei Zhao going to play that? Or are they going to let it go through to someone else?
Is going to be an AP Ezreal?
I mean, Archie's in there as well.
Question. Because of most of the Ezreals I saw in that mode were AP. I honestly don't know. Urgot is one champion that they're probably going to fall
Meteos
back
went
on.
crazy on Urgot, didn't he?
Yeah, remember Froggen and Diamond are the captains, so as far as communication goes, they're the ones that actually get the final say on bans.
Or do they? Realistically. They are captains by name of these 2 teams.
Yeah,
Whether or not the other players actually listen to them or not is a possible all other thing. I want to touch, while we've got time on it as well here, on the audience here in Paris.
Oh my God.
I have not heard an audience that loud for
quite some time.
Ridiculous passion. Can't wait to get the games underway here.
And you're saying it's because they move their feet too when they're clapping, so the whole place just shakes.
If we suddenly disappear, because our stage collapsed.
Well, let's hope it doesn't go that far. But
I hope not either.
I do have to say, clearly for once in, I think, a long time, Fnatic, the European team, are massive favorites.
They were booing Cloud9 a little bit.
Yeah, which is a little bit, I think that's
pretty
just
big cheers
whole,
for SKT. I mean, it's the Cloud9 Fnatic rivalry.
Everybody's seen the whole USA thing. I think that's what it is. The USA chanting, so suddenly Europe's like, you know what? We're actually going to get our own back for once. So, but it is great to see the All-Stars here in Europe and you know, in front of this clearly passionate crowd. We saw it when we were in Lille last year. Just how loud the French crowd got, and they don't disappoint once again.
Yeah, they are some of the most passionate fans I've seen, at least being able to vocally be passionate as well more than anything else, because I know that fans in Germany really love League of Legends, but they're just not as loud as the ones here in France.
Well, they get Ole chants going now and again, but love it or hate it, football chants come out, that's for sure. So here we go. Picks and bans are about to get underway. We'll see exactly whether anything we predicted is going to work. At the moment, we're waiting for it to get go. Malzahar, that's an interesting one because we never really thought about that. How quick? Because you got to think of Ziggs. I do recall you used to be able to get 4 minefields out there.
Yeah, well, if we're in this champ select, we can tell you right now, Malzahar, Shaco, LeBlanc, and Zed are already the ones that are first off banned away here. So no Zed that Bjergsen gets to play in this one.
I'm kind of sad a little bit about that one, I have to admit. I would have liked to play without ban so they get all of those very, very strong players through, but this probably makes it, you know, a little bit more balanced and not going to get that Zed onto one person. Hecarim actually banned out there, even though Hecarim is not available to be played.
Well, maybe this is... I'm a little confused about that one because, yeah, it looks like he was at least available to be banned, and now they're doing their craziness.
So you guys at home obviously can't see it right now, but it is the picks and bans that are going the way. It is kind of you have a ban phase, but then it's a straight pick. It's not a full draft mode at the moment. So let's quickly go through the bans. So Malzahar, Zed, Hecarim was taken out, Shaco, LeBlanc, and Fizz all banned out. So we got a few of them right, but here you can see it on your screen right now. They're just flicking around. Will we see a couple of those key champions? Will we see Mad Life maybe pulling out Blitzcrank at the moment. Shy's on it. He's on the wrong side. Yeah, same team, but not this time around.
Double's got the Jace coming down. Bjergsen will just play Karma if he can, I would imagine.
They're all locked in.
That's it.
So, what do we got? Let's go through it. Okay, Evelynn, crazy, yeah. I mean, the hate spikes are going to be coming for days. Jace has got through, as you mentioned, crazy stuff. We all saw Meteos on Earth earlier on. Madlife made sure he got that Lulu locked in. Ezreal also in there. Some big picks for Ice coming out straight away.
And just like in the actual game mode, the picks and bans were just as fast for this one. Taric is an underrated champion in this, especially as far as just being able to spam some heals and the amount of armor he's going to bring. He will be able to solo a lot of people later in the game. It's really good against the Jace from Doublelift as well if QTB gets in his face.
And seeing Shy here pick up Blitzcrank, that's something that I'm really interested to see. I would have liked to see Madlife taking a Blitzcrank on the other side as well, but we can't have a perfect world on both sides of things. But, you know, this for sure is going to be an absolutely crazy match.
Well, before this chaotic match begins, who do you think has the most OP lineup? Tweet your answers by sending them to #IceWin or #FireWin to @LOL Esports, and we'll check in once the mayhem begins, which is happening right now.
And we've seen this before. The level 1s are rather crazy as far as things go. It would not be surprising if we saw multiple kills right off the bat.
Well, everyone in the mid lane at this point, going wide there. But we are going to see Bjergsen taking a bit of damage, and they are kind of hanging around the side. It's Shy that we've really got to keep eyes on here, I feel. First grab surely is going to result in first blood.
They're all staying out of range of the hook, though, and still landing with a lot of poke. Oh, man.
They do have a lot of poke. It's interesting to see Diamond actually putting out Karma. He did play it in jungle once instead of Bjergsen, who, of course, got that pentakill in just a couple of weeks ago. The hook comes in. It's Archie they caught out. They actually managed to land the dazzle, but now we see Froggen sneaking in from the side. He tries to get in there. Doublelift gets on towards him. He's trying to hammer down on Diamond.
Everyone low at this point as Diamond again. Bjergsen goes aggressive. He's going to go for Doublelift. Gets the first blood as well. Is he going to get away? One more comes in. He may get a second kill here if he's lucky. Xiaomei had to back away in the end. And what a crazy start. This one only one kill from all of that.
And we're almost ready for the minions to spawn. So right on schedule. They all have teleport, which is something we were not surprised to see right here. Everyone's going to be heading back to these lanes. And hey, Bjergsen really just coming out the superior North American player here because he killed Doublelift right away.
Well, you could call him North American. Some of us call him European still. But at least this time it wasn't a face check from Doublelift, but that is a face check from Diamond. And he gets called out. One more shot should do, but they can't quite chase on towards him. QTV running interference, blocking up, pulls out the dazzle, but he's going to pay the price, I feel. And that will be the kill for Doublelift.
Can't miss anything, though. Shy just falls in the jungle with a Froggen as well.
Yeah, Froggen hunted him down there. Always difficult against his Evelynn. Basically, if you get caught out by the Evelynn, you're probably not going to get away. Froggen is just going to be taking that red buff here, and a crazy, crazy start. Bjergsen also coming up there to finish off that jungle camp. Diamond seems to be jungling at this point. So Diamond, at least one player in his normal role.
At this point, as far as Earth mode goes, anyone can jungle because you just spam your spells on a jungle camp and it's generally going to fall back.
I mean, we should talk about everybody's got teleport. This is kind of a common thing. Anyone that played Earth mode knows teleport is crazy overpowered right now in this mode because of the crazy cooldown. We just saw Froggen. He went in there straight away, got that red buff, teleported straight back in. QTV taking some pressure here. They're also focused on Xiaomei. So you should say this is the double life lane that we were all hoping to see, and we are seeing it. Madlife in trouble. Bjergsen also getting some poke on Froggen.
What is actually going on? He can shoot so many shock blasts through. I don't know how they're going to handle this lane down bottom from Team Fire.
Flashing away there, and I'm not sure that he's going to be able to stick around. Recall's already in. Teleport, we mentioned that once again because it's going to mean he's straight back into that lane. There's Doublelift getting some good damage.
Acceleration gate.
Shoots through 2 acceleration gates. It's still the same speed.
Xiaomei getting caught down in the top there. Archie teleports in. He's going aggressive, and he gets hooked in by Shy. Shy gets the power fist down, and now Diamond's going for the killing blow with the inner flame. He's not going to land it. The hook does not get through. The minion blocks out of the way. Xiaomei on Diamond. He gets one down. Can he get the second? Shy's trying to back away. That mana shield is huge, and he's safe for now.
His mana's always going to be full, even though he doesn't need to build it. It makes a bigger shield. That's the mana crystal. Oh, wow.
Outplayed there, Bjergsen dashing around Froggen, picking up another kill as QTV getting blasted down the bottom lane as well. And I'm not sure how long they can hold on to this, but Wei Xiao getting some good damage towards double. He finally got the kill. Now Mad Life's going to have to try and flash away, but there's the stun again from QTV. Can they finish him off? Mad Life trying to turn some damage back, but it's QTV that gets the killing blow.
There's no escape from Lulu Tarek in an Earth mode game. If they get the picks on you and start slowing you, you are not getting away unless you kill them first.
But they can teleport straight back down to this bottom lane. It's Sao Mei now down here alongside Doublelift. They're going to try and keep the pressure down. They have left the opening top lane available, and actually I'm seeing Froggen. He's heading in towards Diamond in that jungle. Diamond trying to go deep, trying to go aggressive. Not sure if he realizes the game mode he's in.
Oh, Bjergsen going to get caught out here, possibly a lot of damage coming down. Turns it around. Froggen is going to go down. They kill each other in the end. And now Wei Xiao's after Archie in the middle, but he's Ezreal after all, going to be able to dodge away. But now QTV's in there. Stunned. He got over the wall. Can he keep going? He's going to get a lot of damage onto him. Does get away. And now Sao Mei is there as well. He had to flash back out, realize he'd bitten off a little bit more than he could chew.
This game is about as close as it can get as well, too. If you look at the gold on both sides, they're identical, even though there's a 1-kill disadvantage. Maybe the first turret of the game goes down here bottom.
Crazy, crazy stuff. Froggen teleported down there. They're going to get the first turret of the game down. There's a teleport back in towards the mid lane as well. Someone's going to be joining Sao Mei. There's the first turret. Archie with Sao Mei in this mid lane now. They're going to try and lock onto Bjergsen. Bjergsen quickly, Arcane shifts away from it. Archie goes straight aggressive. It's a double Ezreal fight. Bjergsen's going out massively on top. He can turn it around. It's 2v1. He's going to get the double kill for Bjergsen.
He's going to have a Gunblade on Ezreal too, which, oh man, he almost gets doubled as well. Here's some assists.
They're coming in there. Doublelift's going to go low. Is he going to get popped by Karma? No. QTV gets the kill in the end. Froggen has to flash away from Diamond as well. Well, here comes Bjergsen once again. Not going to need too much damage to pick up the kill. Throws his ultimate out, but we already saw Froggen move away to that mid lane here. Crazy, crazy start to this one. It's 8-4 in kills for Fire right now, though.
And in all seriousness, the Gunblade is probably one of the most underrated items on this mode. He will be able to use it every few seconds once he starts landing spells with it, because it will reduce its own cooldown, and that's a great choice on Ezreal for a 5-1 Bjergsen.
Doublelift trying to return fire onto Wei Xiao, but those Flint Lances are coming out almost double picks in right now as he tries to lay out that damage. Meanwhile, in the top lane, Shy getting chased down by Mad Life. Mad Life taking some damage here. A flame hit him from the side there, but Shy taken down to absolutely nothing. The Golem should be on him. Here comes Diamond catching on towards Mad Life. Mad Life's going to get caught out. The inner flame will be enough. Oh! He got the return kill on his teammate Shy.
I will say, I'm not a huge fan of the all-mana Blitzcrank build. It is literally only giving him a more powerful shield, but he got that kill.
That's maybe what he needs in the end to survive things. Wei Xiao having to use his ultimate there, may even try and turn around. Diamond's in the back. This is bad news for Froggen. He goes down. How can Archie deal with this one? He can't is the answer. Wei Xiao gets that one. He's now on a killing spree at 3-0-2. Well, here's Bjergsen in the top lane. Mad Life not going to be a challenge for him. Gets the kill with ease.
7-1-1 Bjergsen now. He is on a mission.
And 14-5 for the overall game. It was 5-4 2 minutes ago, and things are very quickly getting out of hand here for Team Ice.
So with that blue buff on, with that Gunblade in hand, he is now absolutely clearing that top lane. Nobody wants to go near him right now in that top lane. Everybody's going down the bottom.
Look at how many long swords they're trying to build on Team Ice as well, just to get back in this game a little bit. They're just behind in items right now, with Gunblades completed and Death Caps soon coming for the rest of Fire.
And Archie, you have to argue, not have the same impact that Bjergsen's had on the other side of the map here. Bjergsen 7-1-1 with that Ezreal, 1-2-2 on the other side here for Archie. Different builds coming out from them as well.
Oh,
we're going to see Bjergsen take another kill there, this time onto Doublelift. 8-1-1 already.
He's going to keep going right now. He looks unstoppable. Looks like he might be building more Spell Vamp or AP.
Froggen thinks he's caught out QTV, but support is coming in. Wei Xiao is there once again, and that double combo. QTV survives in there, and look at that. The heal and the life. Ulti comes on towards him. Now in the back in towards the top lane. Diamond's trying to get caught out here, but he's got support coming in. It is QTV back on towards him. Now he's in trouble. He needs to get the hell out of there. Shai's just teleported in. They keep coming in one by one, but that's a double kill for Sao Mei.
Yeah, it might be Sao Mei versus Bjergsen if this keeps going the way it is. Urgot is one of the strongest champions on this mode. Last time we cast this, it was Meteos that went crazy. And look at that damn shield.
That mana barrier completely filling itself. True shot barrage comes through. Still at the barrier. There is Bjergsen again. Easy for him. He is now godlike. Archie, don't even try it. Don't even try to fight Bjergsen right now. He will take you down. He flashes in. That's a double kill. Now Mad Life's there. Ultimate comes through. Fire down this juice. He gets the double. Bjergsen, absolute beast.
I don't know how they're going to deal with him right now unless they all mobbed him simultaneously, because with the lifesteal, the spell vamp, and the damage, he can solo anyone right now.
You know, everybody watched that 28-1 Zed for Bjergsen, thinking, you know what, it's just who he was playing against, but right now he's against the best in the world and he's 11-1 on this Ezreal. He is destroying the competition in that mid lane and they don't want to get near him. They're stacking up for this mid lane turret.
Oh man, this is the group right now. Maybe they could get an Urgot swap or something, but it's a double buff Bjergsen, as if he needed those.
And I just want to point out that despite being 11-1-1, he's got 113 farm. How's he even had time to do that with all the kills he's picked up? A lot of flashes here in middle. True Shot Barrage not going to connect there, but this could well be a tower for Fire.
Oh man, Bjergsen is just so crazy. Oh wow, Wei Xiao gets a kill somewhere.
Wei Xiao got the kill on, I don't know who
Archie.
it was on. It was on
Ezreal for
Archie.
Ezreal.
Meanwhile, Madlife going in there. Finishes on this one. Madlife turns around with the picks. Has he got enough? No, doesn't matter. The basic shot comes after the arcane shift.
I mean, they're pushing down mid lane, but really the eyes are going to be on Bjergsen. Froggen is trying to find him. He missed him. Oh man, and the push down mid lane.
Yeah,
This is getting out of hand.
This is real bad for Ice. They're going to lose that inner turret. The outer turret, of course, already picked off as Bjergsen plays the distraction game. And that's 4 men. They need to deal with this push here. Double Lift and Madlife going to be coming back up here, spawning back into the map. Will they be able to hold on to this turret, though? You can see the shields coming out there from Wei Xiao, keeping them very, very healthy. And now Bjergsen's going to be pushing the top lane.
And to throw a glance over the items, you can see for Fire, they pretty much went all ability power. Everybody's stacking in for that one, whereas Ice went heavy AD. Maybe that's going to bring them back into the game later.
The crazy thing about Urf, though, is with the 80% cooldown reduction, the abilities are just that much stronger. Look how Bjergsen is trying to wreck down Shao Cao. They're mobbing him.
It's a pylon, and they managed to make it work. Doublelift gets the kill, but the rest of Fire comes to the rescue straight on towards the box. You can see that gigantic shield coming out from Shy, and it's another double kill for Wei Xiao.
I mean, you were talking earlier, D-Man, about how Diamond's team is going to be more organized. They were the ones together practicing, talking strategy, much more so than Ice. And it's showing right here. They're actually playing a bit together, despite the language barriers and despite it being Urf mode.
Absolutely. Pushing on now on towards the inhibitor turret as well. Froggen actually gets a wild growth. Again, that mana barrier going to be coming up quickly, and it's a lot of a barrier. Let's just say that at this point. There's a teleports coming around. Ice, are they going to try and turn this one around? There is another shock blast coming through. They're going to keep trying to chase this one as well, and with those acceleration gains, they can keep going on this one, but it doesn't look like they've got the damage. Here's the trap. Here's the trap. Where's the pull? Bjergsen gets another one on towards Froggen. Now Shy's coming around, and Bjergsen just destroys Archie. Gets himself another one. It was Wei Xiao that stole that one in the end. This is an inning turret, surely.
He's got his full build, Deathcap Lichbane. No one can stand up to him right now. We're only 11.5 minutes in. They might end it.
Wei Xiao's tanking that turret. He's just constantly keeping the shield stacking up, not taking any damage. Sao Mei gets scored out. It's a double for QTV. Madlife running the last ditch defense here, but Wei Xiao is happy to tank up all of the turrets. He may well have bitten off more than he can chew. He's going to have to use his wild growth to try and save himself a little bit there. The rest of Fire coming in support.
This is just a ridiculous stomp at this point. 29 kills to 8 living inside that Team Ice base.
And they're not going to back away from things. Madlife is going to pick off Shy. That's a brief respite maybe for them. Sao Mei is going to be just spawning back in as well, but they've managed to force them away. But look at the damage onto Double Lift. They all have to flash out. There's no way that they can stand up here to that fire push. As you see Wei Xiao just dashing in and out, the shield basically tanking all the damage that Ice throw at.
Every shot Bjergsen land is like a spear coming out from Nidalee right now. It's just doing so much damage. Where's that true shot going? He gets himself another. Comes straight back in there. The rest of his team polishing it off. He actually got a double kill with that ulti, would you believe it? Now they're going to catch on towards it. That inhibitor will finally go down. Bjergsen gets himself a third in there. Can he go for the quadra? I'm not too sure he will. He's going to miss it out this one. And well, Fire, they're in complete control, and it's been Bjergsen 18-4 now.
Yeah, and he's actually sitting on 2,500 gold. If he wants to shop, he actually might. He's only had fun for about 13 minutes here, and they can maybe toy a little bit with Team Ice here.
You know you're in trouble when you can't run to your own fountain. Flash grab. Bjergsen gets another one. They can't even get back to their own fountain. Their only option there is to hang around by those Nexus turrets and try and kite them away until the rest of the team came up, which is what has happened. There is Archie going down. It's Wei Xiao that flashed in to finish up, and there's the grab onto Double Lift. Have they got the damage to finish? Of course they have. It's Bjergsen now that's legendary. That was his 20th kill of the game.
This is just unbelievable play by Bjergsen right here. Oh dear, 36 kills in 13 minutes. Make it more.
That's Froggen going down. Wei Zhao just stacking his stats out as well. 11, 1, and 9. They're just waiting, biding their time to finish this game. The hooks are continually coming out. And when it's on such a short cooldown, they're just simply running dodge work. They are going to finally finish this game off. I think you can see the super minions coming in the side. Archie manages to get another hook. They do get some damage down on Shy at last.
Going to be pushed away from this one. True Chopper Rush comes out. Here's Archie moving out of the base. This is decent damage by Ike. He comes back in, gets one, flashes away. Can they get any more? Wei Zhao's chasing down Archie. Zhao Mei over at the side can't do a lot. There's a hook just flashing by. Wei Zhao gets his rampage, his 12th kill of the game, and Fire are going to go back to picking him out of the fountain.
Yeah, this Ezreal and Lulu play on Team Fire is really just carrying him through. Nothing much to say. They're just trying to pick him off at the fountain. They better dive this.
That's the 22nd kill for Bjergsen. That's all I can say there. He's just doing all of the damage right now. Super Minions taking down the turret. You can see the middle inhibitor is going down. Minions stacking on through. This is going to be all for Team Fire. 41 and 1. The hook finally comes through once again. Bjergsen's actually backing off to buy right
well,
now.
He does have 15,000 gold in a 14-minute game, so he has gotten more than 1,000 gold a minute in Earth mode. He wants to buy some goodies.
And he's going to be coming back in there with even more damage. He comes right to the front, and look at that. Absolutely ripping through them. It's Bjergsen going on. He gets one. He does finally go down in the end. But the rest of the team are just going to push them out of their own base here by the looks of it. The Nexus is completely open for Fire.
Fantastic performance. That's going to be surely the game. They're going to take down the Nexus. Team Fire will be taking the first points of the game. 24-3-9 for Bjergsen, 14-11 for Wei Zhao. All about that man on your screen though, and Team Fire wrecking in Earth mode.
That's one way to start the day right there. North American MVP Bjergsen. Hard to argue he's the MVP of that game too.
I would go out on a limb and say probably was the MVP. He had 180 farm, which is something that perplexed me when he was at 100.
Yeah.
Still had like 12 kills and no one was even close to him on either kills or farm by the end of it.
Add up the farm for the rest of the team and it would be pretty close.
Yeah,
that's pretty close right now. So fantastic performance. Fire really putting on a show, and that's what this is all about. You know, obviously the points are a big thing, but it's great to see these players all coming together. And let's not forget, Doublelift went down first blood.
Yeah, they are the fan-voted players here too. They wanted to see whether Doublelift would fall in the start of every game, which might happen because these guys are going to be playing against each other in different game modes before every day of this All-Star event. This is really just a preview. This is probably the fastest one that we're going to see.
I think possibly it is going to be, I mean, that kind of performance
15 minutes,
there.
30 seconds.
Once you get rolling with the Ezreal, which you guys voted in there, of course.
Yeah.
Which, good choice if you're a Bjergsen fan, I suppose.
Yeah, I didn't even expect him to really play the Ezreal. I thought it would be Wei Zhao. There were 2 AD carry players on the Team of Ice, Archie and Doublelift. They gave it to Archie. He went for that jungle build and just never got rolling. 110. Obviously, Earth mode can get out of hand pretty quickly, so it's not exactly the indicator of player skill or anything, but damn. Bjergsen did well.
And we should talk about the opposition. I mean, we've talked to Froggen, and he's struggled to get the team together, it's fair to say, but you know, the strategy isn't a deep thing, as we mentioned at the start of this for Earth mode. It's all about the chaotic players and the aggressive players. And clearly, with Bjergsen, much more aggressive mid laner, up against Froggen on that Evelynn. Not really much chance for that one.
Yeah, I gotta say though, Shy's mana build was pretty much more effective than we thought it would be. He had a 2,200 mana pool, which is about 1,000 health shield every time it comes up.
And
Not
even
bad.
after that, you know, there were shields from pretty much everywhere else. The heals from Taric actually coming out by the end were pretty ridiculously strong. I mean, it was, honestly, it was a very one-sided victory there, but the snowball did definitely get out of control.
Yes. I mean, Bjergsen was, what, 11-1-1 at
Yeah.
like first few minutes. Yeah. So it was obvious it was going to go that way.
Completed.
Of course, there's many more modes to go for these teams. But is there anything we see in the opening round that maybe inspires people? Because seemingly there, well, you mentioned it, when all the teleports were coming in, Fire seemed to be already playing as a pretty cohesive team.
Fire seemed a lot better in this one. And it's just going down to what they've been doing kind of since they got here. Diamond's getting the team together.
He's been talking to them all. He's been
is
putting
the
the work
captain,
in,
actually, of this team, and he is an acting captain, really helping him through. Add to the fact there, they actually have people that can play respective roles. If the game did ever go standard, obviously, Hexakill is going to be a little bit strange. The pick 5 is actually going to be a very standard game. Honestly, Team Fire is looking pretty good.
It's hard to argue. You say, is there anything to watch out? And you have to say that the standout performance from Bjergsen again, hard to not really harp on about that one. I also want to touch on Wei Zhao because he was only outshined by Bjergsen, but he did incredibly well himself. 14-2 and 11 by the end of it.
But not just Wei Zhao. Wei Zhao and QTV seem to be playing as a decent partnership. We saw it with the Tarek Lulu combo, and like you mentioned, once they get onto you, you're not going to get away.
Yeah, they had it together. They had the Tarek pick. And I like this because these are really the top players pretty much from every region. Then kind of, especially on the side of Team Ice, relegated into deciding who's going to play AD carry, because we say that it's, the obvious choice. Doublelift is going to play AD carry. Well, not really. He is the famous AD carry from North America, right? But Archie got voted in for a reason from the GPL, and he's just as famous, if not more so, in his region. It's going to be tricky for Team Ice to figure all that out.
And they definitely need to do that work here, because you could probably say that Earth is the mode that needs the least amount
coordination.
Of work. And that went badly for them overall. They need to work on whatever issues they're having, whether that's communication or whatever, before they get to tomorrow.
Well, it was a fantastic start to the All-Stars. Shox is standing by with Team Solarmid's Bjergsen after that wild ride, so let's check things over to her.
Thank you very much, D-Man. I am indeed joined here by TSM Bjergsen. Wow. I mean, we know it was going to be a crazy game, but you guys gave it your all. What was the strategy? I saw 4 supports, all supporting you, obviously.
There wasn't really that much strategy to it. Like I just kind of asked what they wanted to play, and then they say what they wanted to play, and then we just kind of played around it. We had to have an Ezreal in our team, and the others just didn't really want to play Ezreal, so I just kind of took it and played from there.
I thought you maybe really wanted to play the Ezreal, the AD carry, to beat Doublelift with.
Maybe a little bit. I don't know. Ezreal is also really fun, so I had a lot of fun playing him, and I knew I would.
Were you surprised that you guys got so ahead so quickly, which was mainly because of you, let's be honest?
I don't know. The game is just very snowbally, and we just kind of, it's just very chaotic. We don't really have too much communication. We just kind of play it and just kill people.
Tell me about your team that was put together for you. You have Diamond, of course, as your captain. Is he a good captain? Have been doing some team building exercises?
We haven't done too much as a team, but I've been, just me and Diamond have been hanging out a lot and playing a lot, just talking about things, and we both went into this match and we really wanted to win, so.
I don't know if you picked it up, but after the game when you had your headphones off, the people were cheering Bjergsen, Bjergsen. How nice is this for you to be back here in Europe at the All-Star event?
It feels really awesome. I wasn't really sure what they were chanting, but I guess now I know. I'm really happy that people here are supportive of me, even though I went to NA and now I'm here. I don't know. I'm really happy that all the fans are cheering for me and my team.
Well, of course, we still love you, Bjergsen. Tell me a little bit more about the other modes that you'll be playing with Team Fire. We come out ahead tomorrow, of course, Hexakill going on.
I think Hexakill, I haven't actually played it yet, but I think it's kind of the same as Summoners Rift. We just have toys on our team, so I think that's going to be cool, and I'm looking forward to playing it.
And you guys said you really wanted to win, so that'll be very exciting. Of course, I also quickly want to touch on the things that have been happening in the scene, and more specifically in your team in TSM, with Amazing coming over from Europe now, the new support coming in. What are your general thoughts on the new lineup?
I think we just need to build some synergy and make sure that Glebe feels comfortable playing on stage, but after that, I think we're definitely going to look really strong, and we have some fresh new faces that has a lot of motivation, really wants to improve. So I think we're going to look strong.
It's going to be very interesting. A final question. What do you think about the Invitational here, the teams that are here? All top teams, of course. Very first game is OMG versus Fnatic. Who would you give it to?
I'm not sure who's going to win. I haven't been watching too much of OMG, but I know that Fnatic is a good team, so it could definitely go either way. We'll see how it goes.
And the entire tournament, what do you think?
Unfortunately, I'm going to have to say I think SKT are going to win. Even though people say that they've been in a slump, I still think they look really strong. And I've been watching people scrim, Fnatic and C9 scrimming SKT, and SKT are still looking really strong.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, thank you very much for joining us. We'll be seeing more of you, of course. Good luck in the rest of the tournament. And now we're going to head back over to Quickshot and the guys at the desk.
Thank you very much, Shox and Bjergsen. And that was a chaotic game. Man of the game, no doubt in my mind, Bjergsen. But very seriously, I don't think there was a lot of smart play in that game. Crepo, you felt quite strongly about some of the decisions.
Yeah, I feel there was definitely very weird item builds, and I felt a distinct lack of macro level strategy. And where were the rotations?
They just weren't there. You know what it was? I have to be honest. While there were no rotations to speak of, truthfully, the worst NA player on the pitch was definitely Doublelift. He went 3-13-2.
Was he even in the game?
Hold on. 3-13-2. I'd like to point out that the ex-European player, now representing North America, Bjergsen, became Goku, channeled his inner spirit bomb by drawing from all of the powers of Europe. He went 24-3-9. How on earth can you sit there knowing how bad your player is?
I mean, as the CLG coach, I have to say that I'm really disappointed by his performance. You say the worst NA player, but let's not sugarcoat it. The worst player overall, right? And I know the first blood too, the distinct lack of map awareness. We've obviously got a lot to work on, but next season we're probably gonna have to change his handle from Doublelift to double-digit deaths.
13 deaths. There were 2 members of double digits. Let's be fair, Archie did have 10 as well. But his would, realistic. He was saving teammates and stuff. Doublelift was just feeding. Now, Deficio, a question for you. Team Ice had complete dragon control. 100% of the dragons. One of them. How is it that they were able to have such great dragon control but still lose the game?
That's the issue, and I know Monte as well, over in Korea you often see it where some teams focus too much on objectives, and the other teams just have this Danish player who's a great talent called Bjergsen. Danish, by the way, just to make 100% sure everyone is aware.
Well, enough of that.
And then he can carry the entire team.
I know.
That's how it is.
I mean, yeah, I know. That's the only reason you were in the LCS was getting carried, so.
It actually did remind me a little bit about Codebreaker Rules times. Where like, Bjergsen is fed, it's fine.
We've had our fun. It is time for a more critical look at the ultra rapid fire mode. So let's send it over to Freak over at the Telestrator.
Thank you very much, Quick Shot. I really love URF mode because what is ultra rapid fire without tons of damage? Tons of damage is what URF is all about, and here to show us the tons of damage is, of course, the man Bjergsen. We'll get it up on the screen in a second. So we got a couple of clips of just why Bjergsen is the embodiment of tons of damage. If we can roll that clip out, you're going to see he goes in the battle, and he's just channeling tons of damage. You see, he doesn't need a Trinity Force. It's okay. He's from North America, which means tons of damage. Another fight, tons of damage again. He survives, jukes the tons of damage, and gets double kill, dealing tons of damage. Next clip, again, Bjergsen under the turret, dealing tons of damage to Mr. AD Carry himself. Archie's going to show up. Bjergsen, though, again, he cast in a league that I cast in. So, of course, he knows how to deal tons of damage. Takes another one down, gets chased down. But again, Madlife does not play with tons of damage on a daily basis. And Bjergsen just deals way too much damage for Ender to deal with. As you can see, North America is the home of tons of damage. And this is why we're the best league in the world. Because we just got what it takes. That's my take on the games, guys. Let's send it back to you at the desk.
Right. Thanks for that, Freak. I'm sure we will see tons of damage this weekend. Just very quickly before we move on, Deficio, we've seen Cloud9 beat TSM in the first URF match mode ever. And now we've just seen Fire beat Ice. Does that mean they're the better team?
Normally I would say yes, because it was such a stomp, but everything can happen moving on.
Well, we will have to find out. For you guys at home, remember to send us your favorite plays throughout All-Star 2014 on Twitter. Use at LOL Esports with the hashtag AllStarBigPlays. We do have to take a quick break, but when we return, it is our first game of the 2014 All-Star Invitational as OMG takes on Fnatic. Keep that browser where it's at. The action continues in 3.5.
Here's the trap. Where's the post? Bjergsen gets another one on towards Brogdon. Now Shy's coming around. Bjergsen just destroyed Archie.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to our continuing coverage of the 2014 All-Star event from Le Zenith Paris, France. We just seen some footage of OMG and Fnatic getting themselves set up. They are moving over to the stage to clean up the mess from the Earth mode battle, and they will be doing battle in the first invitational match. But first, let's take a quick look at the teams and how they got here. I want to start with the Taipei Assassins. They've consistently been one of the best teams from the Southeast Asian region. They won the Season 2 World Championship, were unable to qualify for Season 3. And since then, however, some roster shakeups have gotten the team back on track with a win in their regional playoffs to qualify for All-Star and a 10-0 record coming into the All-Star event. Freak, what's your take on TPA?
So TPA, the first two things to talk about are the remaining player from the Season 2 World Champions, the AD carry BB. He's amazing. He'll carry games by himself a lot of the time. The other guy to talk about is Wins. Their new jungler, they added him less than a month ago, but they brought him over from Taipei Snipers, and they're going to hope that he does a really good job here. Basically, this team is very strong strategically. They understand the map. They understand minion waves. They'll show up the turrets on time. Their weakness, though, is their snap decision-making. If you stop them at Baron, like, 2 of them are going to keep doing Baron, and 3 of them are going to turn and fight, and they're going to throw a battle that way. So if you catch them off guard, I think they're going to falter, but they're strong otherwise.
All right, well, we'll see how they perform. Next up, I do want to talk about the reigning world champions, SK Telecom T1K. This is a team that looked unstoppable until they fall from grace in the most recent Champions Spring, where they crashed out in the quarterfinals, only to be compounded by failing to make it through the NLB semifinals as well. As the resident expert on Korea, as the Korean at the table, Monty, what's your take on SKT and the fact that the team was the strongest in the world no less than 3 months ago?
I mean, for those of you who haven't followed the heights and lows of SK Telecom T1K, of course, they won the Season 3 World Championship. They then proceeded to have an undefeated season, not even dropping a single game, 15-0 in Champions Winter. But recently, they really haven't been looking that strong. Of course, there was nowhere really to go but down from there. However, they've racked up a lot of losses recently. They got bounced out of the Champions Spring quarterfinals by Samsung Ozone, and then taken out of NLB by CJ Antis Frost. So they're looking pretty indecisive these days overall. They still have those strong laners, but they don't react as well to strategy as they used to.
All right, we'll have to see how they perform. They've had some more time to adapt to the patches as well. Next up, we have Cloud9. They are representing the North American LCS after going undefeated in the spring split playoffs. There is absolutely no doubt that Cloud9 is far and away the best team from North America. But unfortunately, due to medical reasons, Hai, their starting mid laner, their captain, and their shot caller, is unable to attend All-Star in Paris. So Link from CLG will be replacing him. Crepo, what do you think about Cloud9, considering Link is there with him in the mid lane?
Well, I think they're a team that relies a lot on their strategic press and then more map movements rather than just raw laning power. And from what I understood, Hai did a lot of the shot callers early, and we scrimmed them as well a few times, and they were looking shaky. I know Link is doing his best to fill that void, and I know all these members, they want to perform the best they could, but it's so hard. After playing so long together, they're an Unchained lineup for such a long time, and suddenly this new player comes in, and you have to perform against part of the best teams in the world, and that's going to be really rough for you. I could say they're a little bit in the dark right now about what they're going to do. And
I think you're pretty switched on with that little comment there.
Exactly.
So we will see how they perform. I mean, questions to be answered. Moving along, let's talk about Fnatic. They have won their 3rd consecutive European LCS title, and they continue to show dominance in our region. This is also the team that made it to the IEM World Championship finals. They also made top 4 at the Season 3 World Championships. Deficio, we've both watched this team extensively over the last 6 months. What is your take, and how do you think they're going to perform against the rest of the international competition?
Well, first of all, with Fnatic, whenever it really matters, they will perform. It's every single time there's a playoffs in LCS. IEM, for instance, they came in, they've lost a lot of games in a row in the LCS, and yet they managed to get to the final. So we know they will come in here and should be able to perform. I mean, that's what Fnatic does. And there are 4 members who won the Season 1 World Championship all the way back in DreamHack. Season 1 is a long, long time ago, and they managed to get to the final here. So they are the team with the most experience, if you ask me, of all the teams in the world. And also means the nerves when they sit on the stage here shouldn't be an issue for them at least. And then when it comes to play style, when it comes to picks, they're probably one of the teams, if not the team here at the All-Stars, who plays their weirdest things. I mean, we don't exactly know what they're going to pull out. Source can play everything in the top lane.
Not Yorick.
Yes,
he
Yorick.
could play Yorick. He could play
Please,
Yorick.
no.
That's the thing here. We never know what they're going to bring out. And they might be able to catch a team like SKT off guard.
Yeah, just as an aside, only team with 2 French players as well. So home crowd advantage definitely sitting with them. Finally, we do have to talk about the men in black from China, OMG, as the most dominant team in the LPL, who secured a 25-3 record in the spring split and drawing from their experience at the Season 3 Worlds. There is a fair bit of hype around OMG for All-Star. Freak, you pegged them and picked them to win. When we asked the question earlier today, what is your take on their chances?
Right, wearing black, believe in OMG, right? Got to fit the color scheme. Individually, I think they're the strongest team here right now. Xiang in the mid lane is incredibly good. He picks lane bullies. As long as he doesn't pick Nidalee, they'll be okay. I hope they don't pick that champion in this tournament. But their team fighting is on point. They're impeccable there. Their actual weakness is strategic shot calling. So if they get out-rotated, things like that, then it'll be a bit of weakness for them.
We will have to see how that plays out. So we've done a brief introduction of each of the 5 teams. The teams that are about to do battle is, of course, OMG versus Fnatic. They are currently getting themselves set up on stage. So we'll need to see what you guys think about these 2 teams in particular. We've talked about how OMG have a roster of individual players that do well. Can Fnatic out OG and TSM rotate them on the map? Let's start with Monty. What's your take on these 2 teams, and who do you give the edge to?
I mean, I think when I take a look at these teams, they have a lot of the same strengths and weaknesses. You've got a lot of players who like to play bully laners. You have a strong laning phase that has very middling strategic play afterwards on the map. But I think that coming in here, OMG is a little bit stronger in terms of their laners, so I have to give them that advantage. Although I think Reckless is I think, a better AD carry than San. 2 lanes, I think that OMG should win, and they should be able to snowball it from there. So I'm taking OMG.
Personally, though, I think it's going to be so much about the mid lane, because Xiang in here, everyone knows how OMG wants to play. They want him to have him 1v1, the enemy mid laner, for as long as possible in the game. If Fnatic is ready for this and can either camp him down with Cyanide, gank him over and over again, or have something ready, maybe swap two people mid against him just to shut him down here, and force OMG out is something they're not used to. I actually think Fnatic can take the game.
Fnatic's also known on offline events when it really matters to do these really cheesy level 1 strategies. Although OMG is probably used to that by already, they're used to weird stuff already. But Fnatic could throw them a curveball level 1 and just snowball that, and especially in these offline environments, that's really punishing.
Yeah, to me, though, I just think OMG, they're the most dedicated team right now. They're actually in the middle of their season. Their playoffs are yet to be played, so they're on point, they're sharp, and I think they're just a stronger team.
Very last comment before we move on.
Yeah, Fnatic also doesn't have a history of doing particularly well against strong Asian teams, be it Chinese or Korean, and so I think OMG has that a little bit of an advantage as well.
Well, I get the feeling of where this is going, but let's lock in some predictions. It's time for you guys to predict the future. Who you think is going to be the winner of the first League of Legends All-Star Invitational match between OMG and Fnatic? We're going to run down the line. Deficio, who's taking it?
I'll give it to Fnatic, actually, game 1 here. MVP, it's going to be Cyanide.
All right, buddy, OMG for me.
My only goal is to not drop below Monty, so OMG for me as well.
And I'm going with OMG. I think they're going to win the tournament as well.
Wow, so only one person in favor of Fnatic. This is either help you or hinder you. We will find out. You guys have heard what our panel has to say. Now it's time to check your votes on lolesports.com. According to those numbers, you have picked Fnatic by 67%. This is, of course, a Western audience, Western viewers, so can understand that, but I'm pleasantly surprised that there's a lot of people supporting OMG. We're going to send this things over to the casters for our first match of the All-Star Invitational.
Thank you very much, Quick Shot, and I'd like to welcome my co-caster, Sam Kobe Hartman Kensler, who I actually haven't cast with since spring 2013.
It's been quite a while, but we had an explosive beginning to the game here, right? Today, the crowd is amazing. The first Earth game was insane. Bjergsen going crazy. I'm definitely excited for this All-Stars.
Fantastic stuff. It is time for an East versus West battle coming up now of the champions in our very first invitational match of the All-Star event as Fnatic take on OMG. But while the top 10 team in European plane facing Fnatic, the Chinese aggression, OMG believes that Fnatic could have some surprises in store for them.
能和其他国家的队伍交手，也是我们的一种荣幸吧。反正很期待这次比赛了。
At Worlds, there were 2 Chinese teams. We screamed a lot versus OMG actually, and OMG was really good.
The fun part about the Chinese team is that they are playing super aggressive,
他们属于一个团队性比较好的一个队吧。
They have really good knowledge of the game, like when they can kill you one-on-one, they're just gonna go in and not hesitate.
I think the way to play against OMG is face aggression with aggression, rather than just falling back and letting them use all the pressure they have from their own playstyle. So I'm kind of sure that they don't expect EU teams or any teams to face aggression with aggression.
有一些出其不意吧，很敢打吧，会让我们有一些想不到的东西。
So it's gonna be a fun game for sure. Both parts are gonna go super YOLO.
And it's going to be a great game to see, obviously, Soaz in front of his home crowd along with Yellowstar, both French nationals. So playing in front of their home crowd.
Fnatic are by far the home favorites here, and I think this crowd is going to get even louder.
Yeah, it will be fantastic. And OMG coming into this, you know, we heard the guys talking about it. 3 of them voted for OMG. No surprises, big favorites coming into this game.
Yeah, I mean, OMG, there's a lot of hype around these Chinese teams, but nobody actually knows because their scene definitely stays consolidated within China, and there's always this wondering, how good are their rotations and how good is their vision control when they come up against other teams, because a lot of the other regions do pick and choose and they share a lot of strategies, but the Chinese are kind of isolated.
Well, we'll see whether their translations work as well between them at the moment. Let's check out those starting lineups for this match. On the blue side, it is China's LPL champions, OMG. In the top lane, it is Going, Pomelo in that jungle, Xiang in the mid lane, San as the AD carry, and Alan as support.
And on the red side, holding the title in the European LCS, it's Fnatic. Up top is Soaz, in the jungle Cyanide, mid is Xpeke, AD carry Reckless, and supporting him, Yellowstar.
And before the players select their champions, let's talk a little about our featured matchup for this game. We'll be keeping a close eye on the mid lane, of course, that is Xiang versus Xpeke. Do these players have any fundamental differences in their playstyles or their champions?
Yes. So as Xiang, or as Deficio said, Xiang definitely plays to win his lane, especially in this meta of lane swapping where the junglers are revealed early on in the game. He can go for these bullying lane phases where he takes champions like Syndra and he tries to get a large CS lead on his opponent. He doesn't necessarily try and roam around or split up from the rest of his team. While everyone remembers Xpeke's golden days of split pushing forever on Kassadin or Ahri with teleport, you know, with the changes to the meta, that's no longer really the case. With the downfall of Assassins, he's been more playing Nidalee and champions like that, focusing very heavily on farming. So the regional difference may come into play here is probably Europe plays more Kayle, but that's about it.
So both of these players do excel in their positions. We know that. We've seen them dominating. You know, Xiang's got the most MVPs in China. Peke's pretty much done the same. Actually didn't get many MVPs though in Europe, but played it fantastically well. They've both also built up some very impressive stats.
Some very impressive stats indeed. Xpeke has the most kills and the most assists for a mid laner in the European LCS. 125 kills and 148 assists. But with 2 fewer games played, Xiang has actually racked up 152 kills and 184 assists. Definitely some impressive numbers. But Xpeke also has long been considered a top mid laner in the region that is known for very strong mid laners, and he helped his team win all 3 European LCS splits. He definitely has more international experience.
So, I mean, one thing we should talk about coming into this game, China, as we saw at Katowice, are a much more aggressive region. They will definitely go for objectives and maybe get kills. And we saw it with Invictus Gaming versus Fnatic. They caught them off guard and did take the victory over them in that day 1.
The interesting thing about that is that OMG in particular in the Chinese scene actually average longer games than a lot of the other Chinese teams. And they actually play in best of 2 sets. And the first game, they average 41 minutes, while the second game is 31. So they make a lot of changes within the set that they play a team. These are going to be best of 1s, though. We'll see how they come out right out of the gates.
Here we go, ladies and gentlemen. Game 1 of the All-Star Invitational here in Paris 2014. Picks and bans underway. Fnatic clearly the home team favorites. How are they going to fare against the Chinese powerhouse that is OMG. Kassadin, the first back to come out.
Yes.
And that's actually expected because we've seen a lot of these teams are back playing Kassadin.
Yeah, with the recent buffs to Kassadin, he's getting very close to where he used to be. He doesn't quite have the silence, but he's very, very strong against mages, especially in the late game. And as we said, so much focus on the mid lane. You do not want to let a champion like that get through in this game.
Yeah, a lot of research being done for these teams. LeBlanc being taken away from Peke, but more importantly, Fnatic banning out that Syndra. You may be wondering why, but Xiang has played, what, 5-0 on that? I think he was in the Chinese LPL.
Not only does he have good stats, but he also has been able to bully out champions that other mid laners in different regions have said he should not be able to win these matchups. Syndra versus Ziggs. He's getting a CS lead on Ziggs because he's isolated, because he's able to bully his opponent, because he's outplaying his opponent 1 versus 1.
So we also see the Evelynn ban coming in through there. Cynide's been playing that a lot. Pomelo, not too sure whether he's been a big favorite on that one. The Annie ban does surprise me. Yellowstar played it a lot during the start of the LCS, but obviously during the last, what, 2-3 patches, I think it's safe to say, Annie definitely fell away as support.
Yeah, I mean, I even talking to Yellowstar earlier today, he's like, yeah, my top 3 are Morgana and Leona and
Thresh.
No, not Thresh. That's taken away. Karma was the other one. Morgana, Karma, and Leona. So the Annie ban, a bit of a swing and a miss there for OMG.
So Thresh was locked in, as you mentioned. Ziggs was taken away, and I'm interested to see what these mid lane is going to play, because that's a heavy mid lane focus there. So with Thresh locked in to begin with, for Alan, that forces Fnatic into some choices here.
Yeah, the mid lane picks I'm looking at now are Nidalee and Orianna. We're probably going to see one of those longer range champions, more farm centric for both of these guys. But you're right, a lot of the bans being poured into that mid lane.
Oh, Cynide's got his favorite. That Kha'Zix has been locked in, and Rekkles on Lucian. So we've all seen it's got 70% pick rate or something crazy like that in Europe now for Lucian. I think North America is very similar.
Lucian definitely one of the highest priority AD carries for the LCS teams. Not quite so with the Asian teams. You know, they favor a lot of these Twitch and Kog'Maw, hard late game carries, less mobile, but Rekkles does not like that playstyle. He's very big fan of Lucian. And the Kha'Zix, we're talking about regional differences. In the jungle, there are no regional differences. Kha'Zix is worldwide considered top-tier champion.
Absolutely. Broke onto the scene, of course, when Insect pulled it back out and suddenly everyone, yep, that's what we're going to play. So we see a lock-in for Shyvana and Nunu being locked in for Pomelo. Oh, yeah, it will be Pomelo, no doubt about that one. I'm interested to see how this Shyvana's going to do. Soaz had a great discussion with Shy the other day when we were at the All-Star dinner, talking about nothing counters Lulu in the top lane. He was like, no, Shyvana does.
Yeah, Shyvana,
back and forth for like 5 minutes, and every time he's like, no, Shyvana.
And we still may see that Lulu from Soaz. So we'll have to see him if he can back up those words. But yeah, Shyvana and Nunu being locked in at the same time, that one's really interesting. The Nunu has definitely not made its way over to the LCS. Talking about regional difference here, this is definitely one of them. Used a lot in Korea, more control-oriented, and goes really well with those pick teams because he has a lot of disengage. He also has a pretty big advantage in pushing down towers pretty quickly because the double blood boil, even early on, he can get a pretty good attack speed bonus for both people.
So, double heal potentially coming out here. That will be Karma for Yellowstar, and Peke on his Nidalee in that mid lane, which has really risen to dominance across all regions.
And this seems very similar to what Fnatic were using in the playoffs for the Spring Split. So they're very happy with these picks, very comfortable with them, and a lot of poke coming here for Fnatic. Locking in those two is definitely giving away the strategy they're going for with this team.
I would love to see Soaz's face the moment that Lulu got locked in for, I think that's going to be actually Xiang that's going to be playing that Lulu in the mid lane. San also picking up Jinx as the AD carry.
Yeah, it's a great steal away, taking that Lulu away from Soaz, because that is one of the last pieces to this comp that they have been running over and over. And we do see the immobile AD carry, hard late game carry here from Jinx getting locked in as well. Going to work really well with Nunu. Early attack speed bonuses, so we will probably be looking at some early towers going down, probably some switches after an invade.
Yeah, the 4-0, 3-0, we'll see how it works out for them with the Nunu in. They almost certainly will be following San at the opening of the game. So let's see what the final choice is. It's going to be for Soaz. It's Aurelia that has snuck through, actually really risen to prominence in Europe.
Yeah, because of Senior Wicked. Definitely very happy with that champion. He's very close friends with Soaz as well, and they share a lot of strategies. So giving some tips there for Aurelia. Surprised though, no Jax pickup. It's been really hotly contested across a lot of regions. Very, very hard carry. Opting for the Aurelia, a little bit more assassin based there with that champion. And Aurelia has really started shining because attack speed runes have been a huge buff to her, and she's able to play sort of defensively in the beginning, play around with that low HP level so she can have a stun, and then turn it around on you so quickly that you do not expect it.
So what do we see overall from these? A lot of heals, a lot of shields coming out from both teams.
Right, it's two heavy damage dealers to go in with the Aurelia and the Kha'Zix, backed up by the heals and the shields from Karma and Nidalee. They have the option of that late game poke. They're definitely going to want to spread out these team fights, and I'm very interested to see how the mid games goes, because after the turret's going down, the biggest criticism of the Chinese team from teams that have been scribbing them here is the vision control and the mid game objective control. One of the biggest problems, if you don't have the vision down, you can't make the right choices.
We'll see how those rotations go, Kobe, don't worry. Now that the players have decided on their champions, who do you think is going to win this one? Let us know by tweeting #OMGWin or #FNCWin to @LOL Esports. Make sure you get that @LOL Esports in there to get that vote through.
Yeah, because I think we're going to be updating that too, so we get to see.
Yeah, we will get to see live
as the game
as
plays out. Is the word control there? I mean, OMG, it's fitting that they brand themselves as the forces of darkness, because a lot of the times their mini-map has been dark for a lot of the game.
So here we go, ladies and gentlemen. The crowd are ready. Are you guys ready? The first game of the All-Star Invitational is underway here in Paris. OMG playing as the blue team up against Fnatic, the hometown favorites, as the red team. And you can hear the crowd.
You can hear it. It looks like they are both going to look for invades on the same side of the map here. Maybe Fnatic will go with the late invade. They've already got that one ward down. Both supports starting with a single true ward as a defensive maneuver. Nothing dropped here from OMG yet, though. Just standing, trying to guard this upper side.
But they are maybe coming straight into the bush. They're going to check this surely with a lantern. Will they? That's the question. Will they check it with the zap? They're going to be the hook instead. They can't Cyanide out. The damage doesn't really come down. Instead, it's Pomelo is going to have to try and get away from this one. A fairly even trade between the two. The spears coming out from Peke, still not loaded up on that damage yet. And OMG is still pushing.
Yeah, when those hooks land at the max range, it's only a really big deal if the team is right there to capitalize on it with damage. You can see Fnatic were standing far back in that bush. Pretty much everybody blind throws skill shots at that bush when they're coming in, so you know, don't stand in the tip of it. It's actually safer to stand out in the open than to stand in the tip of that bush.
So, even trades. We saw a bunch of people back in from both teams. The ward was put down at red buff though, so they have that vision. That's what they wanted.
Yeah, they're going to see what route Cyanide is taking, and it looks like they are going to do the lane swap. Jinx heading up top here with Thresh, so that will probably be early shoving with the Nunu. It's a very good combination, and even though the top turret does have the champion reduction damage, they've got so much attack speed, I think they'll be fine with it. Kha'Zix is actually one of the junglers that is not very good at pushing down early turrets.
So the invade coming in, Fnatic on top of a ward, so they know that it's here. They know that they're going through it, and you can see the pings also in that top tri-bush, actually, on top of Alan and San. So they are going to have that 3-man up towards the top lane. You can see a double invade coming in as well from OMG.
Yeah, the question here is, do you go for the two camp start after your buff and go for the very early second wave push and end up with a very fast pushing turret that's going to go down, or do they go for a little bit more experience and get double buffs? This time, it looks like OMG are going to look for the double buffs, whereas Fnatic are doing the 1 buff, 2 camps.
Which does mean they should take that tower down early. You can see Cyanide, so as the buddy system, as they take down those golems, the wave comes in and they move on to that tower. That tower's going to go down very quickly. Meanwhile, you can see in the top half of the jungle, OMG have taken that red buff. Now they're going to have the 4-man stack on the top.
Yeah, so there's always trade-offs with the different strategies you have opening up like this, and that's one of the best parts about this opening of the game. Even though Fnatic are getting the early turret shoved down, you give up a little bit of experience by going for that second wave very fast push. Wow, we actually have a recall here for Shyvana. Is he going to actually use the teleport up top, or is he going to try and stall out this bottom push?
Pomelo's gone back as well. They're actually sticking around in that top lane. Meanwhile, Fnatic are pushing. Yeah. I'm not sure they can hold this.
I mean, they don't have a lot of wave clear, those two. And it looks like Fnatic, if they want to stay, they can definitely have the upper hand here and gain some early gold advantage.
Check out that mid lane. Soaz is actually sneaking around the mid lane and towards the back side of Xiong. And she's going to see whether he can get around there. OMG have held off. Xiong, of course, going to be very speedy as Lulu, very easy to get away. And
so the thing is, ganking for an early Nidalee, not usually going to be that really explosive. She doesn't have anything to set you up for a gank, and it would basically just have to be a very high damage spear that she can add to it. Lulu, extremely fast.
Teleport coming in, Soaz defending off successfully on the top wave. It only took half the damage, that turret, so they really didn't get too much of a dent on it.
But you can see that OMG are putting a lot of emphasis on this Jinx, leaving her up here for solo experience. Alan actually waiting in the bush. He's not even trying to soak up the dual experience, and he's going to be recalling, leaving Soaz level 2 to level 4.
You can see Reckless sticking around with Cyanide as well. Doesn't want to go down that way. Push heavily. Good death sentence landing on towards Soaz along with that Flay, and Alan completely out of tower range. Very well played there.
Deciding to cancel the recall and stick around. Good play, rewarded with damage. Now the bottom wave is actually going to be pushing out very, very slowly for OMG. So that's good news for Fnatic, and Reckless, as he goes down to also get solo experience for the AD carry, will not have to go too deep in enemy territory, which is crucial because they do not have ward coverage at this stage of the game.
Ping Warning's coming in. Soaz actually on his own in 3v1, but now Cyanide is going to join them here. Here comes Pomelo. You can see Soaz. He's quite happy to stick around. He's going to get caught by the death sentence and the exhaust, but flashes away. Alan taking a lot of damage from the turret there. Cyanide may try and pounce on that one. Instead, again, successful defense coming out.
They still have a Blood Boil for Jinx, though. He actually put it on Thresh this time, trying to get him move speed maybe to get out of danger. But they have so much attack speed, they can still take down the turret, and
Soaz is going to get the stun on Pomelo. Pomelo taking damage. There is the first blood. Alan may pay the price. Cyanide gets one. He gets two. It's a double for Cyanide, and the double buff working wonders.
The OMG Chinese tower diving mentality is still there. Cyanide double buffs. What are you doing, Sai?
Oh, he flashes the jumpers, but he doesn't quite get the unseen blood. He jumps on towards him, takes the tower damage, a little too much. Now he's going to try and turn it around. Has to back out, can't tower dive. He's still only level 5.
Very risky tower dive from OMG. We talked about it in the early game because Soaz was going to be able to use his low health to surprise people and get the stun. So Cyanide actually was able to help him out too. Another failed gank here for mid lane. Yeah, I get a little excited, but it's just a Karma coming in from behind. And again, it's a Nidalee lane, so we're not going to have that explosive mid lane gank.
It's a good start for Fnatic though in the opening game. It's all about nerves, really, settling those nerves, and when the crowd is so far behind you, I'm not too sure if they realize just how heavy we're behind them. It's 50-50 split for Ice and Fire, but that game's already passed, so we don't really worry about that one, because it is all about Fnatic right now in the lead over OMG.
Yeah, the crowd is behind them, and they are also playing very, very friendly game here. Cyanide was taking shots for Soaz, trying to block skill shots for him under the turret, keep him alive as long as possible, and it definitely paid off for him. Now the story of the game is going to be, what can this Fed Kha'Zix do? Cyanide was highlighted. We'll have to see where he moves next because he's trying to go help Soaz out. He's still under pressure here.
Soaz caught out by the death sensors once again and the Flay, but he is hanging on by the skin of his teeth to that turret. I don't think it's going to last any longer. Blood Boil down on Sand. There is finally that top turret going down for OMG. They invested a lot of time. It took them 7 minutes to get that down.
And it cost them a level 6 Kha'Zix here versus a level 4 Nunu. This is the big discrepancy. Fnatic need to work around a very fed jungler.
Go in on that red buff, so he's going to be clearing that one out. We'll see whether he heads on down, of course. This is the top lane they're taking away that red buff because Pomelo's looking at stealing away the red buff. Actually, they're jumping on Sand. He does take the lantern to get out of that one. A good gank attempt from Fnatic, though.
Thank goodness they do have that Thresh to go with the immobile AD carry because that would have been another kill for Cyanide, and he's already getting out of control. Early Lizard Elder completed increases his gold income so dramatically. Now we do see another fight over the red buff. They don't want to give up the second one, and since San took so much damage, they might actually want to fight this. We see
coming up.
He's swinging over.
He's going to swing around. He's got those spears, remember, and he's up to level 7. They're going to start doing some damage. Hasn't got a great deal of ability power just yet, and it's a 4-man push on towards getting this red buff. They're really making sure they secure that for Pomelo.
He really needed that too. You could see he got level 5 off that. The levels of the buff carrying jungle camps update automatically, so you get bonus experience if you are under leveled, and that right there just got him a whole bunch catching up to Cyanide.
You can see the crowd. Home favorites are also your guys' favorites watching at home. 77% of you. No surprises there, of course. Pretty much everyone watching is an LCS viewer, so they will go with the team they know. OMG, of course, the big Chinese favorites. That spear not going to quite land on Xiyang there. They are putting some pressure on this mid turret, though. They're working it down.
Right. This was our featured matchup. There was so much action going up top lane that we haven't even been paying attention here. Pekka's been getting a couple of ganks, and the ganks are not going to cause Xiyang to worry about his life. However, they did relieve some pressure, and Nidalee actually being up in CS is ridiculous against Lulu because Lulu can shove her in early. Now that Pekka has hit that point, he's level 6. He's much more comfortable dealing with this Lulu in the mid lane.
The wards go down and the crowd goes wild about it. Blue buff spawning, Cyanide's on it. Peke definitely wants this one, but you can see OMG investing a lot of time in this one, moving everybody around here. Alan actually caught between Peke though. I'm not too sure.
Cyanide has a smite up and he can steal. Oh!
That's going to be locked down, and that's actually pretty serious. Cyanide getting caught out there. Pomelo taking away both the red and the blue buff from Fnatic's jungle now.
Like to see Nunu making use of the kit to counter jungle. A lot of times we've seen that falling off, but Pomelo is doing a great job, and they also are controlling the dragon after the blue steal. Because of the deep wards that they have, they see Fnatic back off, and they take another objective for themselves.
And they were so confident that that was already secured, going teleported before they even took that dragon up to that top lane to prevent Soaz from pushing on that tower. So OMG step themselves close to leading now in gold. It's very much even between the two, but of course, with that dragon down, you got to feel OMG starting to swing this game in their favor.
They are. Fnatic still have the mobility advantage. They're definitely going to want to spread this one out, and they haven't really been able to use Cyanide. Even though he did get that fed, they were getting more counter jungled, and OMG want to take down the last outer turret so that they can actually continue the counter jungling.
May well do it. That Death Sentence doesn't land, but the tower will go down. Fnatic trying to repel them here. You can see Soaz and Rekkles were completely out of position. Rekkles, we should add, has got a giant farm lead over Sand right now. You can see it's nearly 30 CS there, but they've been off the side lanes. They've not been playing the objective game, which OMG have already moved into.
Yeah, people were criticizing the Chinese scene for the lack of focus there, but OMG are showing up very big here. They made the right move so far. Dragon plus the mid turret without an answer from Fnatic, and it's very hard for Fnatic to answer this as well because of the blue buff on Nidalee, or on Lulu. Such great wave clear from her.
Yeah, and of course, Nidalee, as you mentioned earlier on, is not going to be a strong force early on. Has to sit back, farm. Although, watching the Faker game the other day for SK Telecom versus Samsung Ozone, Faker plays Nidalee a little bit different than anyone else. Gets in there in Cougar form. But at the moment, Fnatic are putting pressure on towards this mid turret. They've got a good bit of damage on towards it. Xiyang taking some serious damage off the backside as well.
Yeah, great poke landing onto him affords them a lot of turret damage. That 2 skill shots hitting, Yellowstar and Peke both find home, and they're rewarded with the turret.
So, going, defending off that top lane. Soaz going back to base, heading towards that Triforce early on Aurelia. We've seen that many, many times before, so at least Freak will certainly be happy that the tons of damage will be done.
I also like the build here for Shyvana, going for the early Cutlass, looking for a Blade, just because they don't need double tanks. Nunu in the late game likes to soak up damage. He's definitely a utility jungler, so they wanted another damage source, and he's going to bring it.
4 members of Fnatic closing in towards this top lane on going, and puts the ward down. But down in the tri-bush beneath him is Peke and Yellowstar. We'll see whether they decide to move around there. Peke is going to face check in towards going. We'll just pounce over the river.
Oh, no, he won't.
Oh, had to flash there instead. He won't be happy with that. That's a cooldown.
He failed the jump to just juke going. It was all planned.
Yellowstar, no mana on this one. They're actually landing in a flame. Xiyang's going to be the focus here. Soaz dives in towards him, gets the stun down, has to use the wild gun to save himself. Absolute zero coming out from Pomelo, and they will save themselves. That was a close encounter, but nobody going down.
Great zoning there from Pomelo. Using the absolute zero to stop that aggression because Fnatic really need to catch someone. What an interrupt from Alan, but it might cost him his life.
Trying to do a mad life. I'm not sure it's going to work out this time because Soaz is going to try and turn it back around. One more blade turn to the colleague. Doing the damage. Rekkles gets himself the kill. He comes across. Pomelo's going to be the next focus target. Soaz has got his stun available. available, but they're not going to tower dive yet.
But that sacrifice was all for this bottom lane. Look where the teleport was trying to go. It's Jinx alone with a turret. That means the turret has no chance.
Well, Soaz is back in just out of the side of that ward, but as you mentioned, San will take this tower down, so that's going to be 3-2 in favor of them, making sure the tower does all the damage to the minions before it goes down, making sure he secures that one. So, despite the kill advantage for Fnatic, it is advantage OMG so far in terms of gold and towers.
And look at the builds here too. They're going all damage from pretty much everybody. So they're going to have to rely on getting those picks. Uh-oh. Soaz is going for the chase.
He's going to flash the Chompers. He hasn't got another Blade Surge available. Instead, he's going to get caught out by the stun there. Will get slowed down. Soaz trying to put the damage down, but the support, the teleport being called in, going, cancels it out there, but it's enough to save San.
So he gets a half teleport for his flash cooldown. Interesting little trade there. Soaz wanted to take advantage of the lack of tower for San to retreat to. But it was basically a pretty even trade.
This is a tense opening game between these two teams, both clearly trying to see who can poke an advantage. And at the moment, Fnatic, they're making a move on towards his top lane turret. You can see 4 members closing in here. Goin's going aggressive. He's going to try and push it in there. You can see Peke. Is he going to catch him out there? The exhaust goes down. Yellowstar putting the damage down. One more hit, but it's not enough. The minion wave is not with them.
Goes aggressive at the wrong time, but doesn't really pay for it. They get the exhaust out of Peke. Yes, they are going to have to give up this turret, but that's because Fnatic commit 4 members up to this top side. So many resources up top side means that OMG can answer by shoving up mid.
So 3-3 in turrets. All outer turrets now down for both teams. We'll see who is going to go aggressive. Who's going to really make that first push in towards the inners, because at the moment OMG have a big push in this mid lane and Fnatic are not really that close to defend it.
So Fnatic actually had 2 waves that they were pushing right there. Pretty good pressure on both top and bottom, and yet they relieve all that pressure. Both lanes recall and they try to collapse to defend mid instead. Let's see if this pays off. They might be able to cut off one person.
The spears land in. Peke's trying to sneak around that side there. Isn't going to go too aggressive on this one. A pretty close range spear does land on Xiang. Xiang manages to get that picks down on him and will stop him in his tracks with that Glitterland. So Fnatic react, but while this is all happening, San has been gaining ground on Rekkles.
He is shoving a lot of solo lane experience here, but really the Dragon coming up soon is the next story, because Fnatic just got some good spears on Allen. Looks like he's just been chugging health potions though, so won't hurt them too bad. Going for one of these dragons when OMG are in place is very dangerous because of the Smite, Consume, and Flash available for Pomelo. The steal potential is very, very high for this, even though Cyanide is known to have great Smite control. It's going to be difficult.
Exhaust is down for Yellowstar. That's really the only summoner spell from their side. So he's getting hooked in. He's not too worried about that, but he's going to get caught out. A lot of damage come down. Absolutely zero. They still don't quite take Soaz down. One more hit. There it is. San manages to get one down. They're going to choose on towards it. Super Mega Death Rocket already used, so he can't be finishing off on Rekkles. Peke getting chased down. Pounces away from that death sentence of Allen. He's not going to be able to close the ground. Going, trying to catch in towards there. But that was a good fight for OMG.
Yeah, they're the ones that want to take these team fights around Dragon. They've got the Shyvana. They have the mid-game tank here. Fnatic are the poke-heavy team. They need to land spears. They have to land empowered Karma Qs before the fight starts. If they get engaged on like that, the death sentence, that's going to mean a big win for OMG, rewarded with another Dragon, and their global gold goes up again.
Gold advantage, as you say, in OMG's favor now. The blue buff was stolen away last time. Pomelo taking a spear to the face, but the rest of OMG are here to defend, and Peke really is going to need that. That's a big spear on Pomelo. That will force him away from this blue buff for now.
Another poke landing there from Yellowstar on the exit, but really, this is only a small win for Fnatic. Just the consolation prize. They already made the mistake, starting up the Dragon themselves, taking the team fight without landing the poke. Yes, they will have the blue buff Nidalee spears to rely on, though, to buy them a little bit of time.
So, Soaz will return to the top lane, needs to get some of that farm going, get that Aurelia build stacking out, because at the moment he's kind of half-heartedly between everything, whereas Going already with that Ninja Tabi, that Giant's Belt, and as he mentioned, that build toward a Cutlass building up towards that Blade of the Rune King. Really got a good build going already.
And I mentioned the tank of Shyvana just because Soaz is going full damage and speed build here.
Yeah.
Very early upgrade for his boots. He's extremely squishy. They need to make use of that mobility. If that's what they're going to invest in, that's what they're relying on. It's not pure combat stats. They don't want to take full-on 5-on-5 fights. They want to try and catch people out, try and take advantage of the positioning from OMG. But OMG's warding has been very good, and their objective control has been stellar.
Sam backing away. We'll see what he picks up as his second item. Seen a number of second items coming out. Will he go with that Legolas build? He's got this Berserker Greaves complete, and I think that is all he's going to stick with. There's the Zeal. That's what I was waiting for. So he's going for the Zeal in there. Reckless, of course, a little bit behind, despite the fact getting that CS advantage. Has yet to go back and buy. Red buff is where the focus
another
is.
hook.
Death Sentence lands. Cyanide not going to get drawn in, but with Xiang coming in to help out, Yellowstar's getting picked out. He's going to get forced away. Soa's getting drawn into this fight. Everything being fought for these buffs so far.
Fnatic are calling over Reckless as well. They don't want to give this one up.
Spear caught in. Soaz did get the reset on the Blaze Surge, but you can see the Absolute Zero gets knocked back into it. Soaz taken so low. He's got next to no health stats here, and he's going to get caught out by the rest of OMG. There's going to be the final kill. Allen's going to flash away as well to safety. Cyanide now caught out, trying to use that stealth, trying to pounce away. Wild Growth is going to bounce him back in the air. They're keeping him at bay just a little bit there. There's the Culling doing... Oh! Sam taken so low. The spear not enough though. Beckett's going to chase. The Inner Flame lands from Yellowstar. The spear does manage to find his target. Sam goes down. Beckett closing in. Allen now caught out. It's a double for Beckett.
And Pomela's out of mana. Here's the speed from Fnatic. They're able to chase. Great job there from Yellowstar, keeping the steam boosted up. And can they get any more? This is way too early for Baron, but they've got 2 kills. They have control of the map. It's just a sad story for them because the waves are not pushed up. The biggest thing they can get is this blue buff.
But I think we're starting to see the turning tides. This is what happens when that Nidalee, the spear starts to land there. Pomelo is not going to be able to get it away. The blue buff has already been taken away, so Fnatic get a tiny objective from all that, but it was an very even traded fight there for a while.
Let's look at this again, because Soaz, as we said, he doesn't have combat stats, so basically he knows he can't fight this and he's just trying to run away. A lot is used on him though, and the Lantern specifically being used this early is very big. Allen has to use everything he has, so he has nothing to save Zan when those important abilities do land onto the AD carry. And if we see as soon as they thread one through here, the Culling and the Spear both getting through to hit the AD carry, that's the main damage source of this team. That is the heart of this team. When he gets this low, they have to start running away, but they're frantically running away. Peke again showing his marksmanship there, threading the needle twice in a row, saving his team's red side jungle.
And more importantly for Peke, he's so close to getting that death cap complete now. The spears are just going to get stronger from here on out. Xiang, of course, a little bit more of a utility on Lulu, but also very helpful. And it is, as we saw in that fight there, OMG, last time they've been around that dragon, the utility, everybody works as a great team fight. Pomelo, of course, getting that blood ball down on Sand. So we'll see how it works out next time they face. At the moment, though, Soaz is getting ever so closer towards that Trinity Force. Sunfire Cape now coming in for going in that next fight. It should be fine.
Uh-oh, another hook onto Peke!
Oh, Peke in trouble. I'm not sure he's going to get out of this time. Absolutely exploded by the Super Mega Death Rocket of Sand.
Allen is coming up huge for OMG here. Turns this completely around. Peke was the biggest thing keeping Fnatic in this game, throwing out those spears mid-game, and now he's not going to be up for this turret. Allen basically just got them this turret by himself.
You know, you think back to Royal Gaming, they actually really lost out in the lane phase back in their World Championships. At the moment, they're getting picked off, which is something Fnatic do so well. They are being beaten in their own game right now, getting caught out in those lanes. So as a game, he's having to stay in that top lane for so long to keep that farm going.
They are doing the right things, though. They're defensively warding their own jungle. Another hook!
Another hook. This time, they're not going to grasp on it. You can see Cyanide was out there. The Flay actually misses, forces the lead there, but coming straight in, going with the Wild Growth, bounces them all in the air. Yellowstar taking so low. Absolute Zero pops out, and it's another kill for OMG.
They get another hook. They get another kill. Great flank from Going as well. They were going to escape with that one, but he gets into position for the Lulu ultimate, enough to get a kill. And that's going to award them another blue buff, 18 seconds till Dragon. If they could also take the Dragon, this is very fortunate timing for OMG.
A lot of ultimates used in that last fight, though. We need to remember that. We saw the Wild Growth being pumped out, as well as the Absolute Zero. Super Mega Death Rocket is available, and OMG, look at Allen with those Death Sentence. Oh, so close to catching Peke once again here. Teleport is not available for Soaz either, so he has to make tracks, and you can see him already heading down to Dragon now.
Yeah, even though Pekka and Cyanide are there, they have a very, very dangerous time even trying to get close to this. Should probably just back off. They can't risk another one of these hooks turning into an extra kill.
It's a big dragon that's gone down already. The hook again. Yellowstar caught out. No teleport, no flash this time around. He's going to get caught out. It's another super mega death rocket finish from San.
I mean, you gotta reward Alan there. He almost died for that one, and he's getting hook after hook after hook. Complete control here from OMG now.
Definitely showing that Thresh needs to be a ban potentially against him in future games. Of course, this is the opening game, so this is where everybody else will be watching because everybody plays everybody in this matchup. It is a full round robin. Everybody will take in all the research notes from this matchup.
Yeah, speaking of everybody playing everybody, Alan himself was a jungler as well.
Yeah.
He plays multiple roles.
Loveland, of course, everybody should know
at
that.
Worlds. So he plays multiple roles at the highest level, and it's great to see him back on support, still at home. I mean, both these guys actually prefer jungle, him and Pomelo, but the switch has actually worked out pretty well for them.
Peke getting caught out, and a lot of damage coming out from Xiyong this time around, putting that picks down, keeping that little ants on him and slowing him down. He's also clearing out the wards there. Yellowstar got to be careful because he's been caught out by that death sentence a number of times. Triforce now completed by Soaz, but look at Go. He's now got the Sunfire Cape and the Blade of the Rune King complete.
Yeah, he's a beast right now. The tank difference right now with OMG and with Fnatic means everything. That's why the team fights, it's always Fnatic that have to do some kiting. They have to be able to get around some sort of wall or kite through the jungle here somewhere because they can't take a full-on 5-on-5 team fight.
So let's look across the map and maybe take note. You know, we were talking about it at the start of the game, the vision that is available. You can see Fnatic, they're clearly just defending their base. They have got good vision in their own jungle though,
yes.
but OMG, all in Fnatic's jungle.
You can see they're doing everything they possibly can to avoid getting picked off more. That's what they have to do. They just have to hope for them to actually get the jump on OMG. Hope that OMG get a little lazy in their moves and try and catch somebody off guard.
Well, the red buff is again going to be the focus target. OMG making sure they starve every little resource from Fnatic. Cyanide not having any.
4 versus 5!
He gets pulled in there. You can see Alan, the death sentence flung out once again, and Cyanide gets hooked in. Flashes out, but it's not going to help out. That stealth is only going to last so long, and it's another kill for OMG.
There's Fnatic, they cannot contest these, especially when they have the numbers going against them. Peke was all the way down bottom lane farming with Nidalee. There's no way that Cyanide can get anything in this red side jungle. The best he could hope for would be a Smite Steal to get away his own red buff, but they're just continuing to give away more kills.
Peke bouncing just at the right time there. The Inner Flame also stopping Alan, but if that would have been Yellowstar taking that step closer, it would have been problems. Alan does eat the spear from Peke, but they're just trying to bait them in towards that Baron.
And it's working. They have complete vision control over it. Fnatic, however, you could see how trepid they were around that bush. Peke, though, this time he gets caught again.
Alan follows through, throws out the lantern, Sand drawn in there. Peke doesn't have the flash available to him. He got caught on the wall, and the mid laner is down. That's going to be Baron.
Another hook, another kill, and another objective, this time forcing. Okay, this is Fnatic's actually window to get back in. If they can miraculously steal this Baron, then they can turtle and hope to get back in the game.
It's going to be so hard for Cyanide. Soaz risks it to get in there and try and get a ward in. You can see he's going to have to jump in, but he's against the Smite.
He goes for it!
Goes in towards it, gets it! Oh, Cyanide manages to steal it! That's what they needed. He pays the price with his life, but that was such an important Smite steal from Cyanide.
Cyanide comes up huge! No flash, so he has to use his jump to get in. There's no coming out. He knew this was a one-way ticket into the Baron pit, but it was successful. He got the Baron, and now is their time for stalling. They closed a little bit of the gold lead, and they also can rely on Nidalee Spears. If they defend, let's let the home team have their time. But yes, if they can defend, they can buy more time. They need to just play one team fight really well without having somebody get caught out early. I mean, they have the capabilities to split up, to kite this team. They just haven't been able to do it because somebody is always getting hooked right at the beginning.
They don't have the guy that can go in and just take the damage in the first place. Sometimes it's Cyanide, but again, Yellowstar getting caught out. The spear does come out from Peke, catching Pomelo, but it gets gained. OMG, all about objective control, coming in, starving the resources, and it's the blue buff again they're coming on for. Pomelo taking yet more damage this time around. That he will steal the blue buff again from Peke.
Pretty big win for them. Even though Fnatic have the purple buff, blue buff is still crucial to their style. They need that on Peke. However, in the late game, it's not quite as big of a deal. He does have the Athenes to rely on, and it is going to be a bit slower of mid-game right now because they're just trying to catch up in gold.
Well, we could talk about San because he's at 5-1-2 now, right now. That Super Mega Death Rocket being used to execute every single time somebody gets caught out. And Alan generally being the lead man, building towards that face of the mountain.
And if you're going to play Jinx, this is the type of team that you want to play Jinx in because your front line has the advantage. You're constantly making Fnatic retreat and run away from you, so Jinx doesn't have to worry about getting dove. He's not in any pressure from Soaz, from Cyanide, who are the ones who are going to be trying to dive in on him. He's always on the offensive here. And even if he does get a little bit too far forward, he's always got Alan to rely on for the Thresh Lantern.
With the Dragon up in 12 seconds, Fnatic are trying to get themselves in position. We saw Soaz considered backing off there, but he sees Go going here. He's going to stick around, see if he can shove the wave a little bit longer. Dragon is now up, and Fnatic actually in position to try and start this one.
Going does have his teleport though, so this is very dangerous. There are deep wards. He could teleport behind and flank them.
He's going to see whether he comes in. There he is. He's coming in towards the bush just off the side. Does not get in. That you can see the Dragon taken so low. Cyanide tries to get in. Can't smite it out this time. Going pounces on towards him. Cyanide advances this fight, but the rest of his team are peeling off there. They're trying to poke the Culling coming out. This is a good turnaround. But again, the execute from San lands. Reckless gets pinned down by Xiang, and the rest of Fnatic, they have to back away again. Peke's in middle ground. Where's he going to get caught out? He's behind enemy lines. Will San check out that bush? Yes, he will. Peke's made a miraculous escape before, but look at that damage from San. He's trying to pounce. He's got the help from Yellowstar. Soaz comes around there. They do manage to land the inner flame, and now Pomelo might be focused in the target. No, he's going to get away. Fnatic have to back away. The rest of OMG are responding.
Talked about how offensively San's playing, but it looks like Fnatic are not out of the woods. Lulu coming down from top as well. They're going to try and cut him.
Going comes around the side. Yellowstar slowed down. Here comes Xiang. Will manage to catch on. Yellowstar taken so low. He's going to be the one to drop. Soaz is next. That's going to be a second for San again on a killing spree here. One more shot. He's just massacring Fnatic right now. 8-1-4 for the AD carry.
Another amazing collapse from OMG. They let Fnatic start up the Dragon, and they rely on the deep ward teleporting in there, going, coming in and cutting off the entire team, and then we get to see more aggressive play for San. He got the kill with the Super Mega Death Rocket, and once he got excited, he then flashes over the wall for another kill.
With the armor and the shields, you see going happily tanking out that turret. That's going to be one in him going down as well. And OMG, well, will they stick around to push at the moment? Fnatic are just about respawning. They're going to play it safe for now, but that is Fnatic's base wide open.
So this is the hide and go seek here from Peke. He waits in long enough for the rest of his team to come down, so he will escape for a little bit. But Fnatic trying to aggress on these two members is a little bit too much. They do see going. So they see Shyvana. At this point, they're trying to retreat, but they also do not have wards deep enough to see Lulu cutting them off. And that's really going to be the end of the story for them, because Lulu coming in with the ultimate is enough CC, and it actually costs Fnatic 2 more members of their lives to get Peke out of there. And he doesn't even get out.
Yeah, the Get Excite comes out for San, speeds in through there. And now he is an absolute beast. Phantom Dance, Infinity Edge, and Bloodthirst are all completed. Doesn't need to go for the armor, really, the last Whisper yet, because there's no armor really built up. Finally, we're starting to see Cyanide and Soaz stacking out some of that armor. They're starting to build some of those items, but it's a little bit too late at 32 minutes.
Yeah, we're seeing why. Fnatic, they built all offensively. If this team gets behind, it's very hard for them to come back because their 2 frontliners, Soaz and Cyanide, looking to dive in, build very offensively early, and they rely on poke. So they don't have a lot of really good hard engage. They can't take those team fights. Once this OMG team does get the early lead, it's just been too hard for Fnatic to get back into it, giving away way too many picks.
So 10,000 gold lead almost built up now for OMG. The Baron up in just a minute's time, but not really being the focus by OMG. They are all about the objectives. You can see now they have those 6 turrets down. The super minions will be pushing that bottom wave. And the mid lane now seems to be the focus for GoGoing, at least as the rest of the team gather to once again steal that blue buff away from Fnatic.
All right, they're going to go aggressive here on GoGoing, but he's the main tank, as we talked about. He got a good start, and he's never looked back. After the early Cutlass went into some tank stats, and he's even been able to finish his Blade of the Ruined King. So even though Reckless on Lucian, more mobile than Jinx, has a ridiculously hard time of staying alive.
Fnatic are grouping, they're keeping defensive formation in this middle. This is where they suspect the pressure's going to come in from OMG. But you can see San, he's actually taking the blue buff of his own. So San with the double stacks, level 17 as well. You can see the level advantage that OMG have built up over Fnatic. It's generally 2 levels per player over Fnatic right now. That's a big problem.
It's a huge problem. They cannot, again, get through the zoning of a full tank Nunu and this beastly Shyvana with how far Soaz and Cyanide are behind. So they have to rely on picking somebody off while they're by themselves, or some amazingly ridiculous spears from Peke landing on the high priority target. Another pick!
Oh, Yellowstar once again caught out with the death sentence. Will not. Yes, he will go down. He gets exhausted out there. The rest of OMG claps in towards Soaz, gets pulled into the team. He can't escape. The Culling doing next to no damage right now. Soaz will drop. That's 2 kills for OMG and the tower, as well as they push through for the inhibitor in the top.
And Allen taking one of those kills, well deserved this one. Ridiculous death sentences all game long. Second inhibitor gonna go down. This might even be the end of the game.
I mean, you gotta say 100% kill participation from Allen so far. 16 kills in the entire game, a 1-3-15 result. Allen has really stepped it up as the support.
Because he's the one getting all the catches. He's starting off all of these fights.
Fantastic performance. OMG back off again. Second inhibitor is now down. Baron is up as everybody passes over that wall. This is the catch once again.
All right, Yellowstar had his speed boost, but he was just walking back and forth in the bush. And another good hook, another good kill. Actually, they flashed over even further, hooking Soaz through the box so they secure not 1, but 2 there for Allen.
And there goes the Baron. OMG in full control right now of Fnatic. They have shown up to be the dominant force we expected them to be. They really have absolutely stamped their authority on the Chinese LPL, and they're showing right now why.
There were some bright spots for Fnatic, though. We had the spears from Xpeke in the red side to get them back into the game, landing 2 crucial spears directly onto San through the entire enemy team. Almost got them back in, and then Cyanide as well did his part, stealing away the Baron, but it was only a brief respite awarded to them, and they've just been crushed now. When we see these types of teams come back, these poke-heavy, assassin-heavy teams, it's when they still have all their inhibitor turrets up, and they're able to turtle out and defend at those, try and capitalize on a mistake by their enemies. But OMG already have 2 down, so it's a pretty clear path for them to victory.
And it's been a clear pick game for OMG every step of the way. As you mentioned, their death sentences so often lead in the way. They are clearing out every single objective now. You know, you mentioned that they have the longest average game in the Chinese LPL, but clearly they do it systematically by the numbers, as they seem to be doing right now, and driving in towards it. That inhibitor has respawned, but it's not going to stay there for long. Fnatic are going to have to throw all their eggs in one basket at these Nexus turrets. Again, death sentence thrown out, does not land this time. They're trying to get some poke onto Allen, but now he's so tanky that really it's not making too much dent.
Rotating over to the mid lane. Now this is a good rotation. From the bottom, sort of circular movement here up to the mid.
Pivoting around the Nexus turret. I see what they did. I see what they did. Look at this. The tanking, the damage. They can just shield through everything that inhibitor turret can go through them. They tank it all out. That's the inhibitor turret going down. The final one of the game. And now they focus on towards Cyanide. He has to leap away. They're pounced away from this one. They're trying to keep the super minions away from the Nexus turret. The Nexus turret almost taken down. Soaz on next. Another glitter lamps coming through there. Another play from Allen keeps them away. The Culling is merely massaging that turret right now. The Nexus turrets will drop, and that final Nexus is all that is standing between OMG taking victory. They catch out 1. That's going to be Peke going down. Cyanide caught out the side. The rockets from San going left and right. Soaz getting focused down. San with a minigun now gets himself the double kill. Cyanide escapes, but not for long as Yang finds him with the picks. That is going to be game and a triple kill for San. OMG takes game 1 at All-Stars Paris.
Well played by the forces of darkness here. OMG come out huge. And they did not look to have that lack of vision control that people are talking about from scrims. They kept their ward line slowly encroaching into Fnatic's territory, and they got pick after pick after pick inside Fnatic's own jungle.
It was a good start for Fnatic. Let's not take that away from them. There was definitely signs at the beginning, and OMG actually had a very slow start, in all fairness, with the pushes in the top lane, but it did work out for them. And once they got their flow going, once they got their rotations going, they really seemed unstoppable.
Quite a beautiful game, actually, closing it out very, very convincingly.
Fantastic performance. So, OMG, game one in the bag. How far do they go now? How do they look in comparison to the other teams? Obviously, we haven't seen them play yet. We're going to have SKT. This is Taipei Assassins coming up in just a moment. But are they looking like potential champions already?
It's a great start for them. And I think they did answer a few of the questions that people had. So I'm sure on the analyst desk, Freak is very happy. Actually, everybody chose OMG to win this particular game except Officio. So maybe he's not.
And the home crowd, unfortunately.
And the home crowd, definitely.
Unfortunately, Fnatic. So, 0-1. But how do we rate Fnatic in this one? Obviously, they've come into this one, and we've had discussions with them. They've talked about how it's been tricky for them to practice because obviously we finished the playoffs, what, 2-3 weeks ago? 2 weeks ago. It's just blurring very quickly. It feels like it's been 3 weeks ago. We had a break. But they've been talking about how they've struggled to practice. Obviously, they've come here to Paris, and everybody has been practicing against everybody. How do we see it for them? Because we saw the picks when they came out, and they actually are very similar, like you said, to the playoffs, the champions they chose.
I mean, this is kind of the strategy that they've already been showing. So if you are researching Fnatic, this is what you would expect coming into the game. So they could prepare themselves against this type of strategy. It looked like Fnatic were kind of thrown off, too, by the way that game started, because OMG did such a weird start up top, and they were so slow with it. Sending Soaz up there and Cyanide up there, it was, you know, a little helter-skelter, and they barely came out ahead in that turret dive. So I don't know about Fnatic. They're always a wild card, though. Even if they start out poor in a tournament, they could still come back and make it all the way to the final.
Well, you just need to look at the Worlds and Katowice. They lost to Vulcan in Game 1 in the World Finals back in October, September time. And in Katowice, they lost to IG in the first game and then came back to get to the final and become runners-up. So let's not read too much into the first game of a round-robin tournament, but it is a very good start nonetheless for OMG. Looking solid, and talking about Xiong. Xiong obviously was MVP before coming in here. 3-0-12 in this one, going in the top lane, 4-0-13. These are incredible stats, and we've talked about Alan pretty much all game, but we didn't talk about San alongside him too much other than when he was picking up the double kills. 11-1-6 for San.
It's because he's the workhorse of this team. He's the Jinx that's in back. Everyone else is making the aggressive moves, and he's the one putting out most of the damage for the team. So even though he's not on the front lines making the flashy plays, except down maybe by Dragon, he was really the backbone of the team, and he did his job really well.
And we should look at the jungle. Pomelo, of course, on the Nunu, actually went 1-1-17 as well, so he was involved in, what, 90% of the kills. Now, Nunus haven't been that successful every time we see them coming out. Of course, we've been seeing SK Telecom running it a number of times over in OGN. But Europe and North America don't really go with Nunu too much.
I liked it in this one, not only for the counter jungling that he was able to pull off, but also because Fnatic have these squishy champions that are looking to dive in onto the Jinx, who's immobile. They've got a Kha'Zix and they've got an Aurelia. It's so hard. It's the most frustrating thing to try and dive through a Nunu in one of these team fighting competitions. And it worked out really well for them. They were never able to get to San. He was never under pressure until Peke had some miracle spears that he was threading through everybody. That was the only time they were able to kill San.
That was the one and only team ramp. So looking back towards those Dragon fights, were Fnatic wrong to try and go for them? Clearly,
so
OMG
maybe
had
the
a big
first
advantage.
one. Yeah, maybe the first one, it was a little bit iffy to start that one up, and then they got engaged on while they were not able to land any pokes. So obviously they're going to lose that one.
Well, it is now time to check in with Shox, who is standing by with Yellowstar from Fnatic for more about that match.
Thank you very much, guys. Indeed, joined by Yellowstar here immediately. Crowd is, of course, very happy to see you. You guys, very first game of the tournament, and it was a tough one. Tell me a little bit about your strategy, what you wanted to pick, what they got, and how the early game went.
Well, we studied them really well yesterday, but the main problem is they had a better setup to team fights, and we got kind of surprised. Even though we had an early advantage, we were one tower ahead. We had 2 kills and it was really good for us, but we were kind of scared. I don't know what's going on, but we were kind of scared and it's an unusual thing for us.
It is quite unusual, yet in the beginning we saw Cyanide flashing in after he got that double kill, and then they were just in your guys' jungle all the time, and there wasn't really anything you could do either with warding.
We expect them to play really aggressive, and we always had the vision on them, but as I said, like, if we don't get to poke them before we fight, then we will just lose straight, and that's what happened.
Yeah, but they are, of course, a very strong team. What do you take of this? If you know, look, you have so many matches to come yet, of course. What do you take from this one?
Well, they are one of the favorites of the tournament, and they play really well, so we'll just try to step up our game, and we'll just focus on the following games.
So, as you mentioned it, the following game, or one of the following games, is versus Cloud9, and we all know how rival that is. How are you looking forward to that game? They're always good.
Yeah, they're always good, but unfortunately, Hai couldn't come, so I hope it won't affect really much, but I know he's the captain, and I hope he gets better. So, yeah, I'm looking forward to play against them.
Yeah, best wishes from all of us, of course, to Hai as well. After this game, if you know that you have so many more games to come and you see which other teams are in this tournament, it's very stacked. How high do you think you guys can end in the tournament?
Sorry?
How high do you think you guys can end in the tournament? Do you think you can still win it?
I didn't get it.
Do you think you can win the tournament? How strong do you think you guys are?
As I said, like, if we step up the game, if we pick better, then if we gain some confidence again, because we were kind of afraid this game, so I hope we can do it, and we will probably step up.
Okay, Yellowstar, of course, I'm going to give you the chance to talk to the guys here. Est-ce que vous avez quelque chose à dire aux gens ici?
Merci à tous d'être venus, vous êtes géniaux. Et si on gagne, la victoire ne sera pas que pour nous, mais aussi pour vous, parce que vous êtes juste géniaux et merci.
He's saying it's fantastic that all these people are here. And this is, of course, not only for the players, but it's for all of the fans that we're putting on this show. Thank you very much, Yellowstar. Good luck in the rest of your games today. And now it's time to kick it back over to the gentleman at the analyst desk. Cookshot, take it away.
Thank you very much, Sharks. And it's good hearing from the French players, of course, in the French crowd. Fnatic losing the first game of the All-Star Invitational. We were particularly excited and interested to see how the lane matchups, the lane swaps, the 4v0s, the 2v1s, the 3v, the laning was going to go. Let's start this one with Monty. Talk to me about the lane swaps, the early game. How do you think it went for both of the teams involved?
Well, we did see something that was pretty common in the West right there, which was a two-wave push coming in from Fnatic. And really by two-wave push, I mean they push on the second wave after taking a single buff instead of going for both buffs and then pushing on the third wave, which is a cannon minion wave. So that combined with the fact that Fnatic had the bottom side of the map for their 2v1 meant that they were able to push down the tower very quickly, whereas the tower went down about 7 minutes up top for OMG. So they had that initial advantage. And I know Krepo was talking about, while we were sitting here on the desk, something that he noticed as well as part of that lane swap process in terms of the defense from OMG.
Yeah, first I want to point out, I feel like Fnatic had the better strategy. I'm really a big fan of the 4v0 push, because at the moment Fnatic hit this tier 2 tower, OMG was still at the top, sieging that tier 1 tower, and they were unsure, and they want to take it slow, because they're used to go 1 tower for 1 trade in China, and then just bounce the way back of that first tower. If Fnatic, in my opinion, decided to push down the second tower, they would have had a big advantage. Instead, they ended up sending their top laner back, and eventually he got poked down and he got dove. And that's actually another mistake that happened, but then on OMG side, and I think we even have a replay of that, so if you can get that on your screen real quick. We can point out, like, the initial mistake in the lane swaps, in my opinion, was an OMG side. Then Fnatic made a mistake not switching back. But now, in this situation, we have Soaz under the tower. Cyanide came to help him, a little late. But now OMG is going to look to dive. But in my opinion, they should just burst this tower down, then switch to Soaz. But they get really greedy. And if you see, Cyanide's playing really well here. He's just staying in front of Soaz, making sure no hook can connect. And if he's rolled the clip, yeah, they're trying to get him. Nice stun by Soaz. Hook misses. Alan goes in. They did get the first blood, but then you feed Kha'Zix 2 kills for free. And this is where I really feel like OMG dropped the ball. Imagine if they did not do this and they just played solid, they would have won the game flat out.
Well, they did win the game flat out, luckily.
Flat outer.
Flat outerer. As the game progressed, Freak, talk to me about what your opinion was on OMG, because in my mind, they were playing very aggressive. They had a lot of rotations around the map, regardless of whether they were ahead or behind on gold. What was your take on their performance?
So OMG played the way I think we expect OMG to play. They don't as much focus on turrets as they focus on ways to fight their opponents, right? They came with a team fight composition. They're obviously focused on Jinx getting ahead and getting massive, which is part of the reason they push slowly, as smart as that may be or not. But they look for ways to pick fights. And one of the big reasons you saw that was like, Fnatic went for a really dumb Dragon attempt, right? And OMG just like shows up and kills them at it, right? Dragon number 1, back 10 minutes in, OMG says, we're better, 5v5, we'll show up for Dragon. They're forcing team fights.
Very quickly to interrupt, I'm sorry, but I did actually prepare some stats on this one. 5 out of 5 Dragons in this particular game. They secured 70 out of 74 Dragons in the LPL over 28 games.
Yeah.
Over 28 games, OMG had secured 70 out of 74 Dragons. That is an incredible stat, and it showed through. They had complete control. Sorry to interrupt.
Yeah, that's how OMG controls the map. It's not pulling in minion waves and going for an outer turret. It's, we'll just take every dragon. Time and again, they take every single dragon, right? And that's how they kind of push themselves forward. Now, when I said earlier in the pre-game predictions, like I hope they don't pick Nidalee, is because they just go for dragons regardless of if it's smart or not. And when they pick Nidalee, they need to poke first, but they don't do that. They'll just show up and start fighting. And if you give them champions that can go head first, like Lulu, Shyvana, they have that.
Yeah, and speaking of not poking first, on the second Dragon of the game at about 16, 17 minutes, we did see, I think, Fnatic play contrary to what their comp was good at. If we take a look, and we look at Nidalee, Lucian, Aurelia, this is a comp and Karma, this is a comp that's really set up for a large mid-game power spike. And the late game's not where you want to go. You also have great Siege with the Nidalee Spears and the Lucian ult in the mid-game, but they chose to go for that second Dragon instead of just rushing down. If you're looking for a weakness in OMG, a team that is dedicated to taking these dragons, go ahead and just rush their lanes and try and take their towers while they kind of mill around Dragon, and ward your flanks deep into the territory so you know if they're coming in on you from the sides.
Yeah, to touch on that a little bit more, all the wave clear OMG really had was Lulu and then a rocket from Jinx. She pretty much had to build Static Shift if they wanted to go into the extended like wave clear scenario. But exactly like Monty said, go for the towers. And if you still want your dragon so desperately, then push the tower and fall back into the area, clean the wards, and make them walk into the spears. Fnatic lost that fight because they desperately tried to get OMG's attention to walk them, but the OMG's like, well, we're close enough to just kill you, so we'll do that.
So we've been talking quite a lot about this game. We've been discussing, you know, which team did well. We've been discussing the replays. We haven't heard from the only member of the analyst desk that voted for Fnatic. Condolences, buddy, but
okay.
What happened to your team?
Well, personally, I think already in Champ Select, they lost it. They didn't straight up lose the game in Champ Select, but they didn't exactly help themselves. Against a team like OMG who loves to team fight, it's very risky to pick a poke comp, especially because once you actually fall behind, if you don't do anything in the mid-game, like Monty pointed out, it's very, very hard to do anything. You can then argue, yeah, sure, poke comp makes you avoid the team fights. In that case, it can work. But because OMG took control of the map and because the lack of wards from Fnatic as well, when they were behind, they just could never do anything to get back in the game. And I think they need to fix up the Champ Select for the next game.
OMG has shown some weaknesses, though, too. Like on the map, if Fnatic would have actually played their composition well, I think they could have opened up this game well enough to basically say, OMG, yeah, you want a team fight, but we'll never let you. We'll just poke you down every time. So I don't really agree with the fact that they lost it in Champs Select. Given the way they played it, I do agree that they lost it in Champs Select. If Fnatic had better strategy coming in, they could have picked this comp. However, they seem to rely a lot on lane power and still want to skirmish. Then I agree fully that they needed to pick more team fight composition.
Soaz ran a little scared to me as well, I thought, you know. Freak, what do you think?
Yeah, ultimately, I think you're right that Fnatic had a lot of hooks in that OMG kind of gave away. The one big thing to me, actually, is that you had this lane swap situation, meaning you've got a dedicated, isolated 1v1 in the mid lane between Peke and Xiang. And Peke won that. He outfarmed him as Nidalee, which you're never supposed to outfarm in 1v1 like ever in pretty much any matchup. And he did freaking great. So Peke is obviously on the up and up. Xiang, I want to see more from him.
I just want to quickly add in, I'm going to take over the stats man role, I think, for this event. Talking about that, just to highlight some numbers, Peke managed to get 90 CS in the first 10 minutes of the game in comparison to the 74 of Xiang. That's Lulu versus Nidalee. At 20 minutes, however, the roles had evened out. Xiang was on 160 at the 20-minute mark to 159 of Peke. So I agree with you, the laning phase was great, especially in a matchup that you shouldn't have. But again, once Fnatic lost control, they really lost a grasp of this entire match.
But another thing was also Reckless. on Lucian. He actually got pretty far ahead in farm because he stayed in the solo lanes to farm, but he was very, very slow to actually move out and help. The first blue buff that goes over to OMG, he stays in the bottom lane to farm. Next time again, OMG pushes the mid tower. Reckless once again stays in the bottom lane, comes in way too late, and the tower is already gone. So while Peggy did very well, Reckless got a lot of farm, but then he didn't use it to anything.
Well, very quickly, Monty.
Yeah, it's just, again, missing that timing window. And also we saw that with Soaz's itemization. Very late Trinity Force on a lane swap to Relia. And so that really didn't help out his situation too. Was unable to make the plays to set up the sieges.
So as a final note, Officio, what does Fnatic need to do to bounce back from this? Is it in-game decision-making, or do you think it's picks and bans?
Well, again, Krabba had a very good point beforehand. The comp could have worked for them. So in that case, it would be the in-game decisions, saying, we got a lead now, we won out on the lane swap, what do we do now? The fast decisions were a little bit off for them, and OMG just took full advantage, and once they got a hit, they never gave Fnatic a chance.
We'll see if they do make that work for us. It is time for a quick break, and when we return, it will be time for Game 2 of the Invitational between the Taipei Assassins and SK Telecom T1K. As we head out, fans are enjoying the All-Star event in different ways and at diverse venues, as are LCS pros like Cloud9's High. As you can see here, High, we wish you a speedy recovery, get well soon. Let us know how you're watching All-Star Paris by tweeting your picks to @LOL Esports and use the hashtag All-Star. As you can see, TPA and SKT are watching these games in preparation for their match, and we'll be back with that face-off when we return in 3.5 minutes.
我觉得他们有之前他们会打到 S3 时光有个3，因为他们3路的对线也都很强，然后jungle又很会带风向。但是近期他们状况好像没那么理想，我觉得我们可以挑他们最近的破口来跟他们进行这场比赛。
Welcome back, everyone, to the All-Stars 2014 live from Le Zénith here in Paris. We, of course, only had our very first game of the Invitational, and we're going to have TPA versus SKT later on. But first, I'm very happy to be joined by CLG's jungler, Dexter, who is still in Europe, it seems, and a little birdie told me that you didn't want to miss this event.
Yeah, I decided to just come and visit it, so yeah, I just came, booked my ticket 4 days ago, and then, yeah, I decided to visit it.
What are your first impressions of the filled-up room and amazing crowd here?
I just arrived 10 minutes ago, and I can say that the crowd is pretty awesome, and it's like the best crowd I feel so far.
Wow. Another compliment for the crowd, of course. We've got a lot of games going on, very important invitational tournament. Fnatic in the first game lost to OMG. What are your overall impressions of that game and maybe for the tournament overall?
I'm not sure if the first game says out anything, but yeah, Fnatic lost, and maybe the poke-comp didn't work out quite well. I didn't see anything, like everything, but yeah, Fnatic fall behind with the poke-comp, that's what I saw, and yeah, that's like, there's nothing much you can do pretty much.
If we take a step back, who do you think is the strongest team in this tournament?
SKT1, I think.
That is clear.
Korean hype train all the way.
Korean hype train, of course. Monty is listening to you. So, final question for you. Obviously, the NA scene, a lot has been going on also in your own team where the new top laners come in, Seraph. What are your general impressions of the changes that are in the NA scene?
I think everyone wants to go to Worlds, so they try to get as many changes in a positive way as possible. And the top 4 or top 5 right now, like you can't tell which teams are top 5, but it all seemed to have a positive effect. I'm a bit worried about TSM because they changed 2 players and X-Special was like their main initiator, and I think it will weaken them a bit, but maybe they can come out strong again. And yeah, they still have Bjergsen, and Amazing is a really good jungler, so I'm looking forward to play against him and show him who's the better European jungler.
And a better German jungler as well.
Yeah.
Coming in there. Well, thank you very much, Dexter. That will, of course, be very interesting to watch. But for now, we've got our next game coming up, so let's kick it back over to the guys at the desk.
Thank you very much once again, Sharks. It's great to hear from Dexter as well. We are about to kick off the game between the Taipei Assassins and SK Telecom T1K. Let's talk a little bit about SKT underperforming. Big underperformance in recent weeks. And also, what are the chances of TPA picking up a win when you consider in their region, they've been undefeated in 10 games, they are playing phenomenal, and they do have that unknown factor to them. So Monty, let's kick it off on you. What's your take?
I mean, if I have to take a look at just one player from this match, unfortunately for SK Telecom, I'm not going to be listing the strongest player on their roster right now, but rather Bengi, who's been underperforming in recent weeks. Ever since we've seen the meta shift from his more vision control style, where he could rely with Faker on information of where the enemy jungler was to outduel the opponent in the mid lane. But as we've been moving through Season 4, we've seen those more utility mids come into play, and Faker's been playing a lot of those. And so it's been more about Bengi having the pressure and the kill potential on the lanes, and he really hasn't manifested that. He's been consistently out-jungled in Korea, and with wins also on TPA, which is a big upgrade over Dinter for that team, he may be in a little bit of trouble.
And in general, an issue for SKT actually maybe goes hand in hand with the thing about Faker as well when it comes to communicating. Because as a team, the shot calling is very off. I mean, we've watched some of the replays, we've seen how they move around and how they forget to move around. Sometimes they just get stuck in one place and the other team moves around them, rotates quickly to a different lane, gets a tower, and SKT is simply too slow to react. So we need to see if there are communication issues, if the shot calling has been fixed coming into this tournament.
Absolutely.
Food for thought. SKT, in my mind, something we've been talking about, they hadn't adapted to the changes in the meta and the new patches. Draw comparisons to TSM. How Bjergsen was an assassin player, all in, could win his lane, could win games single-handedly. Now that mechanical level of play, those style of champions are somewhat falling out of favor in terms of more team-based and rotation-based compositions, you could argue part of the reason for SKT. We'll get to that a little later. I quickly want to ask Freak for some more insight in TPA. What's your take on a team that is quite unknown in this tournament because we haven't seen them too much recently.
Sure. So TPA, I think, is actually very strong where SKT is weak. Their jungler's awesome, whereas Bengi's not so much. Their actual strategic shot calling is very good where SKT is lacking. Those two things are really massive. Now, what I'm worried about for them is will they get outskilled? BB's a phenomenal AD carry, but will he lose to Piglet and Mondu? And Morning's good, but he's fighting Faker. So those are two places where it's like, look, if Wins can carry that lane, the team can out-strategically play SKT and just carry the game from there, and that's possible.
You still have to look in which region they play. I mean, TPA is obviously trying their best, winning all of the matches recently or doing really well, but at the same time, SKT is still playing in Korea. I mean, you can get strategically outsmarted by teams that are just really smart at the game. If you compare that to TPA, they get away with a lot of stuff. If they have to, say they rotate from bot to mid, they have 3 chances to do that. SKT will only get 1 chance, and if they don't take that chance, they will just get out-rotated, as like
closing thoughts to Fisher.
Co-host likes to say.
Perfect point by Krepo. I mean, the Korean teams, they know exactly how to punish mistakes. Can TPA do the same? Can Fnatic, can Cloud9 do the same thing here? If not, then SKT can get away with making some mistakes and rely on just being so strong players.
Well, those questions will be answered in just a moment's time. Before we find them out, though, it is time for our panel to make their predictions. Who do you guys think is going to come out on top in this game? To Fisher, I'm going to go into my crystal ball. What are you predicting?
I will go with SK Telecom.
Monty?
I know everybody's going to be really surprised. SK Telecom T1, baby!
Yeah, well, SKT has the Bjergsen equivalent in Faker, so... As you said, your words, not mine, actually. No, SKT T1 is going to take it.
Yeah, I agree with everyone else here on the desk. SKT is looking rather strong. In general, they're still a very good team, so I think they got this.
Well, unanimous once again on the board. Let's compare that to the fans' predictions. According to LOLesports.com, 84% of you guys think that SKT T1K will win this vote. A couple of TPA supporters said their team did win Season 2 a few years ago, but it was only Bebe that was with him. Anyways, you guys, remember you can predict these games with the pros by heading over to LOLesports.com, picking the teams on today's schedule that you think will win the matchups. It is time to hand the reins over to the crew over at the caster desk.
Thank you very much, Quickshot. Let's get to it here. The starting lineups for our second All-Star Invitation matchup. Taking to the Rift on the blue side from the Southeast Asia's GPL, it is the Taipei Assassins, Season 2 World Champions. In the top lane is Archie. In the jungle is Wins. Morning in the mid lane. BB as the AD carry, and Jay on support.
And gearing up on the red side are Korea's OGN champions SKT T1K. Up top, Impact. In the jungle, Bengi. Faker's mid. Piglet is the AD carry, and Pumendu will be supporting.
And that takes us into our featured matchup in the bottom lane as the world champions from Season 2 face the reigning world champions from Season 3. BB stands as the only remaining member of that Season 2 team, and he faces one of the strongest members of SK Telecom T1K in Piglet.
Yeah, not only is BB the only remaining member of the Season 2 team, but he is also the team captain, and he played a very crucial part in winning the 2014 spring season of GPL and getting TPA here through the semifinals and the final rounds, which were both a full 5 games that went on to blind pick tiebreakers. In Game 4 of the finals, BB went 14-2-17 to save his team in a miraculous comeback in the late game full item Kog'Maw build. And then he switched it up in the Game 5 and blind picked Sivir, and he actually used a single early kill to not only win his own lane, but save the rest of his team's losing lanes that were all losing by themselves, and he got them back into the game by getting global objectives, early outer turrets, and securing the dragon for them.
So BB really is the one that TPA will want to get going, but he will have a really tough task against Piglet.
Yeah, Piglet, he's a very focused player, and he can be very critical of his own performance as well, even when they're doing super well. When they won the Champions Winter Finals with a 3-0 record, he actually shed tears because he believed his own performance was lacking. But he still is putting up amazing numbers, just like BB. During the recent loss to CJ Frost in the NLB, he still managed to go 12-1-5 in the last game, even though they did lose that game, which still speaks to his ability to remain focused throughout the match.
Well, it surely will be a fantastic game. Talking about those bottom lanes, we heard Crepo mention it there. The faker factor has to be taken into effect here. Morning did play in Katowice, put up a good show against Alexic in that first game for Taipei Assassins when they beat Gambit on day one. But Faker is a world champion. He is a world beater. And I don't think many would argue that he is the best mid laner in the world.
Yeah, well, I don't know. Crepo was saying he's maybe Bjergsen wannabe, so maybe he's obviously joking. But yes, Faker is definitely touted as probably one of the best players in the entire world.
Yeah.
Not only just at his position, but everywhere around. And I have to say, Morning, some people are worried about not only his champion pool, but kind of the late game decision making sometimes, getting into a bad spot. So we'll have to see if they've ironed that out.
So, I mean, Taipei Assassins have had quite a break to practice for this tournament. So we don't actually know. I mean, we can go off scrim performances, and everybody's seen, you know, Cloud9 lost 3-0 to TPA. TPA managed to get wins off other teams. How much do we read into the fact that they have had so long to practice coming into this?
Yeah, so it's been, you know, what, a month since their league ended. They've been able to hide a lot of things. And this has always been the Southeast Asia's advantage. Whenever they come to these world events, they're always coming in as underdogs. People underestimate them, and they continually surprise people with their strong performances. They brought in Wins, as I said on Analyst X.
Yeah.
He is a celebrated jungler in the GPL. And we'll have to see if he can actually hurt Bengi, who has been limping along with SKT.
Yeah, pulled him in from their sister team, Taipei Snipers, and of course you may have seen on Gamma Bears back at the World Championship. So, bans coming through. Twitch taken out here from Piglet. LeBlanc taken away from Faker. Thresh also banned out from Boomandu. We also see the bans coming out from SK Telecom T1, which is Kassadin, Jax, and Kha'Zix, who pops in there.
He is.
But quick lock in, Lee Sin straight away, first pick for Taipei Assassins.
Yeah, early lock in there. Could definitely be a top lane Lee Sin as well. We'll wait for that. Obviously, flex pick, but the Kha'Zix immediately banned out. That's what they use in the blind picks. Definitely don't want to give them away their first picks.
Well, we do know that, of course, Shyvana will be in that top lane for Impact, and of course it will be Piglet on Lucian.
Yeah, so Twitch, pretty high priority for a lot of the Asian teams. Just because of the assassination potential when there are so many movements in the mid game, looking to pick people off, and also his team fighting ability. But as we said before, Lucian is a very high priority AD carry in many regions because he's a jack of all trades, but he's actually good at all trades. He's good in every single area.
Oh, we do see Elise being picked up, so as you mentioned, it could well be that top lane Lee Sin, almost certainly will be now that Elise is locked in, alongside Lulu. That could be Morning, or it could be Jay.
I would definitely wager that that's Morning because he loves Lulu, and his champion pool, as we said, is a little bit lacking, so they want to get him either that or something like Ziggs. Farming champion, he'll feel comfortable on this. So even going up against Faker, you want to be on one of the champions that you're most comfortable with.
Well, speaking of comfort, if these champions get locked in, I feel SK Telecom are going to be feeling very comfortable. Piglet on Vayne is a champion we've seen many times destroying Vayne.
Okay, then who plays Lucian?
That's a very good point. I mean, yes, in fact, that's an incredibly good point. I was actually thinking, why is that being hovered over? As soon as you mentioned it, hang on a minute. But of course they're going to switch it. Why not? They're going to keep me guessing. It will be Karma for Boomandu, and it will be Evelyn in the jungle.
This is a very beastly duo lane, actually. Talking about very threatening early game here, Karma is a high impact support. Not only is she great in 2 vs 2 if she's able to land her skill shots early and take somebody out of the lane very early, but she's also good in shoving down turrets because she's one of those supports that loves to start with that spell thieves and get the extra damage.
Well, we'll see if this Ezreal gets locked in. Remember, BB has his own skin on this champion. It was the champion he used back in the Season 2 World Finals, taking down the Zubu Frost at the time, and then known as CJ Frost. Of course, a couple of their members are in attendance. He is the only man, but he's not going to play it. Instead, he's keeping us guessing and switches across to Jinx and Leona.
Ah, and interesting. Another Jinx coming in. Instant lock it over here for Faker, though. Twisted Fate. Twisted Fate plus Evelyn. So much map control from SKT. This is a really, really strong mid-game team right here. As soon as they get Faker to level 6 and he can pressure the entire map, they also have Evelyn, who will be invisible, making all of the lanes play more safe. Definitely a very high control composition here from SKT.
So, of course, running that Flash Ghost, it's something we've seen a lot in the career, of course. We've already seen European mid laners trying to adapt to that as well. So, standard stuff. So, Archie in the top lane leads in. We did actually see him doing the same thing in Katowice, I believe. So, he was a very strong lane, but this time it's against the Shyvana, and a very, very strong Shyvana player in Impact.
Yeah, Lee Sin also going to take the teleport there. So they're both going to do teleport top lanes. And I don't think that they will be meeting up, but it is a possibility. We have seen very few standard lanes shake out.
You talked about the global presence, the fact that there is a teleport that's there. It's a potential for a 5-man dive in someone with that Evelynn sneaking out the jungle.
Yeah, it's ridiculous because TPA, they're looking like they have a stronger team fight because, you know, they've got the Jinx in the back line. They have the engage from Leona. However, SKT have so much more mobility, and they have that global threat we talked about with the Evelynn. There's so many different moves that SKT can outplay TPA positionally in this game.
Well, with the match about to get underway, we'd like you to turn to Twitter and tell us who you guys think will score first blood this time. Use the hashtag TPA or the hashtag SKT and send your answers to @LOLesports. What are you thinking on this one? There's a lot of abilities. We saw a level 1 fight in an OMG Fnatic game.
Yeah, I often will give the first blood advantage to the team with Evelynn, but going up against Elise and wins on Elise, I'm just going to go for TPA here. I think they're going to get the first blood. He's an aggressive guy.
Aggressive stuff. We'll see how it goes. Taipei Assassins, the Season 2 World Champions, as the blue team starting out here in the All-Star Paris 2014, up against SK Telecom, the reigning World Champions of Season 3, over on the red team.
And look at that, the SKT skin playing against SKT. I like the shout out.
So here we go. TPA, will they go for that late invade? Ward coming out from Jay very early in towards that top bush.
Both defensive wards placed very early. Interesting choice at the top bush there. Very common to drop that ward for one of the buffs, as SKT have done. But it will see any topside late invades here. It looks like TPA really do want to go with the standard, sort of quote-unquote new standard, where they do lane swaps. And Jinx definitely does want to go for lane swaps, but SKT do position Shyvana towards the top.
Yeah, you can see that ward has been placed over at that red bush, so they're well aware of the fact that this invade could be coming out.
Yeah, SKT are pretty much expecting TPA to invade that red side because, oh, Jinx Leona, you know, we've got a very powerful Lucian Karma lane here, and they've rightly warded the correct bush for them just to protect that red side, expecting the heavy amount of TPA members on that side of the map.
Vengi just running scout in that mid lane, keeping their vision, and it is going to be a 5-man from both of these teams. Looks like they're going to be trading, so red buff invade coming out, TPA heading in towards that bush, although it's looking like SKT are they going to start out with
dead even on the first blood? I guess that's pretty hard to come up with.
63%. Definitely swinging in SKT favor.
Wow, that was fast, guys.
That's everybody. And actually looking at the hashtag All-Star, it is flying right now between the two. So, red buff start coming out from Wins. However, it is a blue buff start for Bengi, and he hasn't started out towards that red. He's going to head straight towards there, I believe, as soon as this Wolves camp goes down.
They were doing a 2-buff. No, it's going to be a 2-buff start, actually, for SKT. So a little bit of a slower push, but again, they get more experience. They get their second buff coming up quicker. The thing that I do like to see when you go for this strategy is you leave one of the small minions by the first buff that you steal. Because if you leave that small one, whoa, Faker is having to blow his... All right. Anyway, if you leave one of the small minions by that first blue buff that you steal, a lot of the times the enemy jungler will not check their own blue buff for a good 5 minutes after, and you delay the second spawn by a tremendous amount. However, both teams have cleared out everything. Oh,
no,
there we go. They are leaving a little one.
See Faker actually getting caught once again. Glenna's doing damage. The blue buff is still untouched by Wins, actually. Hasn't gone back there. Double buff was picked up by Bengi, and they're force stacking on that top turret. Meanwhile, you can see SKT have really only just started to get towards the bottom turret.
Yeah, so they went the slow route. As I said, they are leaving the small minion in the enemy buff. TPA opted not to leave it. That's what I was looking at. They're not leaving the small one there. They went for the super fast push, that second wave push, and they got the turret. They are Jinx. They got through the champion reduction damage turret, and now they're trying to get an extra lead here, but SKT are responding, getting everybody up there in time to defend it. Again, we see the difference between the super fast push and the slower 2-buff start here. It costs SKT the early global gold.
Now we'll see how it works out. OMG, of course, did a similar type of thing. Piglet getting aggressive on Archie, going very aggressive on him there, but has to back away. Good trade coming back from Piglet. Of course, using that double hit mechanic. So, Mandu, he had to go up towards the top lane, defending it off there. He's going to make his way back down towards that bottom lane and will get himself back into lane. Faker in this mid lane. We haven't seen him up against Morning for too long. We did see Morning putting some aggression down early on. Bengi, though, taking a peek towards the jungle area of Tope Assassins, but Wins will secure himself this blue buff.
The early ward coverage, classic Bengi coming through. More classic Bengi, ganking for Faker, getting him a little bit of extra breathing room in the mid lane. No gold card in range for it, though, because Faker had to blow his flash defensively. Their kill potential is greatly reduced, and they always have to worry about counter ganks from Wins, because in the mid game, the level 3 Elise, very strong.
BB has now got himself down towards that bottom. We did see Archie teleport down here, has gone back to base, got himself that second Doran's Blade along with the Rejuvi bead. So we'll see how that works out for him up against Impact in that top lane, who both of them actually picking up wards as well on their first back here. So BB now in lane up against Piglet. This was the featured matchup we want to focus on. We'll see how it develops.
They finally do meet up in the bottom lane, and both of them actually still have their turrets, even though we saw the early lane swap. Because SKT, we're not able to get one. No, Faker has no flash. Yeah, all right. Take it down a notch. But yeah, because that turret never went down, this is actually normal laning phase for that bottom lane, and we do get to see the matchup.
Yeah, Wins what's coming in there. Jay goes in. Zenith Blade catching on towards Piglet. Does manage to get the second stun down, but the trade is going back towards BB. Ignite has run out. Exhaust was also used from Jay on Piglet there. Back and forth trade. Now Morning in the mid lane. You can see Bengi putting damage back down towards him.
And Bengi's deep ward just saw Wins as well, so he knew there was no threat of a counter gank. He was just getting some more damage, making Morning back off. They're trying to keep Faker at an acceptable level for when he hits level 6. He wants to be able to back as soon as he hits level 6. He doesn't want to back early here. He's already had to blow his flash, and he's very low on mana, so he needed a little bit support from Bengi to actually stay there.
Jay trying to hold this one out. 3-man diver towards him. Does manage to get the stun down on Bengi. He's going to get taken down. Is he, though?
Oh!
Is he going to be able to get away from it? Bengi's trying to run away. Zenith Blade not quite back off cooldown. And the kill does come out from Piglet. That's first blood for SK Telecom.
Properly executed tower dive, but it was risky. They didn't have very deep ward coverage here, and there were a couple members just recalling. More aggression up top lane, though. First level 6 for Impact, taking advantage of the experience.
Archie does take some of that damage, as you mentioned. Has gone for the double Doran's Blade, so needs to be more aggressive, and at the moment Impact doing a very good job at zoning him out.
Yeah, this matchup is pretty easily swung because Lee Sin, he really thrives when he is able to spam his Iron Will and spam that lifesteal. He needs to be constantly auto-attacking minions up at the minion line, but because Impact got that first level 6, he was able to shove them off the minion line. And that takes away a lot of the sustain for Lee Sin, which is what the laning Lee Sin really relies on.
Wind's coming round, going to try and land that cocoon. Flashes in, does get him down there. He has got flashback available, but is it going to be close enough? No! Morning locks down Faker. That's a kill for the mid lane.
Great move there from Wind, trying to take advantage of Faker just before his flash came back up.
Jay putting damage down on towards Piglet. That's going to be the chompers coming out. Mandu will step around them. BB trying to return some of that damage, but as at the moment, Piglet with that BF sword has a big advantage down that bottom lane.
That's why we're seeing a recall here. BB needs to be able to answer that item discrepancy. Down in CS, they're really hurting. He's only able to get Vamp Scepter, so sustain. They're going to be a lot less aggressive, even with Leona playing Chomper's combo.
Wins has Morning, just backing off there, getting himself that chalice. That Athene's, of course, being built up by both mid laners. No surprise there. Impact now farming between those two towers in the top lane. And that's actually going to give Archie a little bit of a respite because he will happily farm up against his minions. Actually, it was Impact putting pressure on him with them waves, and I think he'd be quite happy about the fact that Impact has chosen to go this route.
Yeah, Impact is really having his way up in that top lane. He hasn't even had to go back and purchase yet. Already farming behind the turret, trying to draw more attention from the jungler. If he can get wins on the top side of the map, he can relieve pressure for the rest of his team to make a move on Dragon. Wins just happens to be jungling on the top side as well. Great move from SKT. They've got great ward coverage around the Dragon as well, so they don't have to be worried about it, especially since their bottom lane is winning so hard.
Yeah, zero vision on this one. Bengi actually taken very low. They do manage to find out that top laner on the jungle. Wins is going to come around. Cocoon goes in there, going to try and come around, steal away that red buff. Actually hasn't finished it off. Does.
He didn't have smite.
Not. No, he does get it. He got it. He got it in the end there. Nevertheless, he does take Impact down.
Yeah, that's why he was focusing Impact and wasn't waiting till the red buff was low enough to get it for the attention. But he is able to get it in the end with the execute, and it actually costs a lot of not only Impact's time, but also his ulti. See, Faker's making a move.
Faker's making a move. Jay is in trouble. Bibi's going to be the focus target. There's Faker, comes in. Stun card, wild card. He gets locked down. Can they finish off Jay as well? You can see Archie teleported in, but he's teleported himself into complete danger. That was not a good move. And the 4 members of SK Telecom take themselves 2 simple kills.
That's that gold that we talked about in the beginning. Global, so many global options for SKT. And they're able to use it bottom lane because of the ward coverage around mid. But the answer from TPA is shove 2 lanes. 1 kill, they get a lot of minions into turrets here. No turret goes down.
Oh, Bengi and Faker coming round, the double combo. Is it going to be enough? Wild Growth from Morning trying to save himself out. The Cocoon coming back out from Wind, trying to turn it back around. The gold card has been pulled by Faker, but he's not going to be able to land it. Oh, he flashes for it actually onto Winds. I'm not sure that was quite worth it. Piglet taking down the bottom turret while this is all happening. Mandu was joining the fray, but Taipei Assassins get away from this one.
So he still will have a Ghost coming up soon, so he'll have an extra summoner spell for defensive purposes, but that was definitely an unnecessary flash. We'll see if it does end up costing him, as it has before when Winds ganks mid.
It is a strong start from SK Telecom despite the turret advantage that was built up early by Taipei Assassins. It is all now square once again. Morning does manage to get that shield off every time, expecting that gold card to be in his face, but you can see Faker starting to get more confident with every gold card thrown.
And the control of mid lane vision is going to be even more important as the game goes on. They need to keep track of Faker. You saw him, he just barely left mid lane for that gank down bottom. That's why you have to keep your eyes on him. As soon as he leaks to one side, you have to notify the rest of your team to play more defensively and fall back. Because, as we've seen, teleport can be answered for teleport.
Morning getting drawn into it. A good flash, and that was a very late ultimate from Bengi that was nowhere near landing.
Yeah, a little slow there. But they do have a good push up top as well. So even though they use their jungler mid, great pressure up top here for SKT, and they're making TPA pay for this slow pushing bottom lane.
Yeah, you can see Jinx. He is getting farmed down that bottom, but it doesn't matter. Piglet is ahead, and now with another turret going down, that global gold and experience keeps stacking for SK Telecom to now have a 3,000 gold lead.
Yeah, it's always a give and take here. Tug of war. You're pushing and pulling on different sides of the map. It's all about where you're allocating your champions because they cannot traverse that distance quick enough here. We'll see what Jinx can get done with her big minion wave that was built up and that the top turret was sacrificed.
Very aggressive stuff from Mandu. He's got to be careful he doesn't get this turn around. That's going to be the solar flare and the wild growth bouncing him in there, but the glitter lance misses. Can he get away from this one? The rocket, Super Mega Death Rocket doesn't land. Morning should be able to close the distance here. The glitter lance does finish him off, but Morning's in all sorts of trouble now. Bengi chases, Faker comes in, he's going to land the gold card, the wild card comes through, Bengi takes it with a hate spike.
So even though Mandu gets a little too deep there, they're able to capitalize. Bebe engaged on.
Dragon Descent from Impact. Bebe got no escape from this one. The rest of Taipei Assassins having to close in. The Cocoon does land. The Zenith Blade locking him up as well. And again, now Impact in trouble. They're turning this one back around. Can he get the damage back onto Bebe? No, he can't. Wins gets the kill.
Yeah, a little aggressive there from Impact. Nobody was able to back him up, and they didn't have wards inside of the jungle. He saw an AD carry without an escape, and he wanted to make him blow a splash.
So we'll see how Archie works out in this Lee Sin in the top lane. Hasn't been able to get any of that early pressure he would have liked, but he has got that pickaxe down there. Faker now in the top lane. He did manage to come down. He's been involved in everything so far for SK Telecom. We'll see how he gets going on this Twisted Fate.
They've done a good job of defending their territory here because TPA against an Evelynn, they want to be able to get wards down inside the jungle camps to be able to see where Bengi is, where he's trying to make his moves from. But since they haven't had any control over the jungle, they haven't been able to get any of these wards down. No really defensive pink wards except at their own buffs. So their zone of control here for TPA has been completely taken away from them. And that's what we talked about in Champions Select. This SK team has so many options.
Piglet is a little bit... Oh, he's going to get spotted. JE will get caught out. That ward, he stepped straight over.
Wins is pinged out here. He's Vensing, but they did ping him.
Goes straight on towards Faker. Wild Growth usually does not do enough to bounce him in the air, but the Glitter Lance does land. The second one comes through. Faker goes down to win. Bengi trying to come back in towards this one. Does manage to get the hate spike down and tries to get his ultimate off. but it's not enough to slow down Wins.
Faker was just confident in his ability to juke, I guess. The red ping did go down as Wins was entering from the bottom side, but again, another successful gank from him. Faker goes down.
Archie now completed that Tiamat and feeling a little bit more confident against Impact there. He saw Impact use that Bilgewater Cutlass, but went fairly even in trade and didn't fancy it this deep in enemy territory.
So SKT, even though it's 4-4 with the gold advantage from the extra turret, as well as the Dragon. However, they've been making some mechanical mistakes. They do not look like the flawless team that everyone is extremely scared of. However, it's been enough this game. They're pulling it off very well, using that mobility advantage that they do have.
Well, at the moment, Piglet is going to get joined by his support Mandu. He's going to drive on through. So, Piglet with the big advantage actually starting to develop over BBB has finally got himself that BF sword. Again, Wins throwing out the Cocoon, not landing on Faker. They're trying to focus this pairing, Morning and Wins, on Faker. It is doing a fairly good job at shutting him down so far, but you can see the Dragon is now up, and this seems to be the focus of both teams.
And Shyvana has actually built Beta the Rune King first, even though there's not a real strong tank on the enemy team. So Shyvana in this Dragon fight will actually be more damage oriented and is going to be sticking to the carries very easily. If TPA actually take this fight, it's going to be dangerous. SKT already pink warding this Dragon. They're prepping for it. They're trying to get the vision advantage around Dragon before they have to start it off.
Well, you're going to get them wards cleared out. Morning in there. Piglet and Bengi making their move back down towards the bottom. Actually, Mandu's off on his own. And actually they're focusing. All the pings from TPA are on this mid turret, and that's where they're going. Faker's forced to back away.
Great call from them. They don't want to start that Dragon fight. SKT are too far ahead, and they have the teleport on Shyvana. So instead, they shove up mid, they get some of that gold back, and they take away a lot of that control, where SKT are making a lot of their plays from the mid lane, from Faker, using that mid lane turret as his home base, and then threatening to teleport either top or bottom. Now it's going to be much more difficult for Faker to pull those off.
Two top laners are still sitting with teleport. You can see that Archie, it is pronounced Archie, by the way, ladies and gentlemen. I'm aware there is another Archie in Team Fire at the moment, I believe it is, but they are both pronounced the same. They're not the same person, though. I should be clear on that one. Has got himself the Tiamat and the Giant Spell. Dragon, though, being picked up by SK Telecom, and TPA slow to react.
Double pink wards for them, give them the confidence. Bengi at half, though.
Execute on that rocket, not quite enough. Does land on Bengi, took him pretty low, but nobody was really following through from TPA.
And Faker, again, he's rotating up top. He went through his own jungle this time. And there it is, the ulti.
Does manage to flash away. Has he got far enough away? The kick does not land. He's trying to knock upon Faker. Faker does land the gold card. Archie in all sorts of trouble. Will go down from this one. You can see he had the support coming around, but it was not there quick enough, and that was a good, clean gank from SK Telecom.
Yeah, very impressive TF play so far from Faker. He actually goes into his own territory, knowing that TPA have not been able to get those deep wards down to make a clear path for him to use his ulti up top.
The culling on Jay, not quite enough to finish him off. The double tap from Piglet, again also landing on there, but they didn't have enough cooldowns to lock him up. Bengi going to get spotted by the ping ward here. Morning catching on towards him. Glitter Lances are good, but Bengi has the ability to run out of that one. Couldn't quite lock him down. Wins is now coming around on towards Impact, and actually getting pinged on. Archie advances this one.
Wins using his sweeper just to make sure, but it's already been done, and now the ward is going to stay there. He knows that it's there, and they can try and work around it, though.
Oh, that clear lance not landing from Morning there onto Mandu, and he will clear out that pink ward. That's a expensive investment. Bengi going looking in the jungle, and actually will find Jay. Did get pinged out. I wonder if Jay's going to try and blind shot across there. No, he's not, and Bengi will step away. This vision battle is going back and forth, and you can see a lot of ping wards from SK Telecom, and again, they are focusing, trying to focus on Morning.
You can actually only have one on the map at all times, but they've got 4 down and 2 in inventory, so they've got an extra one. As soon as one of those does go down, Mandu's going to be able to replace it, and they're going to get another True Sight down.
With that investment, we'll see how it works out. Of course, the items being picked up by Taipei Assassins don't counter it. There is a 4,000 gold differential between these two teams, and SK Telecom stacking up nicely in this mid lane. They will take the turret down. Archie's all behind them, but I'm not sure he wants to go diving into 5 members of SK Telecom.
It's just so dangerous for them to go outside of their territory at all. with the Evelynn and the Twisted Fate and the Teleport Shyvana with early Blade, they've got so much pick potential on SKT and so much great warding that they have the vision to actually make the correct choice every single time.
With 4 members. Oh, Solar Flare lands, but it's not enough to shut down Mandu. He does flash away from that one. Pumandu being able to escape. The minion wave was with TPA, but again, great clearance. You can see those wildcards from Faker just locking everything down. They're going to try and make a move, transition down towards the bottom lane, or translation as we'd like to call it. Pink ward was getting cleared out by TPA, but again, they don't fancy it because they're leaving themselves exposed in the middle.
They've got one of the pink wards down. It's a very, very long battle they're going to have to wage, though, to take all this SKT vision away from their side of the jungle.
And it would just get replaced straight away.
There it is.
Managed to place those wards from their inventory, and there we go. Faker just placing his own one back again on the mid lane there. So Archie actually having to cut off. Impact has been kind of free farming in this top lane. Archie's doing a good job of farming himself, keeping up with him, but surely in the grand scheme of things, a Lee Sin up against a Shyvana. Shyvana is going to come out on top as this game starts to go late.
Yeah, Impact feeling really good about his position, and that's great for SKT because he is huge for them. They're relying on Shyvana and Evelynn flanks to really get the good engages towards the late game. Faker coming in to try and defend Mandu.
Mandu goes down, the Culling coming out though, double teleport coming in, and you can see this is possible global presence. Archie is there just over the side, does manage to land the kick, goes in on Impact. He's 3 members, kicked out Faker, but nobody's with him, and Archie goes to safeguard away. They're locked up in the side, Bengi. Now we can see the Solar Flare, that's going to try and slow them down. Faker does manage to land the stun card on Morning. Morning taking the wild card as well, having to step away. They catch the slow back on towards Impact. Pop the cook does not quite land. Piglet taking no solo. Life stealing off the golems, but BB flashes in for it, gets himself the kill, and it was a very close exchange between the two. I think it was a 2-for-1 in the end.
So they saw Bengi coming down for the flank at the exact same time that Archie decides to take the Lee Sin Q in. Initially though, start this off by taking down Pumandu. And yes, they are able to burn both globals from SKT. Faker comes in, Impact comes in. Initially this is a great win for them, and they could back off, but because Lee Sin decides to go in here, the rest of the team actually changing their focus and going up towards this top, they trade Archie for Bengi. And even though Wind is trying to protect Archie here, give him a way out and give him a cocoon, not enough.
Well, with them kills coming through, you can see Morning clearing out those waves once again. Dragon up in around about 30 seconds time, well 46 seconds, you can see it in the top corner there, so it's not available. TPA getting the kills, but again, no objectives to take for them. This is a very similar position to Fnatic actually, as they managed to start picking up those kills. They are still 4,000 gold behind as well.
Yeah, TPA, they're in a hard position because they need a lot of vision around their own jungle. SKT are looking to get those flanks from the Shyvana, from the Evelynn, and then teleport in with a global. But they need good vision to fend against these. You can see more defensive pink wards to be able to catch out Bengi.
Morning having to use that wild growth sped up. Faker comes in, does not lock down the stun card. Morning trying to get away from this one. Glitter lands on 3 members of SK Telecom, and the rest of TPA come round there. Jay goes deep on this one. Bengi taken solo, but they didn't get a kill from it. Impact gets caught out there. Archie does go down. SK Telecom solo, fleeing from this one. They're going to turn it back around. Piglet gets himself in. Repel. He's got nowhere to go. No racer available. Goes back in, gets himself a kill for the process. Faker finishes it off though, and that was a 2-for-1 this time to SK Telecom, and they will get the Dragon.
Exciting ending, but yeah, it's Jungler going down for support, so SKT, after the pick, they are finally rewarded with not only an extra kill, but as well the Dragon, and that's what we're talking about. They start the fights out middle, and then they bring in Faker for the guaranteed engage. Faker hasn't even been starting these with the Messiah-type plays where he would need a Zhonya's. He's not initiating, he's following up the initial fight, and just coming in with the gold card, with the Death Cap Rush, so he's got more ability power to take somebody out as soon as he arrives for the secondary engage.
Difference coming out, Static Shiv being built up by BB, but this time he's actually gone for the Alvarez Blade first instead of the Zeal, so trying to get that one locked in. Meanwhile, Piglet, you can see Triforce now just completed. There's the Static Shiv just popping into place as well. Rabadon's Death Cap also picked up by Faker, has got that Sheen as well. Oh, Zenith Blade not landing on Pumandu there. Jay not quite locking him up this time. Still, both teams are fairly bloodthirsty in this game. 8 kills apiece in just 24 minutes.
Yeah, TPA are trying to make moves, but there's wave clear on SKT, there are globals on SKT, and there's also invisible champions on SKT. So they can catch you out, and they can get that hard engage. Faker has actually gone for the Sheen next, looking for the tower pushing power. Lichbane eventually, but SKT actually are fine with just trying to defend mid, letting Faker get small advantages, split pushing down bottom. He has to get pretty close though, be able to use that TF teleport. That's why he's walking up through the jungle.
Uses the Destiny. Is he going to be close enough? There he is, joining the fray. He's going to get caught out by Solarflare straight away. Bengi taken low, but they have to back out of that. And the Archie going down again. Wins being chased down. Impact trying to catch on towards him. Stun card pulled by Faker. Does land it. That's going to be Wins going down. And it's a 2-for-0 to SK Telecom.
Again, TPA trying to make a move, shoving up mid, but SKT playing with the TF so well. Starting the fight, then Faker comes in for the stun, get another couple kills.
So, Baron looks like it may well be the focus for SK Telecom. They're rotating up there. No jungler, of course, for Taipei Assassins, and this one should get picked up fairly cleanly. Bibi has not got Super Mega Death Rocket either. Wins has not got Wild Growth. He's going to have to simply poke at it with Wild Growth. Oh, Jay goes aggressive. He does actually draw them away at the moment. Solar Flare is not available either. They're simply trying to run interference. They're on SK Telecom.
Fairly well.
They're doing a good job here. The damage going down, but there is the Baron. Now Jay's actually going to get locked up. Has to flash out. Glitterlance again catching 3 members of SK Telecom, but Taipei Assassins don't quite do enough, and that's a Baron for SK Telecom.
Good news for TPA is that they do have the Stag Shift for BB now, so they have a little bit more wave clear to work with, because they are definitely going to be on the defensive. This is very hard for them to come back. They're hoping for a misplay from SKT at this point.
Speaking of hard, I want to be hard on the top laner for Taipei Assassins. This was a first lock choice. Lee Sin, he's 0-5-1 right now, had 0 impact, honestly, on the game. And you got to question that first pick.
Impact himself, you're right, has been doing quite well up there, rushing that Blade of the Ruined King. We saw him when he got that early level 6 and he was shoving Lee Sin off of the minion wave. There was so much presence lost for TPA up there. But again, we talked about how much SKT were bringing with all the globals of the Evelynn plus the Twisted Fate. They've done such a great job playing with the entire team, not just the isolated top lane.
So, Mundu and Bengi in that mid lane, keeping the waves clear, keeping the vision down, as pink wards they had all down have been fairly well cleared out by Taipei Assassins. Taipei Assassins themselves have got some pretty good vision along the river, so they have a good idea of where SK Telecom are going to be, but they need to play the defensive game right now. This is a Baroned up SK Telecom. It's down to them to make the next move.
Not only is it Baroned up SK Telecom, they've got a very strong power spike right now. Dual items for their tank. They've got the AD carry with Trinity Force and Bloodthirster for Lucian. His burst is crazy right now. He's even added an elixir on top of that because they want to make the most of this Baron buff. We'll see how many towers they can actually get. They might be able to crack one of the inhibitor turrets. Going with that split push, 1-3-1 style split push. Blade Shyvana that does have teleport. And as we mentioned, Faker trying to get that turret damage going. Lichbane, third item.
Yeah, I'm actually looking towards Morning, seeing which way he is going to go. Hasn't got that death cap down. Archie caught out. Has to use his ward to safeguard away. Quickly kicks Impact. He wanted to send him the wrong way. That was not what he wanted to do. And that will be Archie going down to Impact.
0-6-1. He is having a very rough game. And compounding the fact that he's had a rough game is that he's spent a lot of money on mobility here. Boots of mobility, upgraded already as well. Wind's actually getting into trouble now.
He's got nowhere to repel to. He's just going to drop straight down on Mandu. Faker's actually coming in. Does manage to get the Wild Growth off. Saves Wins for now. But he steps back in there. Morning also having to back off. That Faker down that bottom lane. Still keeping that bottom turret. Taking it down. The minion wave will come in. That's the mid turret as well being picked up as the top turret. SK Telecom taking all 3 inner turrets in one clean swoop.
I don't know. It just seems like so much to keep track of for one team. An Evelynn in itself is already ridiculously hard. It's almost a team effort that you have to do to keep track of her. And then adding a TF into that you also have to keep track of. SKT have just pulled out all the moves in this first game.
Fantastic movement. That's going to be a second inhibitor turret going down as SK Telecom pounce on through. A double kill being picked up on Impact. Destruction Derby coming out from SK Telecom now. That's 2 inhibitors down. They're just going to push on for the win here against the Taipei Assassins. They started well in the lane phase, but it's just not enough to teak up with the reigning world champions. Faker gets himself the final kill. Archie having a torrid time here. 0-7-1. That is why You don't pick the world champion skins against them. You have to back it up with something, anything. SK Telecom clear winners here against Taipei Assassins.
Yes, very, very well played for SK Telecom. They just executed so cleanly. The first few TF ultimates, both finding their marks, rotating so quickly, it didn't even look like a rotation.
They ended with an 18,000 gold lead. It was around 16 to 8. So it was 8-8 at one point. That's how different that Baron fight was, that mid lane fight where they caught out that jungler. And SK Telecom proving really why they are world champions. They came into this tournament with a somewhat shaky record. They got knocked out in the quarterfinals in the champions over in Korea, as well as NLB in the semifinals by CJ Frost. Caught a lot of people by surprise, that one. But they are clearly well practiced coming into this tournament, and they took themselves a fairly straightforward victory over TPA with those, as you mentioned, a pretty crazy global comp.
Yeah, not only was their team executed very well, but also the individual play. You pointed out Impact on that Shyvana. Huge game for him. He was bullying Lee Sin without even having back, just with the Doran's play.
Well, he ended 6-1-6, 4-2-10 for Faker. I know a lot of people were saying he hasn't really made an impression, but let's face it, he was involved in, 90% of all the kills in that game. 3-1-10 for Piglet. Piglet never really had any problems in that bottom lane, and Pumandu was everywhere on the map.
Yeah, they actually had a pretty good time. They got an early lead, and controlling that bottom lane, they were able to get a dragon from it as well. So they were helping out the rest of their team, not only with the objectives, but also by controlling their lane.
And you know, this is the second game running where they haven't done that 4-0 split. They've actually delayed it, gone with the buddy system, slowly pushed it round. And just like OMG, this is the second team now SK Telecom have won. Is this clearly a tactic, a counter tactic that is now against that 4-0 split? Have they figured something out that the rest of the teams haven't quite picked up on yet?
Well, no, teams used this before they even did the fast pushing or people split push. So this is...
That is often actually the way that people counter it. They suddenly go, you know, remember that tactic back then? Seems to work.
Go back to the first step. It's mostly about execution, because as we always say in the early game, there's so many trade-offs, and it's really a chess game, the early game nowadays, because it's so much about choosing where you're sending your champions rather than the degree to how well you're playing these champions, because they're not playing against other champions. For the beginning of the game, all these lane swaps, they're just playing against minion waves and against turrets and against jungle camps. It's really all up to the team's choice, and it's how you build your strategy around that. And SKT are the ones who built the superior strategy.
Well, what a fantastic game. That was the second game of the All-Star Invitation, is now in the books. It is time to send it back over to the Quick Shot and the guys for more insight.
Thank you very much, D-Man and Kobe. I'm super happy with how you ended that matchup, because this is exactly what we wanted to talk about. It will be a recurring trend as long as we continue to see these lane swaps. Monty, early game, who came out better? Was it SKT or TPA?
It was definitely SKT, and even though they lost the early tower up in top lane faster due to Jinx Leona, it was calculated. We see them send 3 back, and it comes down to the team composition. When you have that Lucian and Karma, there were only 2 choices for TPA to make. Either they send the AD carry and support into that bottom lane, in which case Jinx Leona will just get poked out by Lucian Karma early, and they'll be able to eventually take the tower. Also, Lucian was left farming, so he got a big CS lead. So actually, by preserving the tower, they concentrated CS onto Lucian because he didn't have to go back to win that lane against Jinx Leona early because of the poke. You go back at 6 when Leona has her ultimate and that all-in potential is there. You buy items, and then you have an item advantage via the power spike. So actually, SK Telecom T1K played it out beautifully, just given that. And if they hadn't sent Jinx Leona down there, well, Lucian would have gotten the tower and everything would have been even. So really, it was just great, I think, decision-making by SKTK.
Yeah, I agree with the fact that SKT played their strategy perfect. That I agree with. At the same time, though, TPA could have played theirs better. When you do these lane swap, you need to have a couple like check marks. Like, first tower goes down, then you need to compare what's happening on the other side of the map. TPA could clearly see that SKT didn't have that first tower low. At that point, they should have just sent their bot lane back immediately. That was the only play left for them to do. What they ended up doing was tunneling on that 4v0 push, pushing into the tier 2 tower, and then they reacted by, okay, what do we do now? Okay, we need to send somebody bottom. Let's send Lee Sin bottom. They burn the TP. Lee Sin is useless against the Lucian because he'll get poked out. And then eventually they sent their bottom lane bottom. And then on top of that, they should have had jungle pressure, because the way the matchup works, as Monty said, Leona 1 to 6 does not do well against the Karma, but with jungle pressure, they can put pressure enough to prevent SKT from getting an early BF sword on the Lucian, because that's what they did. They had the favorable laning phase. Even though they were items down, they said, well, no, our composition is way better than our opposition's. We'll farm until BF swords, and then we'll completely wreck this lane. So I still don't agree that SKT's strategy was better, but I do agree that they executed flawlessly, and TPA did not.
Yeah, because it's worth pointing out that when you got to the 2v2 lane, you've got a 2v2 lane with basically equal levels. Leona got boots of speed, so she can get in there for the engages. So if you've got an Elise coming in, you're going to CC the Karma or the Lucian, which happened. You saw them do a 2-on-2 all-in, and okay, they lost the fight because of champions, right? You have double longsword on Jinx as well. Like, they recalled back, had same gold, showed up into the lane with more items, and like, these are the elements of which to win
Lucian
a fight.
stayed, actually. Lucian actually did not get a basin.
That's what I mean. That's what I mean. Like, the TPA sent 2 guys top, they recalled, got and showed up to lane, and you have a guy who's 2 longswords up in lane against you. You should be able to capitalize on that.
Yeah, but you bring up the point of bringing the jungler down for that extra kill pressure in the bottom lane, but at that point TPA had already really made up their mind that they were going to try and deal with Faker in the mid lane, both through heavy trading over CS from Morning, as well as just sending him there, blowing the summoner spells and all of that. And that's what's so scary about SKTK, though, is you can shut down Faker. Teams have tried to do this, but there's always someone else on this team to pick up the slack.
Yeah, at the end of the day, it really felt like SK Telecom just continued to grow their lead. They weren't necessarily doing massive plays, but they just kept growing a goal lead, they grew a kill lead. They had a very good map presence and control as the game went on, regardless of the fact that TPA did manage to shut down Faker early. They put some pressure on him, some individual plays.
Well, yes, they forced his flash, they killed him with the gank, but he actually was ahead in farm throughout the entire game because Morning focused more on hitting Faker than actually taking CS. So Faker managed to do well. Actually, I believe by the 20-minute mark, he was 50 CS ahead or something. So he did well, even though he was pressured early. And SKT in general, the entire game here, they were just one step ahead of TPA. I mean, whenever TPA would start a fight in mid lane, there would just be 2 or 3 members up in top lane, taking the tower, quickly moving around the map here. And it meant also because SKT had a very good late game comp, that TPA needed to do something. They tried to group up in mid lane. SKT just went behind them, flanked them, and won the team fight.
Well, as a closing thought, that first pick, Lee Sin, really did not work out for them. We want to check in on the conversation that's going on over at Twitter. Earlier today, we asked you, which team do you think will win the All-Star 2014 Invitational? We've seen some of the games. Now let's sample some of the answers that you've sent in. From a solitary llama, I'm going to go with the wild card. I think Fnatic will win All-Star due to having the crowd behind them every step of the way. Crowd didn't help all that much earlier. What do you think, Fischer?
Not the best start, obviously, if you want to win everything. But I think, as Dexter also said in his interview, actually, first game, it doesn't matter all. It's not everything, the first game here. Fnatic can still bounce back, and as long as they can go back and watch the game they just played here and see what mistakes they made and maybe fix them, they can still win. It's going to be very, very hard, though.
We'll have to see. It's top 4 teams of the 5 that advanced. Next one comes to us from @ScottPantera. I think OMG will win. Remember, they are the only team to take a game from SKT at Worlds, and they are 1-0 up in the group stage. What do you think, Freak?
I think OMG, they're still strong. You saw SKT bit off way more than they can chew. Like, they had a lot of really weird engages. Like, I still think they're a little bit weak here. OMG was on point. They played their style. We saw it in game 1. They're still awesome.
All right, we'll see how it works out. Next one comes to us from @CJDavis86. He says, SK Telecom T1 all day. Faker, Pumandu, Piglet, the plays, the feels, the Baron, the strategy. They got it all. I'm going to give this one to Crepper.
Yeah, well, not much left to say after he did everything. But to touch on Freak's point, while, yeah, SKT had a little, as Monty likes to say, micro-level mistakes, but on the macro level of the game, their strategy was solid. And if we looked at OMG, they left some gaping holes in their strategy. And I think SKT1 is more than willing to fill them.
Well, we'll see if they can make that work. Next one comes to us from @TenzoLol. I think C9 has something to prove to everyone outside of North America after Worlds. All aboard the C9 hype train and get well high. Care to comment on that one, Monty, as the conductor of the largest hype train in existence?
Well, I mean, the C9 hype train is only relevant in North America, as we've seen. So, I mean, I do think I have hopes for C9 here in the tournament, and especially after seeing these first couple games, I think it gives a good indicator, and I think C9 can still place well.
And they will be playing against Fnatic in the next match. We'll see how well they perform. The last tweet comes from @BeyondTartarus. Nobody thought TPA would win Worlds. Shouldn't count them out again. while I do agree with you, unfortunately they will have to bounce back from a pretty heavy loss that they just suffered. Thank you very much for those tweets, guys. They were great, but we want more of those sweet tweets. So send them to @LOLesports and use that hashtag All-Star. All right, coming up, we've got a battle of the LCS teams as Fnatic and Cloud9 take to the Rift. And there's been a wave of LCS news in the last couple of weeks with very big roster changes. TSM has signed Amazing from the Copenhagen Wolves as their new jungler. The Odd One will be taking over as the team's coach. Gleb Glarbu was selected to take over as the team's support because Xpecial was benched. However, Xpecial was picked up by Curse, and Dignitas themselves have joined in. They signed Zion Spartan and Shifter as their new top laner and mid from the recently relegated Coast. Not to let all the fun stay with North America, Alex Sitch has officially left Gambit. He's joined the European Challenger team, Ninjas in Pajamas, leaving a very big hole in the mid lane for Gambit. Those are only a few of the numerous changes to the LCS as teams prepare for the summer split, and with a few weeks before it starts, we can expect more. Shox will be talking to Diamond about that big change for Gambit in just a few moments. But first, let's prepare for the battle between North American and European LCS teams as Cloud9 takes on Fnatic. As we go to the break, Cloud9 spent the majority of the spring split in second place, but they focused on playing their game to reclaim first and say they are ready to once again compete on the international stage.
We're really excited to go to Paris because we've been seeing a lot of Europe lately from all these international tournaments, which is really cool to do. I never really thought I'd see all this through gaming.
Even if we don't win, I think it'll be a really good time to explore Paris and play against really good teams.
I think last season, all the other teams were basically a lot weaker.
I don't think we were nearly as good as we could be last season.
Now this season, coming in, we thought most teams were going to be a lot stronger, which they were.
So it was a lot harder.
And here comes Scarra. Can he help Cutie Pie? Damage out on Sneaky, and Cutie Pie survives. Lemon Nation is gonna die alone and sad.
The biggest challenge was overcoming TSM.
They were already ahead of us, and we tried kind of a weird, like, fiddle kind of pitch.
I believe he played Fiddlesticks in Battle of the Atlantic. So he has played it in a very high-pressure game before.
And we just ended up with this really bad team composition where we had, like, Fiddlesticks and Zed.
He's going to be taking a lot of damage, but Meteos goes down to the blink of an eye.
We made a lot of mistakes during the game, and then overall we just didn't stick to our plans.
I think we all learned that the fiddle jungle wasn't really working out.
An amazing game, Team Solo Mid, going to take sole possession of first place over Cloud9.
When TSM had the lead overall, it didn't feel too bad because we know that we don't have targets on our back anymore.
When you're first place, it's easy to get complacent and it's hard to like see where you need to improve on. But when you're second, you're always you know you're doing well, but you're not doing the best. So it's just a lot of motivation to keep getting better.
You always take each game one game at a time, and regardless of whatever your score is, each game is important.
We didn't actually notice we were on a winning streak until we had like 10 games to win or something.
You guys are now on a 10-game winning streak. Do you feel a little disrespected at all by the fans because you guys have just been at the top, but no one's really noticing?
Thinking about that kind of thing, like that you're on like a streak, is a good way to kind of like let it go to your head, become overconfident, and throw.
We kind of just adapted really well and understood all of the picks and were able to prepare correctly basically for every game.
We're just constantly trying to get better.
Cloud9 staves off Team Solo Mid one more time to go 3-0 in the 4 matches against them. Cloud9 is going to be more than happy to keep sole possession of first place.
After we grabbed first place, we were like happy that we got our throne back.
TSM had been like ahead of us the entire season, so the fact that we were actually against them, we were able to like prove that we could like beat them so convincingly, it felt really good.
Beating the MVP of the season is always a good thing.
Not until the very end of the season did I know that we'd actually, I don't know, be as successful as we ended up being.
2 kills, make that 4 kills, make that almost everyone going down. Cloud9 gonna end the series, and they are the North American champions.
We dominated every team at playoffs, so now we're first and going to All-Stars.
If you win Paris, it basically shows that you're like the top team in the entire world, which is huge.
If we do well, we can say, oh, NA is the best, and if we do bad, everyone will say NA sucks. So there's a lot of weight on our shoulders, and we'll give it our best.
I'm excited to also play all the best teams in the world.
We get to go get more international experience.
It's going to be really cool because we're going to get to play SKT, who for the longest time has been the best.
Well, since we last spoke, Hai had an injury, his lung collapsed, so we have Link subbing in from CLG.
We wanted Link over the other mid laners because they almost have the same playstyle.
I've just been kind of like talking to everyone as much as possible. So whether it's like talking to their analyst Charlie, or talking to like the teammates, or even Hai himself, I've been just trying to get a grasp of like how they play.
Link kind of just fit the role compared to a lot of other mid laners. Hai fills the role of shot calling in our team, and Link does sort of the same for CLG.
If you don't play like the way Hai does on this team, I feel like it's just not as effective. So I've been really trying hard to just kind of adjust and try to mold myself into like the way Hai plays.
Welcome back to the 2014 League of Legends All-Star event. I'm Eefje Shoksupporter and I'm here with the captain of Team Fire, Diamond from the European LCS's Gambit. Welcome, Diamond. First off, congratulations on your first win with Team Fire. You guys absolutely smashed Team Ice. Did you come up with a strategy which was getting Bjergsen fed?
Thank you. That was an interesting game. The only thing I told to my teammates that we should take Karma and Taric because they are OP. I learned it from a lot of games with my friends in URF, and it was a great experience because it helped us much to win this game. So, and the other thing why we won, it's because of Bjergsen, because his AP Ezreal is just godlike.
It was indeed doing very well. Talk to me about your thoughts about the Invitational tournament. I read your blog and you said, well, I think SKT is going to be the best here, TPA second. Do you still think that after the things that you've seen here so far?
The only thing I can say is don't trust my rankings because I always fail. Always the team which I bet on loses. But yeah, I think that SKT will win, but other teams, I don't know. Some of them practiced a lot and some of them get some rest before the new tournament coming. Like LCS Summer is going to be in 1 week after this event, so yeah.
Yeah, of course, very important as well for all the teams involved. A final question, of course, now that we have you here. We just saw the news that Alex has officially joined NIP. What's kind of your general thoughts about that huge change for Gambit Gaming?
The only thing I can say is that was a great experience to play with him. He is a great player, but it was his decision and we should respect it. And now we're looking for new mid laners, new opportunities for our team, and we really want to go to the World Finals. All our team wish it really, really hard, so we will do an insane amount of work to get there.
Well, that's very nice to hear. Thank you very much, Diamond. All right, everyone is excited for the Fnatic Cloud9 match, so without further ado, let's send it back over to the guys at the desk.
Thank you very much, Sharks, and it's great hearing from Diamond. Next up is an all-LCS affair between Fnatic and Cloud9, the two undisputed best teams in their region. Fnatic showed very poor decision-making earlier in the day when it came to Dragon fights. They had absolutely no control versus OMG, and this is demonstrated in their buff control. They only secured 3 out of 12 red buffs, and only 4 out of 12 blue buffs. The other way around, 3 blues, 4 reds. Fact is, it was simply not good enough. Why was their control so lacking, Deficio?
Well, they actually kept even in gold and had decent map vision before the second dragon, where they go down with the poke comp. We talked about it here on the desk. They just start the dragon instantly, hook lands in from Allen, and the whole fight is on, and Fnatic just lose. They fall behind in gold, and OMG is a team who loves to, whenever they are ahead, go into the enemy jungle and just deny you everything. And Fnatic, their vision control, once they fell behind, it wasn't good enough. They didn't have any wards in their jungle, so OMG kept walking in their jungle, kept taking a buff, kept forcing a fight. We saw it multiple times. Whenever Fnatic came in to try and stop it, hook more land from Allen or engage started, and Fnatic just fell further and further behind it. There was no way for them to come back.
I'm actually a little worried about Fnatic because they picked a good composition. They played it wrong. And that happens. I mean, you can make mistakes. But then I saw Soa tweet. It's like the reason we lost is the composition, and I'm wondering why. Why would you say that? I really think the composition was good. They could have played it better, but they didn't recognize their power spikes. In turn, if that is indeed where they're at right now, I really hope they go into more a brawl type of play. They look for team fights or just a typical 4-1 split, but with harder engage. So they're ready to just fight the enemy instead of trying to outmaneuver them strategically. Because else, I see the next games going really bad for Fnatic again.
Yeah, I actually agree with you on both points there, where it's like, yeah, just go play a comp that's more Fnatic-like. And I just kind of want to bring up, like, at Season 3 Worlds, Fnatic lost their very first game of the group stage, and then beat Cloud9 in the quarterfinals. And then at IEM Katowice, they lost their very first game of the group stage, and then beat Cloud9 in the semifinals.
Who are they facing again next match?
Yeah. Cloud9! Wow, so it's a surprise. So, yeah, Fnatic, slow start, like every tournament they've played. They went 0-7 in like the middle of the EULCS spring split, right? Like, this happens to Fnatic, and they always rebound, and I think that's just like, well, they got their first game out, they screwed up, but they'll do fine.
It does surprise me a little bit. However, the source goes out after the game and tweets, yeah, we didn't like our comp. I mean, Yellowstar said we used the entire day yesterday to prepare for this match. How do you then mess it up? I mean, at the same time, you play in favor of OMG for some reason in the game, even though you had a comp which could do something completely different. They really need to show here they have prepared properly for this event against Cloud9 and not do the same kind of mistakes.
Well, we've got very excited about Fnatic. We've been talking about them exclusively because, of course, they've played a game. The only team that is taking part in the Invitational that we haven't seen yet is Cloud9. They are taking to the Rift. They are playing with CLG's mid laner Link. Now, Monty, I want to ask you what your opinion is on Cloud9 as a whole. I assume you've been talking to Link somewhat and may have some insight. So what's your take on them against Fnatic?
I've not only been talking to Link, but I've been watching Cloud9 scrims with Link and listening to their comms as well. And for those of you who don't know, CLG uses more of a two-person late-game shot-calling system between Link and Aphromoo, whereas my understanding of listening to Cloud9's comms is that Hai is really the dominant shot caller. So he's been trying to, I know, step up and talk even more than he already does on CLG, but he has the same kind of mind as Hai does, and we do really focus very heavily on that big picture strategy. And having watched their scrims, I have a lot of faith actually in Cloud9 with Link. I think that obviously he's got some big shoes to fill. The team has to build up that synergy, but I think they're going to be doing okay coming in.
See, I'm actually a little more worried. We actually scrimmed them, and while it's kind of not cool to give away the privacy of the scrims, they weren't really showing super solid play there, nor was Fnatic. So I think both teams will be making mistakes. Hopefully Cloud9 worked on theirs. But the man I'm going to be watching this game is Balls, because I think if there is one way for Cloud9 to stay in these matches, it's going to be Balls. He's just such a super solid top laner, plays the meta champions all the time, might just play out Rumble again this time, and he's basically a constant all the time. Compared to Soaz, who has more ups and lows, Balls is just a force you can always count on doing well.
And he had very little impact on that Aurelia early in the game. So we've talked about both of these teams. It is once again that time to talk about the predictions. So putting it to the panel, we're going to run it down the list. Deficio, are you going with European pride once more, or is apple pie and freedom where you're placing your hopes?
Well, I mean, if I take Fnatic over OMG, I have to take Fnatic over Cloud9 as well.
So Fnatic it is, next down.
Well, I mean, I'm going to go actually for Cloud9 here. I actually have a lot of faith in them, and particularly after seeing Fnatic's earlier game, one thing that Cloud9 rarely makes mistakes in is in terms of playing out a strategy from a composition. And Fnatic, in my mind, was just an absolute mess. So I'm going with Cloud9.
Ooh, strong words.
See, I like being even with Monty, but I like it even more when he's on the bottom. So I'm going for Fnatic.
Yeah, Crepo and I are going to be high-fiving in first place, because I'm saying Fnatic.
That's not a high five.
That's a fist bump.
Yes, I said we're going to be high-fiving. After the game, we do one of those.
Okay.
And we're good to
All right,
go.
we're just checking. Well, anyways, thank you for locking your votes in. It's time to check and see how the fans are calling this game. According to LOL Esports, Fnatic is leading Cloud9 by 58% of the votes. Fnatic and Cloud9 are almost ready to get on the Rift, so let's send it back over to our casters once more.
Thank you very much, Quickshot. I'm Joe Miller, along with Joshua Jack Leesman, and while the teams are gearing up, let's check out the starting lineups for this battle of the best and the best here in the European and North American LCS. On the blue side, representing Europe, it's Fnatic, with Soaz in the top lane, Cyanide in the jungle, Xpeke in the mid lane, and the duo of Rekkles and Yellowstar.
And on the red side, of course, it is Cloud9, with Balls in the top lane, Meteos in the jungle, Link, CLG's former mid laner, now filling in the mid lane, Sneaky on AD carry, and of course Lemonation on support.
And we'll be watching those AD carries carefully in this one, with Rekkles battling Sneaky in our featured matchup.
Yeah, and Joe, these guys are actually a lot more similar than they would seem at first glance. They both have the highest KDA for their position in their respective regions, but it's not because they play passively, they just both play really smart, going in at the right moments. Sneaky is a more versatile person as far as what he can pick. He's went through 8 different champions throughout the split, and he's the guy who will pick the AD carry that really fits in a team comp, whereas Rekkles, he plays what works for him. He's only played 5 different champions since joining the LCS. He's stuck with that here. He's also the fan favorite, as you can see very clearly, but he put up great numbers for Fnatic, who went on to win that spring split.
Yeah, there's absolutely no debate who is the fan favorite here in the hall, to the point where, you know, we had the boos for Cloud9 earlier on. Fnatic basically shook the building when they came on stage right at the start of the day. So we'll see if that works in Fnatic's favor. Of course, they've already lost one game here today. What needs to change from your side, Jet?
Well, as far as Fnatic goes, they just need to make sure to stick to their trends and pay attention to the trends of the other team. If we look back all the way to that OMG, I know Crepo said they had a good team composition, and for the most part, they did. But really, if they would have picked Lulu when they picked Karma, it would have denied OMG's mid lane from Lulu. It would have given it to Soaz in the top lane. Soaz says Lulu is his favorite champion to play in the top lane. That would have been the prototype poke comp for them. And they just need to make sure they get something more comfortable for Soaz in this one.
Well, here we go then, into picks and bans. First up on the ban list for Fnatic is Evelynn. Kassadin also coming in here on the red side, seeing that good old Kassadin returning as a ban for every red team.
I was actually looking forward to Kassadin being played in this one because I have a bunch of things I want to say about the new Kassadin and what it brings. It's a little strong at the moment. It was actually nerfed in the 4.7 patch that just shipped last night in some regions, so expect to see it banned a lot more, especially against Xpeke.
So, next ban's coming in then. Ziggs taken away by Fnatic. Another mid lane ban for Cloud9 as they remove LeBlanc. So Peke's options going to be somewhat diminished coming into this into their first round of picks here, and we'll see if the third and final ban is focused towards Peke. The likes of Nidalee, of course, which he's been really favouring recently. Last ban for Fnatic was the Jax.
We're definitely seeing a trend towards a lot of mid lane bans. I like the fact that Lucian was actually banned out. That was Reckless's far and away most played AD carry during the season. Of course, though, that means a lock-in for Kha'Zix. That doesn't really phase Cloud9, though. Meteos played he played every game of the playoffs on Elise.
Yep.
It's his most played champion throughout the regular season, and it's left unbanned. So first picking Kha'Zix, I don't really think affects him. He'll pick Elise at his leisure.
We'll see if that comes in this first round here. Of course, we did see Soaz playing the Kha'Zix in their first game earlier on today against OMG. Didn't have the most success, that's for sure. Did steal a Baron in typical Cyanide fashion, though.
I'd say for the overall team, the Kha'Zix didn't do that great, but Cyanide had a really good game individually. He had the double kill right at the start of the game.
That's true.
Including the Baron steal you just mentioned, so it's definitely a powerful pick. But these, in my opinion, are more powerful because not only do they give Cloud9 exactly what they want in the Morgana, which is their most played support, also 11-0, undefeated in NALCS Plus playoffs on that, and the Lulu, which Link played tied for most of all the champions he's played, and it denies it from Soaz. Those are two really smart first two picks by Cloud9. They're a team that really does their research.
Yeah, 4 out of 5 games played in the playoffs in the North American LCS for Lemon Nation on that Morgana, and as you said, doesn't lose all that much. In fact, only the one single time, I believe, that he's actually lost with that one. So, moving on then back towards Fnatic. Kha'Zix already locked in here for Cyanide in the jungle. A repeat pick for him in the second game here at All-Stars. What are Fnatic going to go with now? Running down this clock quite heavily. Graves would be an interesting pick, considering that Reckless's champion pool has been smaller than most AD carries around.
It is. He actually has the smallest champion pool going into this event of any player that is playing here. But that doesn't include Graves. And I believe the reason he's picked Graves here is very relevant to the Lucian ban. It's as close as you can get to playstyle of Lucian with that Graves. But these picks from Cloud9, as usual, are fast and furious.
Yeah, know exactly what they want and don't waste any time picking those up. We talked about Elise already. 5 games out of 5 in the playoffs for Meteos on that Elise and put up some really fantastic performances and numbers as well. The Twitch coming out this time around, though, for Sneaky.
I think this is a really cool pick by them. It's not something Sneaky even played during the regular season, and it's actually something I was looking for the other regions to bring out of All-Stars, because BB and Piglet were 80 carries that play it prolifically.
Yeah.
And it was actually banned in the last game. So Sneaky pulling it off in this game just shows that he's been practicing and he knows the top picks.
So for Fnatic then, of course, their final 2 picks looking for a top and mid lane, and we can see Peke there not looking his happiest. I was watching the player cams in their last game as well, and Soaz looked very, very down on how that all went down for them. We'll see this Shyvana returning to a champion that he's played sporadically throughout the season so far. Orianna will be locked in as well.
They went with these 2 picks, and it's going to heavily influence their playstyle when you compare it with how they did against OMG. This is not a poke composition. While it has poke aspects, it's very much a team that can team fight. They're going to look for a completely different game plan here, knowing they can go in with the Orianna and Shyvana and try to pull off some combos.
And the last time actually that Orianna was played for Peke was way back actually in the European LCS in a defeat to Alliance. Funnily enough, that was their last defeat in that horrible run that they had after beating everyone and then going on to lose. That was an Orianna game for him there, as I said, a loss to them. Final pick here, though, for Cloud9, for the top lane of Balls, is going to be Trundle.
Yeah, even though Balls has his most played Renekton Shyvana, he's undefeated on Trundle 4-0. Obviously, Cloud9 has a lot of very impressive records because if you include the playoffs, they were 29-4. in the North American LCS. So it's a little bit skewed here. What this really means, as far as team compositions go, is that Fnatic is actually a little bit outside their comfort zone, playing a bit more of an initiation style, whereas Cloud9 is still very much at home with what they've been doing. The only new thing is a Twitch, but that is because that's what Sneaky's been practicing. That's what he's going to be comfortable with. It's really going to come down to, I think, which Fnatic shows up, the one that is on the giant losing streak or the one that wins the European split, and how Cloud9 adapts to Link, because these team comps don't really have huge advantages one way or the other.
And that's the thing about Fnatic, you know, we say that they always produce on the highest levels. They've done so traditionally when it comes to the European LCS, of course, 3 splits that they've had, won all 3 of them as well. Worlds, they managed to get pretty far as well. So we'll see if they can turn around that favor, as I think it was Freakman mentioned earlier on. They've traditionally lost games and then gone on to win them afterwards. And then beat Cloud9 specifically. So we'll see if their fortunes change with this one. When those champions selected, head to Twitter and guys, let us know which jungler you think will have the biggest impact in this game. Tweet #Cyanide or #Meteos and send those to @LOL Esports. For you, we've got Meteos on that undefeated Elise pick once again.
I think if Cloud9 is going to win specifically, it's going to be Meteos making the biggest impact. Specifically with him having to pick up more slack, I feel like with Link in the mid lane. Proud, of course.
They're on fire today.
They're going to be a little cheery for Fnatic whenever anything big happens. But honestly, if Cloud9 is to succeed, Meteos has to destroy on Elise. And Cyanide had a fantastic Kha'Zix game against OMG in defeat. So it's going to be a good matchup.
So here we go then, in-game. It's Fnatic versus Cloud9. A big rivalry. North American champions versus European champions. And look at this, right now at level 1, Fnatic are looking to set something up with a 5-man push to make that now as Yellowstar comes down towards the Tribush. We've seen quite a lot of level 1 action here today already.
More than I would have expected.
Yeah.
For sure. Obviously these trinkets still on the 2-minute cooldown at the start of the game, so a lot of guesswork coming in early. And against a Morgana, you have to be very careful about where you go.
Especially if you're going to stack up as well. Those dark bindings become all the more easy to hit, let's call it, if you're all grouped up in there together. Fnatic at the moment, see, just keeping 1 man in the Tribush. The others were waiting off to the side, but obviously Fnatic feel like there's maybe nothing for the immediate take in there, but from positioning here, looks like they're at least going to be going up to get a ward if in that blue buff area, if not stick around and take it.
And the laning matchups, as far as will we see AD carries play against each other, will be kind of the team's choices here. I talked with a lot of the pros over the weekend about exactly why we see so many lane swaps. Obviously the how has been discussed a bunch and is still, everyone has a different opinion, but the why is if there's any risk of your 2v2 lane not winning, they just swap, because that will skip the laning phase. And then as we've seen today in the All-Stars, every regional team has a slightly different take on the optimal way to swap, whether it's the 4-0, whether it's the heavier counter jungle strategy with slightly less pushing, which will give more farm to your top laner and your AD carry, or what Cloud9 and Fnatic decide to do right here.
Well, we are going to be seeing 2 versus 2 down on the bottom lane here. Reckless and Yellowstar versus Sneaky and Lemon Nation. Fits in with our featured matchup as well. Going to see how these guys keep in there and whether they stick around in this lane or do a switch the first time that they end up recalling.
Yeah, but Fnatic probably won the mind game here, unless Meteos reads that he wants to go steal the blue, and surprisingly, he's actually trending towards that direction, so junglers are going to end up trading buffs, and we're going to get those standard lanes that I've actually been waiting to see for a while from these guys.
Certainly a change from the norm nowadays, we can safely say. Those lane swaps becoming all the more prolific. There is Meteos doing the Fnatic blue one. He's in no danger right now. Got a ward just below him. Cyanide, of course, has already done that blue and is back over on towards his red. There's a nice little bit of work from Yellowstar. The poke of Karma proving a little bit difficult so far for Cloud9.
Yeah, and Karma Graves has a tremendous amount of just straight up damage. Karma in particular is probably the strongest support level 1 through 2 because she can empower her abilities right off the bat. Meteos trying a very early gank in top lane. He loves to support balls more so than almost any other jungler.
Done well there to land the cocoon onto Soaz, but you already saw Ball's not really following up from that one. It was just a case of showing your presence, make Soaz feel a little bit more under pressure. Should note that Soaz already used his teleport. Of course, he was in the Cloud9 jungle earlier with his own jungler and has now teleported to that top lane, so that's not available for him. Balls does still have his, though, so keep an eye on that if anything breaks out, for example, down in this bottom lane where the 2v2s are stacking up. Cloud9 seem very happy to just sit back here on their own turret and get those last hits off without taking too much damage and risk being too far up the lane.
They're going to get a little bit pushed in, and in all honesty, the Twitch scales much better than the Graves does. So if they can sit at their turret, trade farm, not die, and not get the turret pushed, everything is going as planned because they're actually not very gankable from that position, and it will open up Meteos to make a few more moves.
This mid lane being very, very quiet, despite being a lane which we have to keep a big eye on, though we want to keep a big eye on. Having Link here in for Cloud9 as High is out, of course, and best wishes to him, by the way, if he is watching. As Reckless going to get hit here with the Dark Binding, but again, it's only a little bit of follow-up damage to come out there from the Twitch. They have moved away from that turret now, pushing this lane much further out than before.
Fnatic actually wants Cloud9 to overcommit here because they have Cyanide waiting in the wings. Cyanide hasn't shown himself on the map really until this moment if he decides to go in with that Karma Tether. Very aggressive. That'll kind of tip off that someone's coming.
You did see the shield come out there from Lemon Nation. Cyanide gonna jump into it though. Lemon Nation flashes away. Reckless trying to get involved. The poke not quite landing there, and they're unable to turn that gank into a kill for them. But it just shows that Cloud9 have to be real careful with how far they come up the lane.
Yeah, each member of Cloud9's bottom lane burned a summoner, but Reckless also burned his flash, which will make him much more vulnerable if Meteos decides to go down there. It is a trade in the advantage of Fnatic, but it definitely wasn't free.
So this mid lane then, farm very, very even. Peke with this wave will take a slight advantage, and Meteos, knowing that Cyanide was down on that bottom side of the map, is quite happy right now to just take as much farm away as possible from Cyanide's jungle. Got a 5 CS lead from that, just to give you the early stats on how those two players are in fact doing right now.
Something that I find really interesting about these two regions, actually, and it will reflect a little bit in these playstyles, is the European region, just overall, compared to North America, had higher farm, lower kill games, with much more just longer laning phases where farming was more of a priority of killing. And when we see this laning phase, you would kind of expect Xpeke to be more at home against Link and be able to outfarm him. He averaged 79 CS a 10 during the regular season, whereas Link averaged 73. And Link is actually one of the only mid laners in this tournament whose opponents average more CS in the lane than him, because he is a very macro team-focused mid laner, whereas Peke is fantastic in lane as well.
Really interesting what impact Link is going to have. We heard already from Monte Cristo earlier on about the whole difference in calling styles between Link's native CLG and how High has been doing that traditionally here for Cloud9. And going to be very, very interesting to see how they've had this little bit of time to prepare and how who's adjusted really to his style.
And if we're going to see the impacts of that, Joe, it's going to be after 9 minutes, because that's when the game really usually starts to break down. If this laning phase extends, we're not going to see the impacts of that until they start roaming around, because High is the person that tells everyone where to go. And as soon as they have to start moving around the map, that's when it's going to make a big impact, whether or not Link can step up, because that's actually been one of Fnatic's strengths for their entire existence.
Well, so far, in terms of map movement, Cyanide has definitely been the jungler that's had more presence in these lanes. Was down in the bottom lane a couple of times, is now up towards the top side of the map. Meteos, apart from that repel into, you know, not a dangerous gank, is what I'm trying to say. He's been farming quite heavily in this one.
He is definitely a jungler who specializes in efficiency more than anything else, and he absolutely shows a tendency to gank the top lane. One thing I am also really interested in this game is Cloud9 opting for the standard lanes is something they actually did all 3 games in their dominating finals victory over Team Solo Mid. Because almost the entire regular season, people were talking about how great they were at rotations and how they would just out-tactics other teams, and they weren't great individually. Then they stomped TSM 3 times in a row standard lanes. They're actually still doing that style against Fnatic, kind of trying to just bring the game down to individual skill in the lanes because they're confident in themselves.
We've seen Yellowstar down on that bottom side, constantly trying to get in there and tether up Sneaky, which of course completely countered from Lemon Nation's Morgana choice here with that Black Shield. just stopping all the CC coming into it. The farm down in that bottom lane is incredibly close, in fact, bang even, as we really touch on that one. Little bit of a difference in item choices here from the start, though. We see the BF Sword, Doran's Blade start for Rekkles. On the other side, Sneaky going for the Vamp Scepter early.
There's a good chance Sneaky will go Blade of the Rune King off that Vamp Scepter, whereas Rekkles is absolutely going Bloodthirster, but the fact that he could save up for his BF Sword will give him an immediate trade advantage if they ever do decide to fight and go all in against each other. That's what Rekkles wants to do against Sneaky, is go all in and out-trade.
So here are those first blue buffs being exchanged. Meteos once again is going to come to this top lane. Soaz does have his ultimate and a flash available, and once again Balls just getting a bit of damage down there. Meteos will for a second time actually land in here.
The
ultimate Cyanide's coming in here. Will they be able to get in? Good repel from Meteos. Cyanide down to less than half HP. They need to be real careful about this one. Balls going low. He actually flashes out with that one, and now Meteos flashes in. There's a flash away. Cyanide turns it around. First blood Fnatic. Crazy fight in the top lane.
Absolute skill matchup right there in the top lane with Fnatic coming out on top. They baited that in not once, but twice. The first time was just to wait for Cyanide to come there. So they actually ended up starting that one late, and then they pulled Meteos all the way into the turret to get that kill.
We hear there, the crowd here, as we said, definitely a lot of Fnatic fans in the house. And well, to be honest, when you've got two French players on your team and you're playing in France, it's definitely something that you can come to expect. They get the first blood. We're about to hit the 10-minute mark. If you look at the global goal, 13.4 to 13,000. So half a thousand gold, which is 500 if you're used to normal numbers. Good start here for Fnatic. Slower paced game, though, because of these more standard or older standard lanes, I guess we can say now.
Yeah, definitely not an accelerated game that we've been so used to seeing. Meteos, though, is just continuing to put time into this top lane as usual.
And there is another Cocoon coming in, but again, they don't want to go underneath that tower. Soaz had his ultimate back available. Flash was burnt, of course, in that last encounter, so didn't have that for him. And just playing it very calm, I think, in that top lane. Not panicking and just diving straight out there instantly. And that one, we'll see if Meteos continues to try and give Balls the advantage. And we can say that so far it's working out nicely for them. The 20 CS lead for Balls in that top lane.
It's exactly what Meteos and the rest of Cloud9 have tried to do. They focus on using Balls as their asset because he was far and away the strongest top laner in North America. Soaz, though, is a spectacular player in his own right, and to me it shows that Fnatic really does their homework against Cloud9. There's a reason they tend to have their number in international competition. Cyanide being there for the counter gank is just them predicting that Meteos is going to help out Balls even more so, and they cannot let Balls get ahead of Soaz, otherwise it plays right into Cloud9's hands.
And that trend you mentioned earlier of Link losing out on farming this direct 1-versus-1 comparison in mid lane, that trend's continuing. 20 CS lead is what Peke has currently over Link. Both players are working their way up towards that. Athenes and are in very similar positions when it actually comes to item builds. If we actually look now down at the 280 carry builds, we see that the BF Sword has been picked up a little bit earlier, of course. Rekkles already talked about that. Got his Vamp Scepter now, so straight up towards that Bloodthirster. Sneaky on the other side, going for that Blade of the Rune King start. As we see Peke and Cyanide coming towards us.
A lot of people
going to go in, and the Shockwave, he's pulled the trigger far too early on that one.
That was them trying a little bit too hard to stop what Balls and Meteos are up to, and it will actually give a bit of breathing room to Link in the mid lane. This is the beginning of the map movement. It's 12 minutes in now. We're going to see higher level champions, more explosive skills, and with the items being completed, this is when the map movement becomes even more important. And if High's weakness is going to show through, it's going to show through now.
And look at this, Cyanide and Meteos pretty much mirroring each other here in positioning. Easier when there's a ward on top. That's a good jump away. The Cocoon already flying over direction Cyanide. Here is a push in the bottom lane. Yellow Star going to get the stun off there onto Lemon Nation, and Sneaky now being completely isolated from his teammate. Is he going to be able to finish him off though? Didn't even use the ultimate there. Sneaky also had a heal, had his flash available if needed.
That was a really slick trade there by Yellow Star, isolating Lemon Nation from Sneaky. It was really just a play on good AD carry mechanics from both sides, because when Lemon Nation got caught, it pulled Sneaky up, because that's the main way you stop people from hitting your support, is you show threat onto the other AD carry. As soon as that happened, though, the wall got in the way. Lemon Nation had to split, and they could jump right onto Sneaky, burning them both to fairly low health. They did have a fair amount of health potions ticking, though, and they're starting to heal back up to try and negate the effect of that. Really nice trade.
And both of the AD carries, of course, got decent amounts of lifesteal in there as well, so shouldn't be having problems. Here we see Meteos. First time, actually, that'll be coming down towards this bottom lane. Let's see if Fnatic get lured into this one, and it looks like they will. Meteos moving forward from this one. Yellowstar
no
gonna
flash.
be getting stunned up. No flash available, and Lemon Nation picking up the kill there onto Yellowstar.
The timely gank. Meteos had actually been getting a bit away from his efficient play style by camping top a little bit too predictably. That time after sweeping the bottom of the jungle, he makes way straight into the bot lane, gets a kill, and they might try this Dragon though. The Dragon Steel Master is waiting though.
5 versus 4. Rightly pointed out that Cyanide at the backside of Dragoneer is always going to be a threat. They've got a ward there for Fnatic, so Cyanide sees it. Here comes the teleport. Cloud9 looking to move away. They manage to bind up Reckless. That stops the full chase coming in. Well, there is the dive right from the top. So in the middle of the team. Sneaky doing good damage back. Lemon Nation going low. He will fall in the end, but they may lose 2 men. There's a big shockwave coming out in the end from Peke. Have they got any more damage to do here? Peke got plenty of mana still to work with. The damage is good, but it's not enough for kills.
Remember, Joe, that was actually a 4v5, so even though Fnatic took 2 deaths, that's not a huge loss for them. Look at how many summoner spells they actually burned on the other side. Flash Exhaust from Lemon Nation, Flash Ignite from Link. They're going to have that advantage come next fight, plus they get the turret afterwards. All things considered, the fans are cheering. That was a Fnatic win.
Here we go then. There is a replay once again. Could have been a lot worse if Reckless hadn't got binded.
Yeah, it really looked right here like Fnatic was in a lot of trouble, but the support from the rest of Fnatic coming in from the bottom of the screen, the ultimate from Reckless, and then the brilliant shockwave catching 3. The Elise was up in the air, but really doing enough damage and pushing them back is what saved them in that one.
And that leaves us with a 3-2 in kills, still in favor of Cloud9. The gold lead sticks with Fnatic. Dragon, of course, in all of that, wasn't taken down. So Fnatic, as you mentioned, it was a 5 versus 4. Not only were they able to stop the Dragon attempt from Cloud9, well, they picked themselves up a kill there in the end as well. We'll see, though, who goes towards this Dragon and at what point, with both duos now having both of their champions in this bottom lane once again. We do have Cyanide moving down. Meteos is moving in there as well, so we might not be too far away from an encounter there.
Yeah, a binding lands in that bot lane, and they're going to start destroying each other. The Dragon is still getting pulled on. This time the top laners can't be involved, and it would be a 4v4. They actually go in without sweeping because they are feeling this much more confident in this fight. Whether it's blind confidence or not, I'm not quite sure. They have to back away.
Well, we see the Fnatic gonna jump in from this one. Lemon Nation goes very, very low. There is a shockwave. Lemon Nation gets away, but Reckless is pushing through. Cyanide stealthing in there as well. Have they got the damage? Yes, they will. Cyanide gets one. He finished off by Sneaky though. Peke wants more, and he may just get more here. Meteos goes down. Are they gonna go for anyone else? Lemon Nation still very low there at the back. They didn't get it in the end, but it's a 2-for-1 for Fnatic.
Really great charge there by Fnatic, having the confidence with the shockwave. Fan chance coming in, and now they have a chance to control the Dragon. High's gonna think about this one, but then think better. Look at the size of that.
Full house here today in Paris, and well, we'll see if that brings Fnatic any luck. Of course, already losing their first game against OMG earlier on in the day. This one starting off much better for them, though. We see that they now control a 2,000 gold lead.
Yeah, and Soaz has to go back right now. I wonder if Balls are going to push up and try and get a turret. You can see the amount of gold he is sitting on was about 2,200, and this whole time that 4v4 was happening in the bottom lane, he's been down a completed item. It's a Blade of the Ruined King on Balls versus just the Cutlass for Soaz, and that means he loses out in the majority of these trades. He still hasn't had the window to go back, so if a fight erupts up here, it could actually go in the hands of Cloud9 just because of the amount of gold in inventory.
Well, this could be dangerous for him. Meteos moving again towards his top lane. He's tried time after time to really lock Soaz down. Of course, they were baited into that fight further to give the first blood over towards Cyanide, who is now sat at 3-2-1. Picked himself up a Hex Drinker as well. There is Soaz moving out. Meteos is still waiting in there, and there is a position. Another Cocoon lands. Soaz going to take a lot of damage, but again has the safety of his ultimate to get back into tower range.
Cloud9 does this a lot. That was round 1 to burn the ultimate. They still have the ultimate of Trundle if they want to tank this turret. They're really considering it, but Soaz does a spectacular job to clear the wave.
Wave cleared, and there is his window to actually go back and spend some of that hard-earned cash. Still behind in CS, has brought it back to a more respectable level than it was. We see there the Blade of the Ruined King actually finished off for him. Meanwhile, Fnatic pressure in the bottom lane.
And things are looking great for Fnatic right now. The turret is low. Wow, Peke actually beat Link to the spot.
And there is a Black Shield timing out. They dash straight onto Sneaky. Good wild growth though coming in. Cyanide's in the middle of them. It's Peke that gets the kill onto Sneaky. Lemon Nation trying to run away. Again lands a clutch binding this time onto Cyanide to stop him chasing through.
Kill and the turret. Peke is obliterating the Cloud9 team right now with the timing of his shockwaves and the movement from mid lane. He got the CS advantage. Now he's winning other lanes for him. There's a fight breaking out.
Yellowstar going very, very low from that one. Crowd loving it at this point. The blue buff going to be contested, but here comes Meteos from the backside. Fnatic are very, very low in this one. Cyanide goes low, jumps away from it, doesn't get the slow. Meteos dodges that one completely with a repel, and that is going to be a kill.
Oh man, they got the rest of Fnatic cornered.
Completely sandwiched in between Cloud9
and the teleport.
TP from Balls is coming in as well. Reckless trying to stay alive as long as he can. Peke might get a kill here. Reckless actually takes down Link. They do finally finish off Peke, but Reckless is the next target. Meanwhile, Meteos going low. Soaz is trying to get that kill, does get that kill as well. 3 for 2 right now. They are going to lose Soaz. That ends with a 4 for 2 in favor of Cloud9.
What a bloodbath right there. You can definitely say Fnatic overstayed their welcome because Sneaky actually came all the way back from the death, returned to the fight just for the cleanup. Let's take another look at this one, how low Fnatic is. It was really just the movement from Meteos to cut in and corner here. Cloud9 loves the combo of the stun from Elise and the dark binding because it allows them to lock down targets and cut off areas of retreat. The binding is actually what pushed the 3 members of Fnatic back towards the lane. Therefore, Meteos could cut them off from the other side. When the double TPs came in, this just ensured the bloodbath because it meant both teams were trying to commit. At this point, Fnatic can't think about how bad a position they are in with Twitch returning, and Twitch finishes the job onto Soaz. Luckily, he could pick up that kill on Defuse.
Taking something for, well, not really for nothing, was it, when it's a 4 for 2, but yeah, at least getting it on the way out there, knowing that he's facing a certain death. Where does that leave us? Still, Cloud9 hold a slight lead when it comes to kill, but they are still behind in gold. About 1,500 now, so that difference of 2,000 just a couple of minutes ago is closing somewhat for Cloud9. One worry you've got to feel is Peke, even though in that situation there he was super low the entire time, he's putting out so much damage already.
Exactly, he's 1,000 gold ahead of what Link has, and his death cap is going to be completed fairly quickly. Cloud9 doesn't even have a very high damage team with the Lulu mid, so they got to be very careful that Peke's shields don't get too powerful. Plus they got the buff invade pressure to get the turret.
Red buff steal, Paul sticking around here with 2 men right in front of him, the other 3 from Fnatic off to the side. Don't really want to go for that Trundle though, the tankiest man over on the Cloud9 team. And Cloud9 making a bit of a positional play here, knowing that Fnatic are on that top side of the map. They push 3 men towards this middle outer turret.
This is the moment of the game where Cloud9 was best in North America, but how are they going to be with Link here, making the calls and trying to get them to move around? They're already down 3 turrets to 1, so that puts them at an immediate disadvantage. How are they going to adapt to a team like Fnatic, who is so brilliant in their rotations with wards and getting picks?
See Soaz and Balls, that matchup there not really, or shouldn't really be killing each other without any outside help from that one. Lemon Nation was trying to get involved, but Soaz had already pretty much just ran away with the help of that Blade of the Ruined King. So back to a quieter period now, but we have less than a minute until the next Dragon comes into play. Last one, of course, went over to Fnatic after Cloud9 had started it off a couple of times.
And I'm really curious about what's going to happen at this next Dragon, because Cloud9 is behind in turrets right now, and they are pretty sure Fnatic's going to be going for the Dragon. I wouldn't be too surprised if Cloud9 tries to almost let Fnatic get the Dragon so they can push the mid-turret. In order for Fnatic to counter that, though, it's all about how strong Peke is and how much pressure he can put on Link. If they can keep that mid-turret wave pushed into the interior turret of Cloud9, they can take Dragon without the minions pushing down the mid-turret and have their cake and eat it too, basically, because they would be a little bit stronger in the Dragon fight.
So only 10 seconds then for that one. Fnatic a little bit more spread out from this one, as we see the Twin Shadows coming out there. Actually picked up for Lemon Nation. We did see that item being picked up by him in the playoffs as well over in North America. Really likes that one. Fnatic are in the better position right now. They've got a couple of wards down there, trying to get a few more in as well. They've got a decent amount of vision over where Cloud9 are approaching.
I mean, Lemon would have loved to have a Twin Shadows into a Dark Binding because it makes the skill almost unmissable, but it's already burned. And Fnatic's actually the one that's doing the turret pressure instead of the Dragon, kind of beating Cloud9 to the punch here, pulling Cloud9 away from their own jungle and maybe catching them in the corridor.
Sneaky moving, stealthed up around the back so that he could get into a safe position to clear out that wave. And look at this, Cloud9 moving forward, scanning as they go, getting 2 wards for 1 really
that
with
is
that
such
one.
a dangerous spot.
Yeah, they've caught Link completely out of position. He's going to use the Wild Growth on himself, but honestly, I'm not sure that he'll get away. There is the Black Shield coming in. Cyanide still chasing, and while I'm wrong on that one, Link will get away from it, but that leaves a 5v4 now for Fnatic at Dragon.
He'll get away, but it completely cost them the Dragon. Fnatic had already put Cloud9 in a difficult situation, trapping them in that corridor, because anytime they want to move down and around and try and get vision control back, they're at risk of having someone getting caught out. They're lucky it wasn't a kill and the Dragon, that it was just the Dragon, but it's still a loss.
Guys already on the analysis desk did say earlier on that things have to change
Sneaky.
with Dragon Control. Sneaky gonna come in for this one. Flash there from Peke. We'll get him away quick enough. Lost about half of his HP, but we'll be able to just run back from this one. Does have his death cap now finished.
The shield helped him stay alive, but that move right there by Sneaky is why Twitch is such a strong champion internationally. He wasn't really picked up by North America during the season, but that's why Sneaky has him now. Even in the mid-game, there's always that threat that he could come up against the most farmed member on the other team, and because he got the drop on him, he burned a flash without really burning much of his own other than his Blade of the Ruined King active.
So Meteos, once again, he's spent almost more time in this top lane than he has farming his jungle, I think, or what it seems like at this stage of things. The question is, are they feel comfortable enough to go under the tower? Doesn't look like it. We already see the recall being used there by Meteos. He's just going to go back away from it. So as we should mention that CS difference, that lead that Balls has had pretty much the entire game here, still stands. 214 to 189 CS. You can see that he's actually working himself up here, Balls, towards that Randuin's Omen. On the other side of things, Soaz actually got himself the workings of a Guardian Angel.
He has the 2 components to it. That would be a curious choice for him. I hope he's just going for different components of items. The Randuin's maybe with his Chain Vest or a Sunfire Cape, and then a Spirit Fist or a Banshee's Veil. With the other one, he's just getting those components right now. As far as teamfighting is concerned for Soaz, though, he's got to be really careful about himself. I know Dyrus had a horrendous series against Cloud9, where it seemed like he was stunned the whole time. Basically because, teleport coming in from Cloud9, actually. They might try and stop this invade.
Oh, Reckless has just dashed over the wall. Actually, they decide to focus towards Peke. This is a 5 versus 1. He's not going to be taken down easily, though. Does damage over towards Sneaky, but Link will finish off that one. In the end, I thought they might head for Reckless as he dashed towards the TP, but, well, Peke all isolated on the top side. Just a bit of dodgy position in there.
They were trying to greedily take away that blue buff, and it ends up costing them another death onto Peke. But it's the stun from Elise and the Dark Binding from Morgana that can keep front lines at bay, which is why the Mercury Treads are such an important purchase for Soaz. That's something Dyrus did not do in the finals against Cloud9.
So I see him waiting off to the side, and we can see that he does have now the more Randuin's direction completed. It's interested to see where he go with that one, and that confirms it for us. That turret here down way low and will be finished off this push by Cloud9. That's their 2nd of the game so far.
And Balls is going to become a monster. The more Soaz tries to tank up to be the front line that eats all the crowd control, the tankier he is going to make Balls when he uses the ultimate on him and just steals his armor and magic resistance. Already 2-0-4. These solo lanes and the damage dealers for Cloud9 are actually doing very well, enough to make me say I do not know who's going to win this game despite Fnatic's gold.
A lot of wards coming down over by Baron there as well. In fact, Fnatic with that have actually started to move up here. He comes Sneaky from the side. They're going to try and single him out. Actually, we'll have to flash away from this one. And in the end, the lifesteal really helping him to stay alive from that. Dangerous for Fnatic at the start. Good reactions from Soaz to push him away, though.
Some risky business by Sneaky there, but Soaz had the right read. Twitch forces you into very split decisions right there. He jumps up on you, and he's using that Spray and Pray, or Rat-a-tat. Still, I'm not sold on that name change, but it's one or the other. You have to make the decision immediately, and Soaz decided the right one to go in instead of out. Otherwise, they would have just gotten a bunch of free damage out of it.
So back off from both teams here as we go out to spend on a few different items. Randuin's done 4 balls. See where he goes after that one. Currently having a bit of a free reign on this top, that 20 CS lead. And I keep harping on around, really has stuck for this entire game. And now, with that extra armor in there, will he go more aggressive? A Sneaky gonna pop up here on towards Reckless, but actually, Reckless turns this one around. Can they get the shockwave onto him? No, they can't. Sneaky sped up there by Link.
Yeah, Sinai might actually look to make something happen here. But what's so slick here is normally when Twitch goes in, he's very much fully committed because he used all his move speed, he's revealed his stealth, and he shoots you. But because they have the Lulu here that can give him move speed, if it doesn't work, he can actually retreat as well, which makes him an even more formidable weapon for Cloud9 against Fnatic here.
So there, a bit of a support battle as Lemonation said, okay, you want to clear my ward? Here's Baron aggro for you. Take a couple of hits from that one. Cloud9 themselves moving in here and getting the better of that pink ward, so saving their ward in the backside. Everyone around.
They go!
Baron, they're going to get the shockwave off here, surely. Cyanide tries to get in. Good binding, gets slowed down, and he may be forced to back away from this one. All the CC landing at once.
Yeah, and it's a real push-pull here. Soaz wanted to flank, but they couldn't close in from both positions. They might keep doing this dance.
40 seconds till Dragon comes up, which we may see one team move for, but right now Fnatic have decided, is that middle lane maybe where we want to go for Meteos around the back, may get caught out, flashes away, Cyanide dives in, Meteos already using his rappel to get over into the Wraith camp though.
Fnatic keeps catching Cloud9 in tricky positions and Cloud9 keeps barely escaping, but then the question is, what does that really cost him? Now Meteos can't try the flank because his flash is down, whereas Fnatic really didn't burn much.
Blast back there from Yellowstar. Planning the shots onto Lemon Nation. So Dragon, after that bit of action by Baron, is certainly the more realistic target here as we approach the 30-minute mark in this game between the two champion teams of the North American and European LCS. Fnatic are there. Cloud9 not so much though. They're coming now.
There's pretty much no vision control by Cloud9 here. It was dangerous for them to even walk this far and check it. It means they really value this Dragon overall and want the fight. Balls is actually closer here because his teleport isn't up, but their top turret is taking fire. They have to go for the Dragon almost immediately, otherwise they lose turrets.
Make the decision. Cloud9 need to choose what they're going to do with this one. Actually, Soaz has started to back away there.
Keep going.
Teleport is available. You'd think he's going to keep going. He has moved back on towards the tower, which is at about half HP. Fnatic just stalling here down by Dragon.
It's such a great position for Fnatic to be in. They either make Cloud9 walk into a shockwave or they get free turrets. Cloud9 has to walk in.
Cloud9 actually pushing Fnatic back, but the zoning power of Xpeke alone here with the threat of that shockwave could keep them off.
Cloud9 is taking so much harass damage from that Orianna ball, and the Dragon is still low. There's a shockwave onto one, though. This means Cloud9 can get the Dragon or fight. They have to do it soon.
And there is the Dragon picked up by Cloud9. That top turret, though, has gone down. So as they made the decision there, let's take that trade, try and keep them off the Dragon. Didn't quite work out as planned, but that tower has gone down in Fnatic's favor. We're still at around 1,500 gold separating these two teams. Neither of them being able to make any real headway when it comes to either getting that lead back from Cloud9 side or Fnatic getting a bigger lead.
And the thing with that trade for Fnatic is, even though the Dragon was worth a lot of gold and clearly Cloud9 valued it, Fnatic got to make a trade that now Cloud9 can't make again. It was a top turret for a Dragon objective. Since they've now pushed it to the inhibitor, if they do that again, it's not a trade Cloud9's going to opt into. Overall, once again, that is a very slightly better trade for Fnatic.
And we saw some pings going down onto the top lane outer turret there. A basically free pot of gold for Cloud9 at this point. Put a couple of men onto that one. We'll see if they can take that down. Yellowstar still commanding position around the Baron area. Again, the Ghost just sent out by Lemon Nation just to scout around. One of them does find Yellowstar hiding inside of the brush, and that gives Cloud9 now the better position on Baron and allows them to continue with this yo-yo game of clearing wards out.
And I gotta say, Cloud9's actually staying together pretty well when you consider that their shot caller is missing. Stuck back in North America High, unfortunately, with his health problems. Could not make the trip, which is why Link is here. And they've been desperately practicing, trying to get Link as vocal as High was, since he is a shot caller. But CLG uses a dual shot calling system, and really, that's not the way Cloud9 has rolled for most of the season. He's got his items now with the completed Void Staff onto Lulu. He's very powerful. The team itself is only 2 turrets behind. They're 1,000 gold behind. They're longtime rivals who have more often than not come out on top against them. And they're in position to at least win this game at 32 minutes. It's very close.
That's right, I was talking about that they were pinging earlier. Part of the reason why that gold has come back a little bit for Cloud9 was Balls who simply walked into that one and took it down without too many problems whatsoever. And again, both teams moving back, and we'll continue this dance around Baron where lots of wards being cleared out and replaced already. There's one still for Fnatic at the mouth of the Baron pit there, though. We'll see where that gets switched out. Good time to maybe take a look at a couple of items here, and want to look back to our AD carries in the featured matchup. We see that both of them actually picking up Phantom Dancer and Last Whisper. The difference, of course, is that Blade of the Ruined King Bloodthirst.
And this is actually the point in the game, Joe, where Twitch becomes much more powerful than Graves. Obviously, it is position-based for AD carries, as it always is, but just with the stealth and that rat-a-tat-tat to hit almost every target on Fnatic, Twitch is better right now, if they can force a fight.
TP coming in from Balls. Fnatic had already seen that one coming and decided we should back away as the Twin Shadows come in there. The Ghost coming around. Sneaky is in the middle. He's going to get the slow off onto Xpeke, but Fnatic have replied and, you know, moved themselves back to that inner turret in mid lane fast enough that they weren't risking moving through that tight avenue to try and get involved.
It's all about vision control trading here at the Baron area. Both teams trying to kind of catch each other in corridors. Both teams have tremendous amount of AoE burst if they really land the right stuff. Cloud9 on the side would be a Twitch AoEing with Lulu's Glitter Lances, whereas Fnatic is even more so. Dragon, Shockwave, and the Graves AoE would just obliterate Cloud9. That's why these tight moves around the Baron pit are so valuable, and getting a team pushed back to their turret to get vision control is a constant swing of momentum.
Oh, need to be a little careful here. Actually sidestep from Peke away from the Dark Binding of Lemon Nation. Just want to point out Peke's build while we're talking about him. Double blasting one here. Just showing us that he wants that extra power right now and can't afford to wait. Ball's actually catching out Yellowstar here. This could be a little bit dangerous. Cyanide's coming from the top. Are they realistically going to take out Trundle? I don't think so. The teleport will come around for Soaz. Actually cancelled there in the end. Ooh. But now Cloud9 managed to lock up one. Yellowstar's the squishiest target on the entire team, and Ball right up there in front of him. Throws down his pillar. They can't take Peke. Well, this is Shockwave territory. They landed as well. Meteos is going to go low. Can they finish him off? He's going to rappel out of there, and now it's Cloud9 turning around and chasing.
And Fnatic is still pushing with Soaz. They have not suffered a casualty yet. This is a huge move for Fnatic.
Lemon Nation going low. Peke actually going to stop them from recalling one of this one. Balls also just trying to keep them from pushing back in. Xpeke going to go low. They actually can finish him off there. Link is going to go towards Reckless now as well. He goes down. Lemon Nation got that kill. We have seen Meteos come back in. He's actually stopping now the push from Cyanide. From Soaz in there, but Cloud9 are going to get the inner tower.
They have burned so much to get those few kills. Now, how do they capitalize? There are two main damage dealers down on Fnatic's side and a third stuck away. They're going straight for that inhibitor.
This trade will be a happy one for Cloud9, getting the kill advantage, stopping Soaz, and going a step further than Soaz in that bottom lane by taking the middle lane inhibitor. We've got 30 seconds to Dragon, still 20 seconds until Peke and Reckless come up. Cloud9 are headed towards Baron here.
It's because it's still a 5v3, and the teleport, remember, was cancelled by Soaz, so he can't make it in a position. Cloud9 could burn this Baron down before Fnatic even makes it into the rage. They might try, though. Cyanide is there. His ultimate's up, so he can come in stealth.
He's going to surely come in stealth from this one, but have they got the vision in there? No, Cloud9 secure that one. It's Meteos that will finish off with the smite. Nice fluid call in here from Cloud9. This was a big question mark about them, but we see how efficiently they pulled off that move, the sweep up towards Baron.
Exactly, because that was an example of Fnatic pushing Cloud9 to the absolute limit. They forced them into multiple team-based decisions, and Cloud9 ended up making it work. But they might be sticking around here with the Dragon up because they had to clear super minions. Fnatic might be able to rush this Dragon down. It's Cloud9 trying to make it in for a team fight, because if they get another one, they could end the game.
And they're moving in en masse here. Sneaky, you can see, trying to get in position from that one. Dragon is very low. It is going to be Fnatic that get that one, but will they want to fight? Surely not. Soaz even using his ultimate to go away, but they've gone towards Peke. Shockwave on the backside, but Peke is going to go down. And now Soaz being the target. He is the tanky one, but he's being chased very efficiently. Binding just whisking by. didn't quite land onto Soaz. They're going to go up there onto Yellow Star, who's basically the sacrificial lamb there, trying to draw the AD carry away. It worked, but 2 men are down. Cloud9 might make a choice to keep pushing.
Incredibly dangerous move there by Fnatic to get that Dragon because they lose a lot of shielding right here. Balls is incredibly tanky. Look at the armor. He can tank this turret. They might go for the win in the face of Fnatic.
They're going to go for it here, and the first Nexus turret has already gone down. Balls says, I don't care about you guys. I want the turrets. They're going to take the second one. They turn around for the fight, killing off Cyanide. Soaz won't even be focused. They want the Nexus here. Rekkles is trying to hammer away on Balls. Won't work out for them. Cloud9 take down Fnatic. Brilliant decision making there to end that game.
What a game that was, Joe, from Cloud9 strategically. Amazingly enough, they forced the fights at the right moments when Fnatic forced them to. They were down in the game. They kept their rotation start. Ling has a huge smile on his face because they just took down Fnatic at the All-Stars right here. If you're Fnatic, you got to be stunned right now.
Woeful for Fnatic, really. Let's not forget that from the round-robin group stage, 4 out of the 5 teams will go through into the playoffs. Fnatic, though, they've lost their first 2 games. That is not an easy position to come back from. After having a great start here, they've got a lot of people behind them here in the stadium. Something has to change for them, but I want to focus on the positives from this one. Cloud9, the question marks that we had, I guess they've answered it.
They're definitely starting to answer them here. I really love the fact that they brought out the Twitch pick. Cloud9 is always a team to heavily prepare, and Sneaky, who was an already versatile AD carry, put another AD carry into his repertoire, and he just came out pretty big in that game. So many times he would open up in a strange position, kind of confuse Fnatic, and give him an edge off of that one. Their strength as well in the top lane, the rock they rely on, Balls. Meteos camped for him, but he still became that monster, and the pillars down the stretch, plus his armor ability to tank the turret, helped them A, chase down Fnatic for the kills, but B, finish the game in a timely fashion. 38-minute win after the game being pretty much anyone's game 5 minutes prior.
And earlier on in the game, I was talking back to the point from our analyst desk that they were saying they need better control over Dragons. In the game against OMG, they made some bad decisions to fight there. Funnily enough, the finisher here was Fnatic starting off the Dragon and then being chased out, killed, and Cloud9 ending the game. Let's not forget, I mean, Dragon's always important, but is it worth risking against a Baroned up team?
Exactly. At 36 minutes into the game where they've actually lost a couple team fights in a row, I actually feel like Fnatic may have just been really worried about getting outscaled.
Yeah.
Sneaky was getting pretty big on Twitch, and they knew how Graves versus Twitch kind of had a timer on it. Not to mention the Trundle versus Shyvana. Balls are going to rip him to shreds by the end of the game, and he was just getting bigger and bigger. So Fnatic was kind of hoping to get that and get out and just kind of wait for the Baron and then make their move, because that was kind of all they had left.
And I was wondering there, at the end we saw Peke, or the fight in the top side of the jungle with that shockwave that, whilst it did a lot of damage, didn't really offer them what that shockwave needs to offer them. They had no follow-up to it, number one. It didn't have the damage to burst a single person down, and that's the perfect position for a shockwave. Like, it doesn't get much easier to hit a big shockwave like that.
Peke, in my opinion, actually played out of his mind for most of the game.
Yeah.
This wasn't a game, the analyst desk might have a different view, where teams made that many big mistakes. Obviously, at the end, Fnatic going for Dragon was one that ended the game, but they were already losing up to that point. That was just a game of a lot of forced decisions that created conflict, and then it was all about who had better execution. At the very start of the game, remember that 2v2 in the top lane? It was Fnatic for a lot of the early moves. And then later on in the game, it was actually Cloud9 who ended up outplaying them.
Yeah, dragging them in. We saw, again, the two sides almost of Fnatic. One way you think, wow, that was incredibly well baited out. If we're talking about the top lane in First Blood that came in very decisive, then we see the Fnatic that look undecisive, or maybe even worse, commit to a bad decision overall.
Yeah, and with maybe the bad decision making from Fnatic, they won so much with their poke comp down the stretch. When it didn't work against OMG, they kind of shied away from it. They're going to have to do a little bit of searching on the second day. They're always a team that adapts well, though.
Well, we are going to be heading over to Shox, who's standing by with Meteos from Cloud9.
Thank you very much, guys. First off, Meteos, congratulations on that victory. Great coming into the tournament here with a win, and probably also versus Fnatic, because you guys have had a lot of games in the past already. Talk me through the game, the early game where the top lane exchange was not ideal.
Yeah, I messed up a little bit early game top. I flashed in thinking I could like kill Shyvana with my Q, but my Q was actually on cooldown when I flashed in, which was just a pretty big misplay, and we got a little bit behind from that. But after that, my team played really well and sort of carried us through the early game. We lost a lot of dragons, but Sneaky was playing really well on Twitch, and he was able to force a lot of flashes by just opening on them in really unexpected ways, and then using the rest of our catch, like Elise stuns, Morgana binds, and Trundle pillars. We were able to just get a lot of catches on, especially Orianna, because he's really immobile.
Yeah, you guys did very well. I was actually particularly impressed with even the shot calling at the end of the game when we said that that might be a little bit of a difficult point with Hai, of course, not being here. So how have you tried to make, is Link now the shot caller, or has someone else taken up the role?
Link has stepped up and done a lot of shot calling, which it's a lot of props to him because it's super hard to just come into a new team and just sort of try to take command, but he's done a really good job. He's played really well, and he's worked with us to just basically make us play as well as we can.
Yeah, and you guys played very well. Up later today, of course, you're going to play versus SKT, the reigning world champions. So how are you looking forward to that matchup?
Well, I think SKT is a million times better than us. We've scrimmed them the past 2 days, which is actually a huge pleasure because they're just extremely good. Everything we do, it feels like they just have a better answer for. And so we learn a lot from playing them. And maybe if we play extremely well and they slip up, we might be able to take it off them. But I'm sort of not going into it with the most confidence, but we'll do our best and we'll see what happens.
Yeah, you never know, of course, going in with the best of hopes. Of course, Hai isn't here. Is there anything you want to say to him? Of course, we all wish he gets better very soon.
Well, I just hope Hai feels better. I'm really looking forward to playing with him again. Link's done a great job, but I miss you, Hai.
We all miss him here. Well, thank you very much, Miros, and congratulations. That's all for now. Let's head back over to the guys at the analysis desk for more information on the game.
Thank you very much, Shox. And it appears that apple pie is greater than the baguette, at least in today's head-to-head matchup. And of course, props to Monty for predicting correctly. Let's talk a little bit about the game. I think Jat summarized a lot of the macro strategy very well. We're going to go back, look at a few replays. Before we do, straight up head-to-head lanes. It's the first time we've seen that all day. It's not something that happens very often. Peke is somebody I want to highlight. He had 94 CS average over the 2 games at 10 minutes. So he is CSing like a monster, but it's not necessarily helping Fnatic transition into a powerful mid-game state.
Yeah, there's one thing I think that's going well for Fnatic despite these losses, which is Peke's play as far as laning goes. This game at 10 minutes, 98 to 87 minions. 20 minutes, 194 to 177. So Peke is continually outplaying his opposition one-on-one. Problem is Fnatic's making a lot of mistakes outside of that, obviously.
Not working in their favor, unfortunately.
Yeah, I really felt Fnatic did well early, but then they just threw it away. Like their lead at 2 questionable decisions, one contesting a blue buff, and then later, all the way at the end, if we saw that exchange, yeah, Joe talked a bit about how that shockwave wasn't amounting to much. It was just a disengaged shockwave, and I felt that was okay because they kept Cloud9 busy long enough so they could fall back and let SOAS take 2 towers for free. But then Fnatic got overconfident. They're like, hey, let's drag him back to us again, and then just lost out completely.
Well, dial it back just a little bit. Before all of the drama happened, Fnatic did actually have control. We do have a replay to at least talk through one of those team fights. So Fisho, highlight what was positive and negative about this.
Well, so first of all, Fnatic's side here actually decide to go for the fight even though Yellowstar is dead. He's not in this fight. He's all the way back in the base. And the issue for Fnatic, and the issue Krepo brought up himself, is Fnatic were greedy in this game. There were many times where they actually disengaged well, did a good thing, and then in the end, they go back in. We saw it in the last fight. This one as well here. You see Cyanide and Source, if we just start rolling the clip, they're greedy to get in towards Cloud9 here. They want to get straight into them. The rest of Fnatic
this is the result.
Is too far. Yeah, this is the result here. We roll again though. The rest of Fnatic are too far away to join in. There's no shockwave from Xpeke here to help out with Source and Cyanide. So they take so much damage. Yes, they kill the support, but it's too late. It's a beautiful, beautiful shockwave though, coming in, but it's just too late. There's nobody there to do the damage after the shockwave, and the only thing Fnatic can do is try and chase, but they don't get anything. And in the end, they actually give up 2 kills because they went in split and too fast.
Not to mention that if Meteos had enough, we were looking at this before, he was within repel range right there, and had he had enough mana for an E, they could have actually turned around and gotten maybe even a kill or more.
100% agree, and it was the issue for Fnatic. They made some good moves. We saw some very beautiful shockwaves from Orianna. Yet though, whenever they actually did something very good, Cloud9 could just turn it around, especially because Fnatic were too greedy or made a big mistake, and the last one was definitely one of them.
Yeah, Fnatic was a team where they had very smart overall decision making. They were up 3-1 on Dragons, 7-5 on both blue buffs and red buffs. They were, until the endgame pushes, 6-3 on turrets. All the, be smart, think about the game objectives, they outplayed Cloud9 down the line. They took everything down the line. The problem was, when it came down to, there's a battle in front of us, they're like, let's fight a 4v5, and did that like 3 times and lost the game because of it.
Although I do think Cloud9's vision control was a little better. I saw Fnatic really misuse their sweeps. At one point, Yellowstar had an Orcus Lens, and he could literally just sweep all the areas in one go and then save the other sweeps on the remaining members. But they ended up double sweeping bushes constantly. They even missed a ward at the side of Baron that just gave Cloud9 the security like, hey, they're literally not at Baron. They're trying to bait us in. Let's just push mid. And then Cloud9 is really good at recognizing these openings, and this is a glimpse of the former Cloud9 in its full glory coming through, saying, yeah, you guys can try and play the map, but we'll play better than you, and that's what ended up happening.
Well, not only that, but we can talk about the kind of early game objectives that Fnatic got, but as Jat was talking about as well, they were really playing for that late game. You have the Twitch, you have the Trundle that can just go ahead and ult the Shyvana and steal all the stats. So if you're Cloud9, in a way, not fighting these objectives early and staying, really, they stayed very close within a couple thousand gold that entire game, and by the end, all you have to do is wait for your opponent to make a mistake, and then you can capitalize it and close the game like that.
You have set me up beautifully because Fnatic made multiple of those mistakes. We have another replay. Let's pull a second one up onto your screen. It was probably the first real overcommitment that Fnatic made, and it was something that we've seen them repeat a couple of times. Krepo, talk us through, what's happening here.
Yeah, this is, again, at Blue Buff. This is where Fnatic tries to force. They have a little bit of a lead, so they try to exploit that lead by going for blue buff, but they're reaching too far. They're getting poked over the wall, and look how chunked everybody is right now. They have to get out of there real quick, but they're still greeting. They want that blue buff, and then they want to move out. But I believe at this point, we see a teleport coming down. We see Elise flanking. Actually, the teleport's coming a little later, I believe. But yeah, Cloud9 is closing them in, and Fnatic's too chunked, so they can't really escape up, left, and down. Everything is closed in, so they're just going to try and kill somebody. Here's Balls TPing in. Okay, Soaz reacted to the TP of his own, but look at Pekka, super low. He managed to get 1 kill here on Link, I believe, but it's all for naught because this is so close to the base of Cloud9, Twitch will just come in and clean up. And this is where I really think Fnatic threw away their lead, and they should recognize that if you're this close to an enemy base, just ignore the blue buff. It's not worth it. Get out.
Maybe they were just scared to go late game and just felt like we need to do something again and again and again. And the fight they had, where there were 4 members, they disengage Source, takes 2 towers down the bottom lane, and yet they still feel the need to actually go back in and start a fight. I'm not sure if they were afraid of going to late game or they were just too aggressive.
Well, Freak, just last comments before we move on.
Yeah, so to me it's like, I know you can be afraid of the late game, but you can play these like small advantage windows over and over again and just build too big of a lead. Like, yes, Twitch is good, but if you stay 1 item up on an 80 carry, Graves will always out-damage Twitch. That will always happen if you're an item up, and as long as you play the safe moves, you can keep that item lead.
But for that, you need better vision control.
Sure.
Well, we'll have to see if Fnatic can bounce back. I fear their fate may not be entirely in their own hands. We do have to take a very quick commercial break, and when we are back, there'll be more All-Star action as OMG take on the Taipei Assassins. Do not go away.
They're TPing. Go forward, go forward. Kill Ori. Kill him. I'm here. Graves. Shyvana. Get Shyvana. It's working. No flash. Good job. Take bottom tower. Right now.
我们中国队的话，属于一个比较套路比较多吧，然后东南亚那边可能比较注重一些那种个人能力吧。
Welcome back to All-Star 2014 live from the Zenith here in Paris, as I am joined by CLG's Doublelift. Welcome, Doublelift.
Hi.
Hi. Doublelift, you've just seen Cloud9 take on Fnatic, and obviously Link was in that mid lane, as he is, of course, a CLG player subbing in here. What did you think of this performance?
He played really well. He fell a little bit behind in CS in lane, like 15 or 20, but he made up for it in team fights, and I thought he played well overall. It's probably really nerve-wracking to be in front of such a huge crowd, and I'm really proud. Like, he obviously won. He played really well and made really good decisions the whole game.
And indeed, a strong performance from the whole team, actually. Talking about being in front of a big crowd and doing well, you guys are obviously up against Team Fire earlier in the day. What kind of went wrong there for Team Ice?
Well, we didn't have a strategy. That's pretty important to winning. It seemed like their picks were a lot better than ours, and honestly, like, none of us had any idea how to play Earth. We didn't know what was OP. Only Madlife was really smart about it. He's like, Lulu's good. And I was like, okay, like, you play Lulu. I thought that Jace was a lot stronger than he was, and I started feeding. There was a lot of lag. And yeah, our strategy was really horrible. Froggen just like randomly picked Eve mid, and we just like didn't know anything about Earth. That was a big problem.
But that means you can just make up for it tomorrow in Hexakill, of course.
Yep.
How has it been playing together with the guys that are on your team? I saw you hugging with Madlife before.
Yeah, I actually only been really close on my team with Madlife. And like I talked to Froggen because he's cool and he speaks English. But I'm pretty like, in terms of the game, I think I only really duoed with Madlife so far. And he's really good, really strong player, really smart. And surprisingly, he speaks more English than you would expect.
Doing with Madlife to get that free low. Thank you very much, Doublelift, and good luck, of course, tomorrow in Hexakill. As for us, we're going to go back to the guys at the desk.
Thank you very much, guys. Now let's take a look at our fourth All-Star Invitational matchup of the day. It's OMG versus the Taipei Assassins. And based on their previous showings earlier today, we have some things to talk about. Of course, OMG won their first game. TPA started the group with a loss. Let's talk a little bit about OMG to start with. They had a strong map presence, a lot of control, and in terms of their style in the early to mid game, they did focus a lot of their farm over onto San, who was playing Jinx at the time.
And this Jinx pick, especially when you paired up with the Nuno jungle, which is something OMG likes to do, simply means as long as Jinx gets farmed early, gets a few good items, once you get to team fights, she's just going to do so much of your damage and she's going to be so hard to kill because the whole comp they built was around just peeling for the Jinx here. So as long as San did well, the team fights were just in favor of OMG. And it's something they've done back in LPL as well a few times. San, he was the first Chinese player actually to play Jinx, and he just keeps playing it.
Yeah, and it looked like OMG were in complete control of that matchup. They had a few questionable decisions, but truthfully, they bullied Fnatic all around the map.
Yes.
Yeah. Yes. OMG are a team that they know how to run a few different strategies. I think PokeComp is not one of them, but yeah, they're good. Sorry.
Yeah, we're all flustered. We don't know what to say.
It looks like it. It looks like it. So let's get back on track. Let's talk about TPA, seeing as though we've bled OMG dry. So Taipei Assassins, they didn't look particularly impressive. They were controlled. Let us also be fair, they were against SKT T1K. What do we think about the overall team? I would like to highlight Archie. They first picked Lee Sin. He went with the maximum disrespect SKT skin.
I
that
feel
Lee Sin in the
respect.
top lane.
I think that's respect.
Respect, and went 0-7-1.
Yeah, I feel TPA is going to get exploited less by OMG than they did by SKT1 because OMG is not strategically as sound, and I do feel like he's going to want to play better than he did last game, so I feel he's going to be playing a safe pick. As long as he does well, their mid lane jungle synergy was actually quite impressive, and they managed to keep Faker down as much as you can keep Faker down, of course, without losing the rest of the map. But that might just work against OMG, but we'll have to see.
So the issue for TPA also in the game against SKT was they were always on the back foot, trying to react to whatever happened. If the same thing happens here against OMG, OMG is going to be in the jungle of TPA all the time, just taking all the buffs, like they did against Fnatic. So it's going to be very scary for TPA if they do fall behind. And if they do, they need to really show something to come back in the game. Otherwise, it's going to be the same.
Yeah, I actually want to bounce back on the Archie point, though, because in the season in GPL, he's actually a pretty big force to carry. He carried a couple of the playoff games. His top lane, Kha'Zix, is very good. That looked like nerves to me. Like, I think he looked incredibly nervous throughout that game. Like, he missed a ward hop Like, he Qs into
Good call,
Shyvana,
man.
puts the ward down, and just like doesn't safeguard. And it's like,
Judge, we all do that one.
I know everyone makes
I'll try.
mistakes. I realize it happens, but like, here's the biggest stage he's kind of been on. Here's the most important tournament he's been a part of, and now he's missing abilities that aren't even skill shots anymore. You just click on a ward you put down in zero ping environment. Like, he's not playing as well as he should, and that's, of course, a very big issue.
Well, I'd like to see him pick out a more meta, stable top laner that'll scale better into the late game. That way, he can be more of a force for his team later on.
Well, let's take a look at how prescient our analyst desk has been so far. Monty has the clearest crystal ball today with 3 correct predictions. But it is time once again for State taking a look at the rest of the predictions. Unfortunately, Fisher, someone's going to bring
Hey,
up
I'm
the rear.
tied with
right?
the fans. I'm tied with the fans.
That's how Crepo gets into first.
So, tie with the fence, fair enough. Right, guys, let's take a moment to talk about this particular matchup. OMG versus TPA. Deficio, who will win this matchup? Focus on the question.
I'm taking no chances. I'll say OMG's going to win.
All right, down the line.
OMG for me as well.
I second that motion. OMG.
I've already got the scarf, so it's got to be OMG.
So all of the votes being locked in so quickly, we're giving our cameraman whiplash. Right now, need to see what you guys at home have been picking. According to LOLesports.com, 60% of you guys believe that OMG will come out on top. Remember that you can vote on today's games by heading to the schedule at LOLesports.com and choosing the teams that you think will win. See if you can catch up to Monty. Now let's send it over to the guys at the desk, Joe and Jat, to take it away.
Thank you very much, Quickshot. It is time for the starting lineups as we get closer to this one. On the blue side, taking to the Rift for the second time today, it's the LPLs. OMG there, of course, going in the top lane, Pomelo in the jungle, Xiyang in the mid lane, San the AD carry, and Alan the support.
And on the red side, of course, it is the Taipei Assassins from Southeast Asia's GPL. Top lane is Archie, Wins in the jungle, Morning in mid, AD carry is BB, and Jay, of course, on support.
And in our featured matchup for this game, we'll be looking at the supports. It's Alan versus Jay.
Yeah, and Alan actually used to be a jungler where he went under the name Loveland, and he would actually do a lot of unorthodox picks, kind of like Yorick in the jungle. He's the one who brought that in. And he brought that deep champion pool to his support position and has a larger champ roster than everyone else on his team, actually, which is remarkable. He's played 8 different supports, including a game with Syndra and 4 on support LeBlanc. So he strictly just plays things other people don't a lot of the times. Whereas you look at Jay, he's really standard in his picks, and he specializes in aggressive supports. He also plays for kills more so than he does CS. A lot of supports are more farm heavy. He's a killer. And you really see that. He had a 5-0 record on Leona in the GPL, and he also drew 6 Leona bans throughout the TPA season. It just didn't work out for him in the first game here at All-Star.
Didn't work out for them, and you have to feel that they've got to step things up. Of course, Fnatic will be probably hoping for an OMG victory here because that would obviously sit TPA then on their level. However, if TPA managed to win this one, things look a little bit bleaker for Fnatic in the overall run. And just to reiterate that one, the top 4 teams out of the 5 will go through into the playoffs to the semifinals. The last place team will be going home.
And this group stage is also very much about teams just feeling each other out.
Yeah.
OMG, Kobe mentioned it in their first game of the day. Since they play 2-game sets in the LPL, their first games were on average 40 minutes long, and their second games were 31 minutes long, meaning they really just feel out their opponents. Whereas in the group stage of the GPL, TPA was undefeated. It wasn't until playoffs where they started having a couple losses hit them. It actually makes you think TPA would be better in one best of ones, which is what they have here against OMG, where they're the underdogs.
Well, let's find out. The ban's underway here, and the first one coming out is once again Kassadin. This time, though, taken by OMG on the blue side. On the other side, though, who can really blame TPA for this ban? Thresh against Alan. He was absolutely amazing with Thresh earlier today.
Yeah, that is no huge surprise right there. The interesting thing is his most played support was Annie, who was not nearly as powerful as she was at the beginning of the season. I wonder who they're actually going to try and target, because I feel like Fnatic was so close to starving Xiyang out of his champion pool, and he ended up getting the Lulu right at the very end. It's just a dangerous thing to do because Morning's champion pool is honestly quite small.
Interesting second ban there as well for OMG, taking away Jax from Archie. Funnily enough, only played it once this season, and whilst they don't really lose a lot of games, that was one game that they did lose. That was the first game of the best of 5 against the Taipei Snipers. We'll move on now because LeBlanc also being banned out here. Xiyang not going to get his hands on it this time around.
it really does feel like OMG's very much about their own game in the preparation here. GoGoing is a type of player who actually gets behind almost every game because the team sacrifices him to the others. They move around with everyone else. He's the one who has to be in the 1v2 or have his own lane that's pushed and screwed around with the whole time. So if he's against a Jax, the enemy top laner would actually outscale him, and I think that's a very OMG specific ban because that's the one thing that would end up outscaling what he picks himself.
Interesting ban there of the Lee Sin against Archie. We talked about that earlier on. Nunu also taken away here from the TPA side of things. So let's get on to the picks. The first pick here, locked in quickly, was Kha'Zix for OMG.
Yeah, not a huge surprise there. It was their most played champion as a team in the summer or the spring season of the LPL. We've seen Kha'Zix in pretty much every game. We've seen Lulu in every game in the mid lane as well. Wouldn't be surprised if we see it again right here. Morning's going to lock it down right away.
And the Elise as well, 4 wins, of course. Well, 4 wins, of course, did play that in their earlier game against SKT. And honestly think that Wins had, considering the loss in that game, a very good game.
Yes, he did. I can't believe, actually, that Ziggs was still available.
Yes.
I'm thinking about this. It's Morning's far and away best champion. If we remember, Morning played at the IM World Championship and destroyed Gambit Gaming as a team with his Ziggs. They didn't pick that. And the Syndra from Xiyang is also his most prolific champion in the mid lane. He dominates people 5-0 during the regular season, and he gets it here. Obviously, the bans from TPA were targeted at things they've kind of done well with, but they've done even better with Syndra.
Interestingly as well, the Annie lock-in, we touched on it before, Alan's go-to champion, actually his most played champion throughout the season. And the funny thing with that is your next point, that Annie is weaker now.
A little bit weaker for sure, but still used as hard initiation. Alan had 100% kill participation on Thresh, who has to land these tough skill shots to initiate, and he puts a Tibbers on someone's face, and that initiation starts. The fact, oh my god, is all I have to say. They have every champion that they want. GoGoing is 26-2 lifetime in competitive play on Renekton, undefeated this season. They're undefeated with Syndra. Twitch is their favorite AD carry as well. They're undefeated on that. They are just out of control as far as the team composition they've been able to put together.
So let's talk about their opponents then, TPA, because they've locked in the Karma support along with Graves here, and currently hovering over Lissandra. We'll see if that actually gets locked in by the end. Yeah. It will be locked in here. Wow.
So Archie would try to keep Renekton at bay here. With these lineups, they would actually look to try and force standard lanes if they could. Otherwise, I don't know what necessarily chance they have. If Xiyang can isolate 1v1 against Morning because of lane swaps and have no jungle presence, he should be able to destroy him early, and then that would skip the mid game, or skip the early game, and get Twitch easily out of laning for a long late game push. I still really, really like OMG's composition, and TPA has gone a little bit on the other side.
And the funny thing is, if you look at GPL as a whole, I think that's the region where we see the most uncommon picks, the more crazy stuff, of course. And again, Lissandra, it's not as if this is the first time we're ever going to see a top lane Lissandra. We've seen it in Europe, for example, a couple of times as well over the course of the last year. But yeah, TPA here, I think, taking a bit more of a risk. We heard Archie probably needs to play some stronger champions. I don't know if Lissandra is that.
He definitely is playing something different. Never played it at all during the regular season or playoffs. But I absolutely agree with your point there that they are the region that seems more separated from everyone else. They don't necessarily mimic each other's strategies. There's a lot of support Malphite in their playoffs as well. And even in the Season 2 World Championship, when TPA came in, they were playing a lot of different stuff as well. So even though it doesn't seem like it's strong right now, it very well could catch them by surprise.
Well, as these two teams prepare to go head-to-head, we'd like you guys to turn to Twitter and let us know who you think will win this match. Tweet to us using hashtag OMGWin or TPA win to @LOL Esports and let us know. I think I've already gathered from things so far that OMG is probably your pick after looking at these comps.
Just based on them having the absolute best champions for them. Everyone is probably playing their favorite champion right now, which when you jump into a world stage competitive environment, you would want nothing more than to have the team comp OMG has right now.
So here we go then, into game OMG versus TPA. You have to say a must-win game more for TPA at this stage of things. OMG already having that win to their name after taking down Fnatic earlier on today. The question is, are we going to see another spat here at level 1? Something that we've been seeing a lot of today.
And something that was crazy to me is TPA's games in the playoffs for GPL, they had a level 1 almost every game in this exact rush.
And they're going for it here once again. Allen moving forward, flash stun onto 3 men, but the damage coming back here. Allen's low, Pomelo goes away, Allen goes down, and Bebe's chasing.
So close.
Pomelo very low, Going is low as well. Bebe now moving in from the side. Can they get any more? I don't think so, but Going will be the target. They get the stun onto him. Will they get the damage? That's the finish off. Flash Going flashes as well. What a crazy level 1.
Oh man, right there, Joe. And it just kind of goes to show you that that's exactly what GPA did in their GPL finals a month ago. That brush was the site of so many ridiculous level 1s that they love to get themselves involved with. The empowered Q from Karma there wrecked OMG, absolutely. Allen Flash got the stun, sure, but he flashed for the stun. No one else was there. The stun wore off, and then the fight started. And it was TPA. Lucky enough, they only got 1 kill if you're OMG, because they can still salvage this one. That was a disaster level 1 for OMG.
And now they've got themselves back together. I'm assuming that after that level 1, it's a little bit late for them to be thinking about any more on this one. We see that the duo lane is going to the top side of the map. The same seems to be the case here for TPA. Are we going to see any more Allen inside the brush? Who's going to come through? It's Bebe that they stun up first. Have they got the damage here? San actually taking a lot of damage back. They're going to put the damage back towards Bebe. Exhaust is used as well. Bebe won't die from that one, but again, it's crazy. And Jay is still chasing on. San takes another burst. No one going down, though.
Yeah, and BB actually was back to base and was able to pick up a couple extra goodies as far as consumables are concerned, so he should be able to heal up from that a little bit better than San. But this is weird. It's actually a top laner, AD carry, support, pushing in a 3v2. I really want to see how this plays out. OMG does some slightly strange stuff early game. This just doesn't seem that good. Great interrupt there by BB.
And actually, San, he's very, very low. Xiang and Morning here, gonna go head to head. Xiang
goes for kills.
He's got the stun down. Has he got the damage? No, he doesn't. Morning survives it.
Wow, that's exactly why Xiang is the Syndra man who always wins on it. He goes right from the start, as hard as he can, trying to kill you, does not care about jungle presence, and so many of OMG's strategies actually revolve around keeping the other jungler down just so he can 1v1 the opponent. That was a fantastic start. 14 CS to 3, already forcing Morning back to base at level 1.
3 minutes into this one, we've already seen more action than in some games by the 20-minute point. This is an absolute crazy start. See there, Lissandra going back, going significantly behind, but we are, of course, very early on. And to be honest, Going, I don't know if he really knows where he's Going, because he's been all over the map until now.
Well, he's making his return into top lane. He actually went up there and said, what are you guys doing here, Allen and San? Go bot lane. And I guess that's eventually what they've done. It's so strange to me here, because we think of the Chinese scene, especially last year at Worlds, and they were the Chinese aggression, the tower dives, the early games, the fast matches. But OMG was one of the slowest teams in LPL this year. They actually felt out a lot of their opponents, did very well late game, and just out-team fought people. Their early games oftentimes would either be conservative or they'd straight up lose them.
Oh, here's Xiong getting a lot of pressure in the mid lane, forces the flash there. Wins starting to chomp down on him, and well, half of his HP gone from that one. Already used his Ignite earlier on, of course, and that's now his flash down. His opposite number, Morning, also doesn't have any summoners left. Heal and Flash were already using this one. As Pomelo is going to meet Wins here. Who's going to get the better of this one? The stun's going to come across. It lands onto Wins, who flashes. OMG not following up from that one, though.
That was probably the first good move OMG's made in this 4.5-minute game. And that's extremely concerning if you're an OMG fan. So much of the early game like 4v1 pushes and lane swaps usually have a point. So if you're doing a 4v0, you're trying to get the early turrets down and kind of skip the laning phase. If you do the counter like OMG did earlier, where they isolate Sand to get more farm and then freeze the lane with Going, they're trying to shut down the enemy jungler and getting their AD carry farmed. They literally have nothing good going for them here. They're losing almost all their lanes. Xiong is the only one with a slight edge, but he just got ganked and burned his flash. It's just all going wrong at the moment.
Allen actually just had a wander down towards mid lane here, putting a ward on that ramp up towards the TPA Wraith camp, and his AD carry had already gone back here, so not losing out really on too much. He wouldn't be getting anything and be pushed that far up if he'd have stuck around, but he's definitely hanging here in mid. Problem is, Morning is not there at all.
He was really hoping to kickstart that lane even farther. OMG is really just looking to take their one advantage and build on that excessively. He already has a pretty big CS lead, and they were hoping to get a kill there. It just wasn't going to happen. Oh dear, that might.
Windsor's going to face straight right into him, and there is the damage coming down, the stun as well. He's got nowhere to go with the repel. They wait for him, and Pomelo picks up the kill.
Just catching him walking down, a little bit of carelessness there by Wins. You notice he dropped the ward point blank. Clearly he just wanted vision over the brush, but why walk that close before the ward? Just a little bit. His mind was in a different place. He wasn't thinking about what was directly in front of him.
A very interesting but strange start, I think we can safely say, to this game, as Alan there just trying to keep Archie away from things. There's Morning getting stunned up as well. Xiyoung is getting close to level 6, and we'll see how much damage he can put down. And Archie here, they're going to dive in. They're going to go straight in for this one. It's Alan that's tanking up the turret. He gets away easily. Now we see Elise coming in, but Wynn's not going to be able to do anything about that one. Really well done by OMG.
That is the classic OMG. Back to basics, the 3v1 turret dive early on in the game. Nice turret tanking by Allen, gets the stun and secures the kill.
As Morning, Xiyoung again going head to head. Xiyoung going decently low here. Half HP again will be just running through them pots and keeping himself healthy. Double Doran's ring start for him and boots as well. So wanting to have a bit of mobility on that one. I want to look at CS here while we have a little bit of a respite in this game, and we'll see how much of a respite that actually turns out to be after the chaotic start that we've seen.
Yeah.
The AD carries in particular and the top lane I want to focus on, because TPA have a massive lead in CS in both of those lanes.
They really do, and it's because of the focus that OMG has put on their mid lane, just picking the Cinder and trying to go for that. And because of the disastrous early game that happened for OMG, when they sent 3 people up in the top lane, which was their AD carry and their top laner, just against the 2, they immediately set themselves back. They weren't going to make any progress with those 3 people. And then the mere fact that Twitch and Annie had to go all the way back to base and then all the way back to the lane set them behind in 2 lanes. Lane-wise, they're actually losing this game, but because Xiyoung is winning so heavily and Kha'Zix has been able to pick up 2 kills off the back, they're actually up in gold.
Xiyoung again trying to stun out Morning again. Alan is going to make his move towards this mid lane. Pomelo is there as well. He's just hit level 6, so big point for him here coming in. Morning is 6, Wins is 6. We saw already that Xiyoung is level 6. OMG gonna look for a bit of buff control. Actually, ulti popped here for Pomelo. Is he gonna go aggressive onto Jay? Either way, it keeps him guessing and keeps Jay away from this danger zone around blue. They need to be real careful though.
You can tell they want to collapse him. Pomelo is now completely out of ultimate charges. If Wins lands a stun, that would have been devastating, but Xiyoung with a great flank to keep them at bay in the corridor.
Tell you what, Jay being aggressive here as well. They're going to get the leash on towards Alan. All the damage coming down, but Windsor's taking too much. They dive in onto him there. Stun's coming in. It's Xiyoung that gets the kill. Jay's a dead man as well. And now Gogoin is going to try and get on towards Bebe. Can they finish him off? The damage puts him down to less than half HP. Flash in from Gogoin and a double kill for the Crocodile.
That was a nice bait by OMG. They knew full well they had the Crocodile with the teleport ready to come in. And TPA took it absolutely. They are now down 5 kills to 1, and the Dragon about to happen as well for OMG. That went spectacularly for them.
And they've got the complete vision dominance over that bottom side of the jungle. Look at the mid lane as well. Those minions push right up onto the turret. Not sure exactly how much damage has been done to that one. Not that much in the grand scheme of things, but they get the Dragon. This is the reply from TPA. Right. Reply is pretty much the only thing they could have done with Renekton already leaving, with Archie not having his TP available. They take the turret.
Still absolutely worth it. It keeps the game at least a little bit close. And we have to mention that OMG is the most dominant regular season team in the history of the LPL. They had a 25-3 record when you add up all of their 2-game sets. No one's ever done that. I mean, even in a 28-game split of any league. Cloud9 had a 25-3 in the summer split of North American LCS, and that's about it. China as well, extremely competitive, and that's impressive. And in their 3 losses, the only thing that really kept them down was if they lose terribly early game, because their team fighting is so good, and they understand late game team fights so well that the fact that TPA is behind 1,500 gold right now
does not speak well.
Not looking good for them here, and following on from that, Xiyang on Syndra, masses of CS in the lead. Of course, got a kill a little bit earlier on as Bebe is going to have to just dodge away from this one. Actually getting some good poke back, mainly from Jay there, on towards San. And actually the teleport is coming in. Alan's going to be squeezed in between them. The ultimate from Archie coming down perfectly. And that's something that Lissandra can do, not only teleport in and do damage, but lock someone up for that instant CC.
I still remember actually Soaz is top lane Lissandra from the World Championships, and he's trying to replicate that right here with the nice teleports in. They're going to try to get more off this one while he's down bottom.
San actually going low from him. We see the flashes. Jay is going to go down low. Pomelo gets the kill. Ulti's away. He could probably have Bebe here as well. Doesn't quite get the slow. Are we going to see them go for it? Yes, they are. Bebe is alive though. San is now falling low. He does get the kill back, but he's going to fall to Wins, who jumps down, takes another turret hit. Well, that was a big
Syndra is in flight though, trying to catch on to Wins. He does have flash. He might close here.
Oh, he flashed through the cocoon from that one. Wins using his flash at the perfect time though. Very crazy stuff as going. He's going to fight 1 versus 2. Wow. Almost took Archie. Almost not good enough though.
Just when we thought we had this game figured out.
Nope.
It gets thrown on its head again because TPA just made some absolutely huge moves. It looked like death when they did that turret dive, and there was a full health double buff Kha'Zix. But they got overconfident, they overplayed their hand, and it ended up giving the kill right to BB there. Unbelievable turn of events here, pulling 200 gold away. That was just crazy right there. So now Morning in the mid lane, 41 CS behind Syndra.
Crazy stuff there. Bebe so close to keeping himself alive. Of course, San also doing decent damage as Morning is going to get hit here with the Ignite. He's got a shield though. He's not going to fall from that one. However, the turret might not be as lucky. Wins is now coming across. Pomelo is there as well. Going to spot himself that pink ward that's been there for quite the while here. Meanwhile, down this bottom lane, see the Graves going towards Bloodthirst, and they're going to try and lock down Alan. I think they've got it. There's the ultimate again out of Archie. You can't get away from it.
That top lane Lissandra is rather scary right now, and it's going to be on Going to use that Tiamat to push the side lanes as much as possible. I really like in this game how the team's strengths are remaining their strengths, and it's just becoming more so in that direction. The mid lane matchup is completely over. It's doubled the CS for Xiyang, but then there's BB who's powering up, and Archie who's powering up on the other side. It's still going to be that 2 lanes to 1 strength, and it's really just about how much Xiyang and Pomelo can do as that mid lane and jungler.
Just seen a couple more turrets fall in here as well. The bottom and top outer turrets, 1 apiece, leaves TPA still in the lead as Go in here. It's going to spot Wins. They both pretty much warding on top of one another. Go just backs away. 2 minutes there is the timer again for Dragon. Xiyang is getting himself the blue buff as well in this middle lane. That CS lead is just out of control. We can almost stop really talking about it until now. It surprised me if somehow Morning is able to get back. There's 1,500 gold pretty much between the two of them because of that.
Morning's actually given up fighting Syndra. He ran to the top lane, and he's just trying to take the free lane CS. That's the only way he's going to be getting to his items, because he cannot handle Syndra 1v1.
And Alan, who's been omnipresent here in the TPA jungle, once again gets a deep ward around by that blue buff. And we can see that Jay did spot that one actually happening. We'll go down there and try and get it away as Archie gonna get shut down, surprised by the damage and switch, and Jay is caught in the middle of the jungle as well. He's gonna fall from this one. That's Pomelo who gets a kill to move up to 4-1-1. Wins coming back in there. Not sure the greatest decision. They're gonna have that timing on the blue. Again, so well done by OMG across the board.
That was just so damn clever. They only committed 2 to the mid lane gank because that's all they needed for the kill, even though they had 4 in the area, which really threw off Jay as he was trying to walk through. 2 people waiting in a brush for him, and another stun chain.
Can't do anything about that one. Did get his wild growth down, but very last second stuff. That tower's gonna fall. They dive back in. Bebe going low, and here comes the crocodile again from the side. Underneath the turret, Bebe goes low. Will he be finished off? Going here, taking too many hits from the tower, and Xiyang is still doing damage. This time on towards Archie. He's gonna get stunned up, gets the kill on his way out, and manages to survive.
Xiyang is an absolute monster on Syndra. I'd watched some of the games against the other Chinese mid laners, but this is one of the most spectacular performances I've seen. His score, his CS, and the way he is just controlling people, landing almost all of his stuns with his team's follow-up.
is ridiculous.
Amazing, amazing play. Almost 4,000 gold lead here for OMG. Again, to go back to Syndra, 3-0-3 now. The items really starting to rack up. By the way, the Dragon has respawned in now, so we could see some action around there. TPA, of course, knowing, getting their wards in as early as they possibly can. OMG are on the bottom side of the map here with Pomelo and San. Alan, of course, who's been pretty much past the halfway mark on TPA's side of things for the entire game, will once again be hanging around there. Puts a ward over the side, but he's got a face check here. Half of his health instantly taken away. Didn't have the damage, and I think very apprehensive about staying.
TPA really needs to stall this one out. That's a really nice step, but they're still waiting on their ultimates. They have a teleport from Archie that can come in, but they need a little bit more time to realistically defend this. OMG forcing hard because they know.
Are you going to be able to walk down that ramp when Xiyang is there, when Alan doesn't quite have Tibbers available for him? You're not going to is basically the answer to that one. OMG get themselves a Dragon, scan out the wards. This turret should be easy pickings at some point. San is actually pushing the lane up here, right onto that tower itself. They've left him alone though. They need to be a little bit careful about what they do there.
This is actually very reminiscent of the game TPA. Obviously, it's a little bit more crazy, but the game TPA played earlier today against SKT, where they're showing flashes of being really good.
Yeah.
Getting some nice team fights where they're almost winning, but then they're either just making critical mistakes or just falling behind in gold in general. And it's giving them these 4,000 and 5,000 gold differences that they then have to make up for with even better play. And with the way OMG is just waiting in the darkness right now is scary.
San actually pushing forward there. They were trying to set up that death brush as well. As Xiyang is going to get the stun onto Morning. Does he go all in on this one? Decides against it and actually has been isolated completely. That's a great flash away though. If Archie had got in range, the ulti would have come down. They would have killed him off.
It's a big, thick wall, and Xiyang is showing that the nerves are not affecting him here on this world stage. Remember, he's just played one big split in the LPL with OMG here. He got more MVP points as far as the voting system goes over there than anyone else in the entire LPL. And he was a replacement for Pool, who was the previous year's MVP and was great at Worlds. So he had really big shoes to fill this year, but he's done great.
Filling them so far. We can't say a bad word against him, I think, at this point. Look at that. CS continues to climb in his favor. And look down some of the other areas of the map that we pointed out earlier on, which was Bebe and Archie being ahead in CS over their counterparts. Yeah. They are now both level or behind when it comes to Archie's side of things.
And there goes the neighborhood for them. They've really lost all of their advantages. Graves will be outscaled by Twitch at this point, already down 700 gold. Don't even want to talk about the mid lane. You almost can't even do that math. 2,800 gold already, 18 minutes into the game. And Lissandra, while still providing kill pressure if you're in an isolated situation, won't do it in the team fights.
Ooh. Good flash from Wins. I'll give him his credit where it's due. We've seen, I think, 3 flashes now that have been clutched from Wins. At the end of the day, baits out the Tibbers from Alan. What for his flash? Is it worth it? We may find out shortly here. We see that OMG are already moving to take the 3rd turret of the game, the final outer turret that stands for TPA. That will go down without too many problems. TPA can't stand around and try and defend this one.
Exactly. OMG has far too much control on the map now. Even though that is just a 3 turret to 2 advantage, it shows much more in the presence within the jungle. Look at all the darkness on the side for TPA when that map is toggled. They don't see much other than Xiyang, who, when they see, they just want to run away from, meaning they can't go in their own jungle.
They see 4 people now because they got a ward there, but can they fight those 4 people? No, they can't. They can only really observe them, taking away the entire jungle. Actually, in the top lane, Going did just push the wave right up towards the inner turret, but went back there as Archie made himself visible. This is another blue buff. These buffs, they've been contested every time by OMG.
It is just adding to the fact that Morning is lower, and when OMG wins their games in the LPL, they often do it by denying not only the enemy mid laner, but the enemy jungler. It's really anyone that can affect Xiyang and what he does. So, take out the jungler, he can 1v1 the mid laner down far enough, and then no one can help him, which is the most important thing. It's one of the big reasons they've been so dominant.
Let's have a look at some items then while both of these teams start to back off somewhat. We can see there is KDA in LPL, 6.78, 6 KDA in this one, so he's pretty much hitting that Syndra level that we've come to expect of him.
Yeah, undefeated, Absolutely crazy. He's going to shop pretty soon, actually. He's sitting on 2,200 gold. But he's going to be getting a death cap pretty soon, and that's going to be even scarier. San 1v2.
1v2 and he's going to get one of those kills as well. Jay just been exploded by San. They've got Pomelo, they've got Alan there as well. They may have a good go at this turret. Why is the TPA bringing down 3 men towards that area? Here comes the teleport as well. Who are they going to go for? San says, I'm invisible, you're not going to get me. The only option really would be Alan, who's already backed away. Shi Young is enough of a force to be reckoned with that they don't go for him. They don't go where he could be.
Joe, and that's the outscaling we were talking about between Twitch and Graves. Twitch versus Graves and the Karma was still heavily in his side, and Going is off in his own world up here, as they often do for OMG, split pushing and giving them even more advantage.
Young actually is going to get ulted on here. This may be the death of him. He gets the stun down, but I think he's a gunner. It will be Archie that gets the shutdown.
Nice that they could get one, but they're still down 5,000. That would be a quick relief of pressure for them. They need to use this now to get some board control back in their own jungle so they can hopefully find a few more catches like that. But once again, that was a Lissandra alt burn. That's really how they're only getting their kills.
It really is. 4 of them, of course, have been picked up by Archie. 1 assist in there of the 7 kills involved in 5 of them up till now. If we look at the Dragon area of the map as well, where it will be spawning in 35 minutes, it's only blue wards. Pink wards at that, actually, so we'll see if they go down for it, TPA here, or honestly whether they feel that even going near that Dragon is not even a question.
They swept out a few things with that kill, which will be decent for them. The Dragon is still basically a suicide mission for them.
Yeah.
And I really do need to touch on Wins and how he wasn't on TPA during the regular season. They were using Dinter for the majority, and they had very close playoffs. They had a best-of-5 victory over TPS, the Snipers, who Wins was actually on. And then they won the finals against AHQ in one of the most ridiculous best-of-5s I've ever seen in all 5 games. And when they picked up Wins, it was actually hailed as one of the most substantial pickups in the GPL, because he was such a good jungler for the Snipers and would hopefully fill a huge hole for TPA, but it's not enough against OMG.
Wild growth having to be used there, and Twitch just ripping Graves to pieces. They even tank up the turret there right at the very end. Meanwhile, Pomelo did the Dragon all on his own. 23 minutes, let's call it, into this one, and approaching an 8,000 gold lead in favor of OMG. Again, the vision that they've tried to work for as the flash comes in. Wins actually is going to repel up, but he's coming straight back down on top of them. They've got the damage. Shi Young just throws his ultimate straight in there. Gets the group stun as well. Not quite got the follow-up to do anything about that one, but just running riot.
Yeah, and that's with Renekton the whole time in the top lane, just control and power. Death cap being completed. I want to touch on San's Twitch build as well when we get that back up, because it's a Blade of the Ruined King and a Ghost Blade on Twitch. Something you never see in North America, but is very popular actually in the GPL, this time being adopted by San to try and take people out from the darkness.
Going is not even remotely afraid in this top lane. There are 4 men there, sticks around, finishes off that turret. That will be, of course, the 5th one of this game. And now, as I was talking about 8,000 gold earlier on, we are closer to a 10,000 gold lead for OMG. TPA need a bit of a miracle here.
They do need a bit of a miracle. What I saw when I was watching GPL for them, at the very least, is there were a lot of games there which could swing wildly in gold, especially in their finals against AHQ. There was one game where they came back from a nearly 10,000 gold disadvantage. Uh-oh, though.
I think Archie might be a dead man here. Actually flashes away, but Shi Young uses the ulti, follows through. Here's Renekton as well, using the exhaust onto him. Morning will flash away from the stun of Shi Young as well, but now Wins is going to try and escape. He's gone up in the air, but he's got nowhere to go. The Wraith camp isn't there. Bebe is trying to run from Going the entire time. Wins will fall in the end. That's a 3 for nothing, and really a 3 for no health even from OMG.
They were not even scratched in that engagement. Plus, they have killed the smite threat from the other team. Chinese teams generally have a lot of play around Baron, but I think that's mainly because they use it as a team fighting tool. They already won the team fight, so they just get to take Baron now.
For free. Actually, Bebe is now coming across the side. Fires his off his ultimate, and well, not really going to offer them anything. He was just doing his red buff on that one, but he gets caught out. Alan going to get the stun down onto him. And here's the fight in the middle.
All right, we can just assume that he was going to die on that one, but this mid lane fight is going on. Nope, they didn't even get him.
Check that out. Go going now on Archie. Uh-oh.
He's dead though. We did manage to catch that one. Alan actually died in the end there, so that fight was in the end a 1-for-1 encounter. But San is still full HP. Will they start to push anything more with this one? Pomelo, who himself is pretty fed at this stage. 5-1-4 is that Kha'Zix.
I mean, it's just more the reason why he was the most played champion for them during the regular season. It just fits their style so well. They go for isolated targets because they take so many people weak and they can just keep them down again and again. Look at the power now on Xiyoung. He will be able to basically instantly kill someone on the other side. There's no magic resist that is even able to be built really by TPA because they're being starved so heavily on gold. They can't enter their own jungle. They can't get any of the global objectives, and they've lost all of their outer turrets.
TPA trying to catch someone out, and generally the way to go if you're so far behind that a team fight is really out of the question is to try and pile 3-4 players onto one that just happens to walk through. Funnily enough, OMG aren't on that bottom side of the map. They pushed out that mid lane once again. The top lane is pushing, or will be actually pushed back in a little while here by TPA, but OMG themselves looking for a couple of catches. There is a pink ward actually. Will spot out that Twitch's position, and they come back off. I'm assuming got a decent amount of gold to actually be spending here because they've been wandering around for a long time. There's 1,500 gold, for example, for Twitch to spend.
And he picks up a static Shiv, so he's just kind of doing his own thing. Very attack speed focus build in this one. Even more upfront damage because he's really just being that roaming assassin right now. But Alan and Go-Going find some friends.
This is a 3 versus 2. Go-Going extremely tanky. Alan himself will be doing decent amounts of damage. He saw out the rest of the team now that's moving in. There's a stun, it lands onto Wins. No ultimate coming out though from Xiyoung just yet. Well, that lane is going to be pushed up by Go-Going. OMG might make a move on that inner tower.
With how accurate Xiyoung is with those stuns on Syndra, it's basically like he has Sona alt level stuns on an incredibly low cooldown. He's maxed his E. It's on an 8-second cooldown right now, and that's why TPA just has to abandon ship. He gets another one.
He gets another one onto Jay. There's the ultimate coming through. Easy kill picked up, but now Bebe going to be focused. Archie is going to ultimate himself, which is all well and good, but he's going to die straight away afterwards. That will be a double kill for Xiyoung. Only really Go-Going went low in that fight. It's now 5 versus 3 with 30 seconds on 2 players.
They're in the base.
They're in the base, yeah.
There's nowhere left for TPA to run. They went behind 4 turrets, basically, and they still died to OMG. OMG, a team that very rarely falls behind early, but if they do, they're even better in the late game. You have to beat them early, and here's why.
And as finally the minions come through, they will behind 2 turrets there in the enemy
they're
base.
gonna keep going.
And they're in there again as Alan is going to go low. Morning will be focused. Pomelo gets himself another kill. His 7th of the game. That turret is still alive, and now San is having to go on towards Bebe. He's going to pay the price here, though. Did actually get a kill, and he's still alive. The sustain there coming out somehow manages to live through it. What?
He is doing whatever he wants. They are basically spawn camping TPA right now. OMG absolutely putting their foot down and destroying TPA.
This is surely the end of this game now. OMG, after doing a bit of exhibitional play there, you have to feel Win's now going to be the focus. He repels up.
Where's he
going to
go?
Where's he going to go? He's going to come straight back down. Oh, bit of fountain damage there. Didn't actually kill San, funnily enough, in the end. And there is Morning. He's going to be focused. Wild Growth comes in. Have they got the finisher? Yes, they have. Xiyoung is now dominating at 9-1-6. TPA trying to push them away. One Nexus turret did go down in that one. They're looking for the kill.
Keep going.
Another group stun comes in. There's the stun on towards Archie. And now Bebe has to flash off to the fountain.
Oh!
Finally they kill off
They got
Alan.
one.
San is there though, and I think the poison, will it be enough damage? No, it won't.
This just shows you how far ahead OMG is right now, and they're just... It would seem like reckless play, but they only died once. They're almost stat padding. 27 kills to 9, 30-minute game. OMG dominates.
Nexus gonna go down from this one. Very convincing performance out of the Chinese outfit. You see that? Looking very cool about that one, almost as if it was too easy for them. And let's not forget, it wasn't the easiest of games. Level 1 was an absolute mess for OMG.
The very start of this game, OMG looked a little bit confused. They did die in that level 1. They sent people to strange lanes. They didn't have a great jungle start, and then it happened.
You looked up, Xiyang was double the CS of Morning, and they just started controlling people. From the mid lane, they would get a kill, they'd pull TPA towards the lane, and they would kill them on the way. Alan, great support lane play. San with a Twitch, again showing why he's such a powerful AD carry internationally. But most important, Syndra, Xiyang, showing why he's the MVP.
Showing why you should probably be banning out that Syndra here against Xiyang. Absolutely amazing performance from him. 9-1-7 in the end. Didn't have much problem at all during the entire game. If you think to the laning phase, it was absolute dominance by him in that one. Alan, I also have to say, didn't really spend much time in lane. He was basically in the river and in TPA's jungle for the entirety of that match.
By the very end of the game, he was actually only level 13, which was 2 levels below everyone else on OMG. It just shows you that was with all the kills. You actually get a lot of shared experience when you kill people. He was doing exactly what he needed to do, just the roaming stun bot. He's played a lot of Annie. He's willing to do that.
We were wondering, is Annie still as strong after being tweaked a little bit in certain areas? And if you just land in stun after stun after stun, I mean, we can maybe discount Alan's level 1 flash, even though he did get off a 3-man stun, which in itself is incredible. It was just the fact that the rest of the team weren't there with him. There was no follow-up. And of course, he died to give away first blood. In the grand scheme, didn't really matter.
Exactly, in the grand scheme. Again, 16 assists. Because this game was much more scattered, he didn't have that 100% kill participation like he had in the first game of the day. You can't argue how effective he was, though. And for OMG, couldn't be a better start for them, honestly. Even though it was a little bit of a tricky early game for Fnatic, they controlled that game through and through. And this one was probably the most one-sided game we've seen so far.
Yeah, well, when we say probably, I think only the Earth mode game earlier on was more one-sided than this, and by the end it actually looked like it was possibly an Earth mode. They were just fighting them every single time they spawn in there, killing them on the fountain. Even San took a bit of damage from the laser there on the fountain. He's obviously went a little bit too deep trying to hunt for those kills. His performance by the end, 7-1-9. They just didn't die a hell of a lot. It was Alan that basically died.
Considering what an aggressive play they actually pulled out there, there were very, very few deaths. If we're looking more towards what's going to happen in this group stage now, you got to think OMG, they're probably through, right? They're they're playing for more practice and to feel out their opponents like they do in the best of ones. It's TPA, Fnatic, and the teams that have only won once at this point, which is most likely going to be Cloud9. They're going to be wanting to be super competitive here. OMG has done tremendous work in day one to start to push themselves towards the playoff stage.
And it's really interesting, as you said, the game 1 for OMG, if you look at their records in LPL, were not the stronger of the games. They generally diversify and adapt to their opponents and come back even stronger later on, which is a scary prospect for whoever they end up playing against, if they, of course, get there. I believe at 2-0, they are pretty much statistically qualified moving forward.
And they bucked the trend because TPA in group stage of the GPL never lost. And now they're 0-2, so a lot of work to do for them.
A lot of work. I'll be coming up with some more games later and tomorrow, but for now we're going to throw it over to Shox, who's standing by with Going from the victorious OMG.
Thank you very much, guys. I am indeed joined by Going along with the help from Fan from Riot, who will be helping us out with the translation. First off, congratulations, of course, Going. The first thing I want to ask you is, you guys coming out very strong here on day 1 of the tournament. How strong do you guys think you are overall if you see the teams that you're still left to play?
Going 你好，很明显你们在这一次表现得非常好。你们觉得在所有参赛队伍中，你们到底有多强？
最强的吧。
Best.
The best. Well, then I have to follow up with, of course, a big other favorite in this tournament is SK Telecom. You guys will be playing them tomorrow. How do you think that match is going to play out?
我不得不说，这个队伍中有另外一个人气的队伍就是 SKT。你觉得在明天和 SKT 的对战中如何？
我觉得我们胜算比他们会大。
Going thinks that they have a higher win chance.
Have a higher chance to win. Well, we'll see tomorrow, of course. A final question coming in here for you. We know how important it is for you guys to do well here, and we've also been listening to you. How important is it to bring your team back to Worlds like you guys did last year and possibly even do better?
去年没有参加世界的决赛， 这次参加世界决赛对你们有多重要？
最重要之一吧，就这次机会对我们来说就很重要吧。我们也会尽力打好每一场比赛。
It's of course the most important thing for this season. So what they can do is to try their best to win every game.
Win every game. Well, you guys are certainly doing a good job here today. Congratulations and thank you very much, guys. We're going to send it back over to the chaps at the desk for more on that last game.
Thank you very much, Shucks. I quite like being a chap on the desk, if I must say. We quite like that one. Great game by OMG. I think from the 4th minute onwards, they regained control of the matchup and did a very good job. I want to talk about those opening few minutes because it looked like TPA really wanted specific lane matchups. They recalled and tried to move around a few times. Tefisho, you had some thoughts on the matter.
Well, first of all, OMG decided to 1v1 fight. I'm just going to take it very first here. Level 1 decided to go in against... We had Lulu, we had Karma, Graves, and Lissandra. If you face check into this, you get so much damage level 1 in your face. I'm not sure what the idea was, but it didn't work for them. However, when it came to the lanes here, they wanted to go 2v1 against Lissandra. They didn't want Renekton and Lissandra matchup. So they kept swapping over and over and over. I've never seen a team recall so many times early on. I think Renekton was in the base 4 times before like the 5-minute mark. He just kept swapping around. And it actually meant they fell behind in CS early on. But then simply due to them playing so well on the map and the vision control there to set up fights, they got back in the game, got back in the farm as well.
Now, in terms of the rest of the game playing out, very early on, OMG managed to find team fights that played into their favor, and they managed to just keep TPA down. It felt like at any time OMG wanted to kill, they had the tools and the ability to source it and take a member of TPA out.
Yeah, so OMG, they do that by looking at blue buffs. So this game, they had 9 blue buffs to TPA's 1, compared to 5 red buffs to 5 red buffs. They just targeted blue buff. They didn't care about the red buff, so they went for that one. We have a replay of their 8-minute blue buff invade, if you want to pull that replay up on the screen real quick. So what I talked about at the very beginning was the fact that TPA has inferior sort of short-term tactical calling compared to OMG. If we want to roll this clip right here, OMG, generally speaking, are better at making snap decisions. It's actually a different one. It's actually San getting pushed around. That's not what I expected at all.
Tower. This is a tower dive that's actually happening.
Notice the jump here.
This is actually, I think, where TPA gets a little ahead. They ended up trading 3-4-2, a little bit greed, and this is like their one shot to get back into the game, but they actually get shut down later anyways. In those valuable blue buffs invade, as you said earlier.
This was quite a painful dive to watch
Many
because
mistakes
of
on
the
both
number
sides.
of the mistakes on both sides. In your opinion, looking at the plays, looking at the individual mistakes and skill shots, is that nerves? Is that just mistiming, miscalculating? I mean, what would your opinion be if it was your team that had done that the cause of the problem?
My team was at All Stars, and they missed some shots. Probably wake up. No, I mean, there's multiple reasons. Either somebody on your opponent's side does something you don't expect. I mean, either you respect the player so much that you say, okay, he's gonna move in this way because he's so smart, and then he doesn't do it, or there's just mind games. You can miss skill shot. Then there's just flat out errors. When the jungler got caught, the Elise got caught, for example, he panic cocooned backwards. Wouldn't have mattered, but there's different reasons why it can happen. But nerves do matter, especially once you get in these larger stadiums, especially when you can hear the crowd chanting team names. That's when it gets really serious.
While we didn't have the replay of the blue buff fight, can you expand a little bit more on OMG's blue buff control and the way they found kills?
Right, okay, so they go for blue buff, they go to control that. Now, in the specific case of the first blue buff steal, which is, you know, every single blue buff from done on the Git, Going's teleports up, and Achi's is not. And basically, the way I looked at the vision a couple of times, like, TPA knows for sure it will be at best of 4v4, and that there's probably a teleport up, and they just get sucked into a 4v5. And what's great about what OMG does is they actually pull back, and they keep getting chased until TPA walks past a ward that Going teleports onto. And it's like, well, now there's a Renekton in the middle of your team, and it's just like the easiest team fight ever from there.
And even the whole setup before they actually start the blue buff, they go mid lane with multiple members. Lulu is very low on mana at this point here, and they force it to either use Little Lands to try and wave clear or get a lot of damage onto the tower. So they keep TPA in the mid lane, they force all the mana away from Lulu, and then they rotate over to blue buff. So even if there is a fight, Lulu can barely do anything.
And even as the game progressed, too, when you were looking at the number of vision wards that they had over the enemy blue buff as well, and just taking a look at the composition here, I mean, you've got a ton of hard CC, you have immense single target burst with Kha'Zix and Syndra. So really any situation, they set themselves up so well for a pick comp, and they were able to get that. Even though I have to say that some of Allen's plays were a bit over-aggressive over the course of the game, they had enough follow-up damage and they had enough follow-up crowd control that it didn't make too big of a difference. But that is going to be a concern, I think, for OMG going forward, is that a team with that is able to capitalize on those overextensions a little bit better than TPA, OMG may find themselves losing objectives over that.
What team would that be?
Oh, I wonder.
Fnatic.
Freak, do you have some closing thoughts just before we move on?
Yeah, I want to bounce off your point about the pick composition, because you talk about Syndra and the ultimate. Well, Syndra's ultimate's one of the most telegraphed abilities in the game, and you've got a team with Elise and Lissandra, both of whom can become untargetable and dodge his ability. And there's actually a specific case, I remember seeing it. Aachi gets ulted, he flashed away from turret range, then like his ulti's available as Lissandra and just takes it and dies. And like could have just blocked the damage, right? And I know Krepo, you talked about being nervous and missing skill shots and whatnot. Like I'm seeing this repeatedly, TPA making individual mistakes.
Very quickly, Krepo.
Okay, in his defense, his mindset was probably either I survive his ulti and walk away, or ulti myself and they'll still kill me afterwards, because if you're invulnerable sitting still for 2 seconds, team will just creep up on you and kill you. So that mistake, we can forgive them. But TPA did look a little...
Well, you can forgive them, Freak, apparently.
Nope.
Right.
Not at all.
All right, we do have to move on, guys. I do apologize. It is one more time for a quick commercial break. When we return, SKT T1K will be the first Korean team that Cloud9 will be facing as they both head to the Rift. And of course, we do have some footage of both of these teams preparing for their next game, and they are both hoping to go 2-0 on the first day of All-Stars Paris. We will be right back. Don't go anywhere. Ladies and gentlemen, we are down to the last match of the day as SKT T1K is taking on Cloud9. Both of these teams are coming in off a win in their first games in the All-Star group stage. For SKT, they are playing very well as a team. They are definitely in control of the games that they've played thus far. I particularly want to highlight Impact. He went 6-1-6 on Shyvana in their first game of the day. Had very good positioning. Monty, I know you quite like Shyvana as a champion, and we know you love SKT. Care to comment on SKT and what you've seen?
I mean, Shyvana and Impact were just doing really well, of course, in their first game tonight. And he does pick up the slack when his teammates are being camped or something like that. He is perfectly capable of carrying out of the top lane. And Shyvana in general is just such a versatile champion these days. She doesn't have a lot of trouble in early game matchups, except against really Renekton. There's some oddball picks as well. But she also just scales so well into the late game. And you have so many build options on her too. You can go that Blade of the Ruined King first. You can go full tank depending on what your team needs. And I think Impact really was shining in that first game with his flank engages. That's something you can immediately get onto the back line, especially if you have good vision control. They never see it coming. So very strong champion and a strong player, but their first game was really a team effort to win more than any individual player performance in my mind.
Something I want to highlight here, actually, as we had the footage of Impact right there, is how their coach is interacting with him. He's constantly around them, just making sure he's calm, giving him tips. You could see he was talking to him for like 30-35 seconds, saying like, okay, you got to do this, this, and this, avoid this. And that's really what separates Korea as a region from a lot of the other regions. We're trying to get there with all our infrastructure-wise, but they have already have this set. They have multiple sets of coaches, and I know Manhi probably knows more about like the intricacies of how that works. But it's really nice to see like they even bring their notes down. And
just
really
as a side on that, that notebook flips vertically as opposed to horizontally, therefore being superior to Lemonation's notebook. The only reason I bring that up, they are on the other side of the rift. Now, I also want to highlight, in the very first game, I didn't notice Lemonation's notebook. He has downgraded to loose pieces of paper. I'm severely disappointed. I need to see if it helps them out or not. I do want to highlight something that's maybe a little risque. I don't know if they would have beaten Fnatic in the first game of the day had Fnatic not made the mistakes that they made. Freak, discuss.
Yeah, so Fnatic were controlling that game for the most part. They were steadily getting bigger advantages, controlling objectives, doing everything great. And then Fnatic overstepped. They took a couple of 4v5s in a row they shouldn't have taken, and that put them way far behind and gave C9 the game. Now, when I watched SKT's game earlier today, they had a very similar situation. They were controlling all the lanes. They found some good ganks. But many of those ganks felt overzealous. SKT gave away a lot of kills they shouldn't have, and there's a glimmer there that's kind of similar.
Just remember, though, one thing is the other team making a mistake. Another thing is you actually seeing this mistake and then punish the team for it. And that's what Cloud9 did so well in the game against Fnatic, because every time Fnatic tried to do something, Cloud9 would just turn it around on them. If they can do the same against SKT, of course, they might be able to win the game here, but I don't see SKT do the same kind of mistakes Fnatic did.
Yeah, and the big difference too was when the deaths we saw with SKT, they never lost pressure. They still controlled the tempo of the game. So yes, they may have overextended, but there weren't any adverse ramifications, and nor was there even really an opportunity to regain control of pressure.
Well, final thought from Krepo just before we move on there.
Yeah, I just wanted to agree with Monty there. Like, their map movements were still really solid. Yeah, sure, they flashed a little far because they had a teammate probably shouting in their ear, like, I'm coming to back you up. And those are really minor details compared to how well they were playing the maps and quote-unquote having their rotations work out. So they definitely looked solid.
Well, it is time for the prediction game, the last one of the day. And I want to know from you guys, who is going to come out victorious? The #1 team from the region with the greatest rotations out of all, the greatest individual play that can win 2v1s, 4v0s, 3v1s, or SKT? Defisher, who's going to win?
Well, I'll give it to SKT, but I think Cloud9, just by winning the first game, they...
Did my speech not inspire you? Monty, I don't even want to ask you.
I went for my boy Link and the good guys on Cloud9 first, but I think that SK Telecom is just on another level.
Looking for the team kill there from Monte Cristo. Krepo?
You did almost sell me apple pie, and I'm really hungry, but I still have to like bring up something, a remnant of the past. If we remember back to World Finals, I got this from a dear friend of mine, and I treasure it with all my heart, so I'm going to keep it, and I'm going to go for SKT.
Freak, before you lock it in, 19 games undefeated. Take it now, and it'll be 20 games undefeated.
Yeah, well, you know what's great is there's a couple of really top North American teams that don't beat Korean teams. And Cloud9 is going to be one of them, unfortunately. SKT will be, the second place team in the group. They'll
Guys,
win.
I tried. I mean, this is what I've got to work with. Anyways, it is time to check out how you guys at home have voted over at lolesports.com. And with 71%, really? You guys aren't even on my side. SKT T1K will be picking up their second win. Thank you very much for this one. We're going to send it over to the guys at the caster desk, where the teams are ready in the lobby. Take it away, Joe.
Thank you very much, guys. This match will, of course, mark the first time that SK Telecom T1K and Cloud9 have faced each other in a competitive match. And while SKT's Faker hopes to show his opponents a good game, Cloud9's Meteos is just trying not to psych himself out at the thought of who's playing against him.
일단은 C9과는 서로 못 만나봐서 이번에 처음 만나는 거니까 기대되는 팀이 있고 각 대륙마다 잘하고 있는 팀들만 온 거잖아요. 그래서 조금 여기서 플레이할 수 있는 거에 대해 좀 기대하고 있어요.
SKT has been the most dominant team in basically the history of League of Legends for the past year or so.
Just recently they kind of dropped that, but they're still a very good team.
일단 클라우드9이 오랜 기간 동안 1위를 유지하고 또 좀 기량이 떨어졌을 때도 2위 하면서 좀 그런 걸 보면 실력도 있고 열정적인 선수들이 있다고 생각하거든요. 그래서 이번에 꼭 좋은 경기 보여주고 싶어요, 클라우드9.
Well, Faker's extremely good mechanically, and he sort of just knows what to do all the time. So he's probably the best mid player that we'll ever really play against as a team. I'll try to not suck myself out too much, obviously, and who knows, maybe we can win.
Probably the best mid laner that they're ever going to face as a team. We saw Link doing a decent job against Peke in their victory earlier. Faker, is he a different class, though?
I mean, Faker has always been one cut above, at least in Season 3, but so far, after people have kind of watched the amazing things he does, people have been able to emulate a lot of it. Link, though, has never had a chance to play against someone like Faker.
Well, we're going to find out here shortly, but first we're going to check out the starting lineups. In the blue corner, it's the current world champions from Korea, OGN's SK Telecom T1K, with Impact in the top lane, Bengi in the jungle, Faker in the mid lane, and the duo of Piglet and Pumandu.
And in the red corner, it is North American LCS's Cloud9, with Balls in the top lane, Meteos in the jungle, Link in mid lane, and of course Sneaky and Lemon Nation on AD carry and support.
And for this game, we'll be venturing deep into the jungle for our featured matchup. It's Bengi versus Meteos.
Yeah, we've heard a lot of talk already about how Bengi thrived in this Season 3 meta where everything was about vision control for him, but he's really struggled to find his place in the game as it is played today. He's been trying a lot of different champions and playstyles, but he hasn't found a way to have huge impact on games yet. You know, when Bengi is at his best, he knows every move of the enemy jungler and is very much a control-focused jungler, which is his game. Meteos, on the other hand, is an efficient jungler, how I like to categorize it, making very quick decisions and then not wasting any clicks or steps. He's actually taken even more steps to become more of an early presence this year, and he didn't lose out on his overall gold gainer level. So whether he can have that presence without High in the mid lane and with Link in the mid lane will be a big decider in this match. He did a very good job in the first game. It really surprised me, actually, that they were able to take out Fnatic with this new mid lane presence. I called Link High about 500 times during the game because it very much just looked like Cloud9.
They didn't seem to have any hesitation when it came to those decisions later on into the game, the area where we felt that Cloud9 would be the weakest. They definitely stepped things up. As I said before, though, current world champions may just be a different beast as we head towards Champ Select.
And a different beast indeed is something. We're going to know a lot more about the overall standings of the groups after these guys have played, though. 2 undefeated teams as far as group stages go, both 1-0. Who's going to be taken down a notch? Obviously, SKT is the heavy favorite.
Let's have a look then at the bans coming out already. 2 of them for SKT with Kha'Zix and Jax taken away here. So 1 towards the jungle, 1 towards Balls in the top lane. For Cloud9, current first ban will be Lee Sin. So we don't want to allow Bengi to get on Lee Sin.
I wonder if they're going to target Bengi fairly heavily, knowing he's had a bit of struggle in the past. Maybe they want to force him onto something like Nunu. OMG had a very good Nunu game. SKT T1K is the other team in this tournament that is fairly Nunu heavy as far as what they're willing to pick in Champion Select. And one other thing about Cloud9 that they've really been trending towards recently is just late game champions. That's what we saw with the Twitch, and that's what we saw in their NALCS finals against TSM.
Well, speaking of Twitch, Lucian is banned away here. We've seen Sneaky play Twitch already. We know that Piglet plays a lot of Twitch. You you've got to expect that Twitch is probably going to appear somewhere in these lineups. Kassadin was the final ban from SKT, and, well, Kassadin coming back into his ban rotations.
Yeah, he's going to see that almost every game, but guess what is still on the board? Faker, Playmaker right there, and he just locks in the LeBlanc. He hasn't gotten a chance to play it much. He's played it one time in the 17 games they played in Champions and NLB combined. It was a victory, though.
Let's see if that can be the record here moving forward against Cloud9. One thing's for sure, always an absolute pleasure to watch someone like Faker on LeBlanc. Other
It's
side,
scary.
there's the Twitch that we were expecting for Sneaky, and Elise also picked up by Meteos. What else would it be?
Yeah.
Played now 7 games in a row with Elise if we go back into the NALCS playoffs.
Some things in this world are true, and Meteos will pick Elise if it's up as soon as they possibly can. The Twitch seems to be the other thing that is their new Tier 1 AD carry, but man, they gave up LeBlanc for it. And if anyone could pop a Twitch when he pops out of stealth, it's Faker's LeBlanc.
Yeah.
That'll be tricky.
That will be tricky for him. We'll see how Sneaky and the rest of Cloud9 really deal with what Faker can do. Their single target blowing up potential really is what we're going to be seeing out of Faker, unless maybe they can stop him before he gets to that point.
Exactly, and I wonder with all of SKT T1's coaches how heavily they're going to target Cloud9's money champions and how much they're going to go on their own thing. And right now it looks like SKT is just picking what they want, not trying to take away from Cloud9. Because if you want to make sure that Faker blows up a Twitch, you get rid of the Black Shield for Morgana, which Lemon Nation is his most played support, undefeated, 11-0. They're most likely going to pick it on this rotation through in picks and bans to try and give them a bit of immunity. SKT is happy with going with their champions as well.
Yep, Evelynn, a relatively high-featured champion for Bengi so far this season. Yeah, relatively high being, well, the most high, if that's even a real thing. For Cloud9, no changes really so far. Lulu locked in for Link again in the mid lane. Morgana picked up again for Lemon Nation in the support role.
They could actually get exactly the same team comp they had against Fnatic if they want to do Trundle in the last pick. There's a few fan chants wanting some tricky picks. I don't know if they'll get it though.
Yeah, Piglet was hovering over Maokai. The entire stadium is now booing because he switched away from Maokai and went instead over towards Ezreal. Not seen any Ezreal in our normal games here today, but we of course did see 2 Ezreals in our Earth game, which obviously not particularly comparable, but well, if he plays anything like Bjergsen did earlier on today, then that's dangerous stuff. Leona as well here possibly for Mandu as the clock runs down.
Mandu has done a lot of jumping around on supports, trying to find exactly what works for him, and he honestly hasn't found much. Piglet has very much been a guy who wants to hard carry games. Vayne's a champion that he can try to do that on.
Last second switch out to Vayne, and whilst they were booing Piglet 10 seconds ago because he didn't lock in Maokai, they gave a big cheer once this Vayne does get locked in with the Zyra support. On the other side, Balls makes this an unchanged roster for Cloud9 by picking up the Trundle for the top lane.
As far as Cloud9 goes, we've seen the way they want to play this one. They are happy doing straight up lanes. They can wait a little bit till late game when Twitch and Trundle get going. And as far as team fights go, they're just trying to chain the Cocoon from Elise and the Dark Binding from Morgana. The SKT composition, though, is obviously something we haven't seen so far. Faker will definitely be trying to assassinate Sneaky and dominate the lanes. I really want to see if they go into the lane swapping game to get Piglet a little bit away from the threat of Dark Binding, which is a huge threat for a Vayne in the laning phase, or if Piglet has the need to try and show he is the better AD carry, which is definitely one of the things he's been trying to prove in Champions.
Whether they'll just match straight up in that 2v2, as we saw with Cloud9 and Fnatic earlier on today. We'll find out soon. The 2 teams, of course, have picked their champions, so we want to know who you guys think are going to win this one. Send your choice using hashtag SKTWin or C9Win to @LOL Esports, and we'll check your answers soon. Jack, I have to ask you your opinion on this one, now that we've got the team comps in there for both sides.
I like the fact that they are so comfortable on the champions they have as far as Cloud9 is concerned. But honestly, this is SKT right now. There's a reason that all the analyst desks picked them. There's a reason they're the Season 3 World Champions. They are the heavy favorites here, especially with Cloud9 playing without Hot.
And I have to go back to it because it is really the big storyline for Cloud9 here. Will they be able to pull out a similar performance to that last game where you could arguably say we didn't see any major difference in terms of calls when it came towards that later stage of the game? We're going to find out because we're in game here between SKT and Cloud9. Both teams looking to stay undefeated here as they take to the Rift for their second game here today. And maybe even more interesting for us, are we going to see any more level 1 action? Because teams have been drawn to fighting it out at level 1 so far today.
They have been all over the place as far as going for those level 1 engages. There is the Dark Binding. There is the Zyra as well, which is a pass-through Dark Binding early on in the game. They are looking extremely defensive right now, however.
Mondu is, well, Piglet as well. They're using those SKT skins. Their own skins.
They better.
Basically, Reddit has been asking for this the entire week when it came to TPA versus SKT. Not quite on that level, but 2-in-1 game. Could definitely be happy about that one. Meanwhile, Bengi is playing a typical Evelyn start to the game here and just using himself and that invisibility to scout out the positions of Cloud9. The ping's actually going down towards blue buff on Cloud9's side of the map here. Bengi, of course, will be able to just check out exactly where Meteos is. Looks like, actually, we're going to be seeing a possible lane swap. Morgana moving up the map will join Sneaky's Rat here towards that top side of the map, although Trundle is there as well, so we'll have to see.
Yeah, what does Cloud9 really have planned here? It could actually be a delayed invade, which would then channel into a lane swap. Putting a lot of pressure on the SKT Soul lanes here to kind of group up. Oh no, though. SKT has snuck behind enemy lines. They're going to take both buffs from Cloud9 early. That is some sneaky moves right there from Bengi.
That is exactly what we were talking about with the invisible Evelyn. You see that Mondu and Piglet just doing the blue buff on the other side. Impact has now walked up into the Cloud9 jungle and will be helping Bengi take that red buff away. Meanwhile, Mondu just finishing off the rest of that camp. Meteos has finished the blue now on SKT's side of things. We'll be playing the body game there with balls to take away some farm. Impact, of course, doing the same with Bengi, but that is 2 buffs at the start here for SKT.
This is a really crazy level 1 as far as how it's going to go from here, because there's actually a pretty big risk of Meteos getting caught in his own jungle, or in the enemy jungle by Bengi as well. We're not going to be able to see the same fast pushing because there's a support looking around in Cloud9's jungle. There's only 2 people bottom that are slow pushing. This is a completely just thrown off level 1 right now.
Nervous starts, I think, for Cloud9, not really knowing where everyone is. In the end, they commit to a 3-man push here onto the outer turret in the top lane. The reaction for SKT is a little bit different. They're going to go for, well, what would usually say the 2-buff start actually will end up being a 3-buff start, funnily enough, this time around.
But actually a delayed recall from Lemon Nation. He thought about going back and then was like, wait a minute, now I have to stay for 4. These type of miscommunications can't necessarily happen for Cloud9, a team that is normally so efficient and decisive, and was very efficient and decisive against Cloud9. They cannot falter against the defending world champions.
Just letting those minions be taken down before finishing off that turret. SKT not got themselves up to the turret itself and done any damage as of now. Balls did, of course, just TP in there into that bottom lane. So Cloud9 take the first turret of the game. They're going to have some protection down in this bottom lane, but that's level 3. This is really, really bad. They're going straight in onto him. Mondu is tanking it. That's going to be first blood. Goes over to Mondu. In the end, they probably would have wanted to have that on Piglet, but a kill's a kill.
Yeah, and it was just an execute kill onto Mondu. He almost over-tanked the turret so Piglet could kill him and continue the push without being a threat. And Faker burns a flash solo in that mid lane.
That is terrible news, pretty much, for Link here. I did see, of course, in the game earlier on, it was Faker who actually was forced to flash in the early game. This time around, though, with the mobility of LeBlanc and Link not having a flash, Link has to play this one super, super carefully and defensively. As Piglet here, now back on towards that turret. Cloud9 have moved their jungler in to keep a hold of it.
Yeah. The fact that they're up a turret but actually not up in gold speaks very poorly for their overall chances in this game right here. For all of SKT's struggles in their slump that they've been in, they're still incredibly good mechanical players. Just the tactical game that they've been missing out on. They're doing fine early on in this one, and they still have the mechanics.
Impact actually getting hit by the binding there. Was trying to bait things out. Should have been pretty obvious, in my opinion, to Cloud9 that something like that was going to be happening. Bengi, of course, did go in. They decided not to really follow through with any of that damage. So let's have a look where it's left. I want to specifically, of course, focus on the 2 AD carries here.
Yeah.
Vayne, more farm at this point than Sneaky. Got that assist in there as well.
And that's still a very starved and farmed Trundle, which is completely counter to the way Cloud9 likes to play. They really are one of the rare teams that often employs a top lane carry as far as Balls is, and there's no way that can happen with the early start of this game unless they give him a lot of free time and protect him somehow. Making him defend this turret 1v2 against a Vayne and a Zyra with multiple stun options is not going to lead to a strong late game Trundle.
Yeah, and a very strong late game Vayne, which is pretty much the exact opposite of what Cloud9 are going to be wanting from this one. Meteos, of course, did decide to come back down to this turret to give his top laner, or his solo laner, obviously down in the bottom this time around, that extra bit of support. But the damage onto the turret is slowly but surely working toward SKT's first turret of the game.
Yeah, SKT absolutely with an upper hand in that bottom lane. And then also in mid lane. It's not like Cloud9 is getting advantages elsewhere, and considering that Meteos had to go down to the bottom lane to also defend, he's not able to lend aid anywhere else. Faker should continue to punish Link here. You can see Link is buying a fair amount of wards. He wants to kind of control vision from the mid lane. But if he can't get out from underneath his turret, the wards are no good.
You have to feel, though, that turret is the safest place for him right now.
Yeah.
He's got no flash at this stage. The enemy jungler's an Evelynn, which you're not going to see unless he's right on top of you, unless he walks through a pink ward. The turret's the only thing that's really going to save you at that stage of things. So Link here has now hit level 6. That wild growth is going to make him feel a lot more comfortable. And there is that classic pink ward against an Evelynn.
Trying to stop the Evelynn flanks. And something that we have to mention, because we've seen so much mid-lane Lulu here at the All-Star event, is it's not nearly the lane bully that it used to be.
Yeah.
When the Help Picks nerfs hit, and when you couldn't get 2 Glitter Lances off of 1 Help Picks after blue buff, the laning of LeBlanc deteriorated heavily. She's more about her utility, her shielding, her safety, her move speed, stuff like that. And she's not going to destroy in lane. So Faker with LeBlanc is actually the one who can win early, and you saw that with a bit of the flash. It's a testament to Link that he's kept up that close in farm.
Now we're going to see Duos heading into this bottom lane. The blue buffs, first ones of the game that will be transferred over, of course, this time to Faker on the top side. Bottom side of Cloud9's jungle was invaded by Piglet and Mandu in the early stages of this match. This time around, Cloud9 will secure that one with Meteos moving forward.
Yeah, they finally standardized these lanes a little bit, but the question will be, now, is it too late? How far behind is Balls? Can he even 1v1 impact? And can they deal with the Vayne Zyra when they hit level 6 and they decide to go in on something?
Well, Vayne is already level 6. Mandu's not going to be too far away from that as well. You also have to consider what if Faker starts roaming and getting involved in other areas of the map. There's a polymorph just to make sure that Faker couldn't follow through on the damage, but one combo takes half of Link's health. Bengi is sniffing around as well. He's hit his ultimate level 6 as well, and that may help them jump in. Faker's gone deep, but Balls has come around the side. They're not too worried with Bengi actually being there as well, and they're going to spot him out.
They must have just seen him at the end there, maybe still not. Balls is only level 5. He is falling so far behind, and it's allowing Faker to play so aggressive because Bengi is in his back pocket in that mid lane.
They look to maybe make a move there. They brought Elise. Balls stayed around. They'd spotted him because of that pink ward there on the curve rush. In the end, SKT actually backed away completely from that one, and they lose some of the sight of him actually just gone over the top of the ward there without being in stealth, so they know that they're clear on that front of things, and actually Cloud9 are invading.
Yeah, they're trying to get a return kill on the buffer, maybe just get Balls going at least a little bit. Still level 5 on that Trundle. Meteos needs to help him out heavily.
17 to 44 CS, and well, with Impact just holding that wave back as far as he possibly can, making it so that Balls can't even get close enough, especially when the jungler is an Evelynn, who's now, funnily enough, in the bottom lane here.
Any type of commit in that bottom lane, and it would mean death for Cloud9. They have to be extremely cautious, and they have no way of knowing.
Oh, Manu gets hit with the binding. They've managed to catch the Twitch, but he's too close to the tower. Piglet dives in for a bit more damage. Here we go, ultimate going on towards Lemon Nation. Double flash from the bottom lane. They push further in. Bengi's going to knock him against the wall and get a kill. Sneaky has gone invisible, going out through the tribal. Oh, that was an amazing route through. Piglet flashes over. Double kill for Bane. Are they going to get any more? They don't chase Meteors, but that could not have gone any worse for Cloud9.
Yeah, that was more than enough for SKT from that dive. Exactly what they wanted, the brute force. They burned the summoners and still got the double kill. The SKT skins reigning supreme down there in the bottom lane. Piglet and Mondu are just wrecked.
And they get themselves a dragon as well, just to add insult to injury really for Cloud9. We're approaching 3,000 gold lead. It's 2,500 or so right now. That is not the start that Cloud9 needed in this game. We're only 10.5 minutes in. If we compare it to the Fnatic game, which was standard lanes and very slow and farm heavy for the first 15 minutes, this is such a different scenario.
They've really been forced into their decision-making so much sooner, and more importantly, taken out of their comfort zone.
Bad news for Balls here. It's Faker that's actually tanking up the turret. In the end, are they going to dive in? Yes, they are. Faker taking a lot more damage than he really calculated. Balls still sticking to his tower. I think Impact might be warned away. There's no helping coming here. Cloud9 are actually making a play on the mid turret. There's the dive in. It's Faker that comes back in to secure the 4th kill of the game for SKT.
They had all the time in the world to do that because Meteos was very clearly shown in the mid lane and there was no one else coming to help Balls, really just leaving him on an island, which is very unlike what Cloud9 would normally do. And it's all about their comfort zone and how Cloud9 was completely removed from that just at the very start of the game. Now Balls trying to teleport into the very low turret. He's got to be careful not to just lose this thing.
Impact actually is going to be taking damage here from the tower. It may have bitten off a little bit more than he can chew. He's going to fall. Oh, Balls! He clicked back. Impact's going to get away from it. That was a catastrophe, and now they're fighting down the bottom lane. They get the kill back, but Lemon Nation will fall. That's 3 kills now for Piglet. Are they going to keep going? No, because Link is there. Piglet actually going pretty low. Wild growth wasn't used there. Yeah. Link wasn't quite in range to do it.
Piglet is doing a lot of damage too with that Blade of the Ruined King being completed, and the control of the map has been lost. He's trying his best to lifesteal off of this because SKT actually wants to collapse down on them pretty hard here, with an Eve waiting in the corridor.
Oh, this is bad news. There's the ultimate coming down. They're going to try and get in on towards the party. Is the chain going to go out? Yes, it will. Link falls low, tries to get away with the flash, but he won't. Bengi gets that one.
And he did not use his wild growth there. He thought he was dead regardless. Plus, he was silenced at a lot of critical moments where he would have wanted to use it. This is going from bad to worse for Cloud9.
Bad to worse. I was talking about 2,500 gold earlier. It's now closer to a 4,000 gold lead here for SKT. And if there are 2 champions that you didn't want to let get going here, is Vayne
and LeBlanc.
And there are 2 champions, Vayne in particular, of course. 3-0-1, over 100 CS here as we hit the 13-minute mark. This is going more than to plan, I think, for SKT.
Yeah, one of the big worries for Cloud9 coming in here with Link in place of High is that when really tricky decisions and map movements would kind of catch them off guard, they wouldn't have a default strategy to go back to because they have to make everything up on the fly. And they haven't been able to do that in this game. Whether or not that is just SKT being superior tactically or Cloud9 just not necessarily knowing where to go, High is the guy who speaks and says pretty much everything for Cloud9 after 9 minutes. But the point in the game where that was needed in this one was almost immediately, because there was no pre-built notebook strategy Cloud9 could have for getting both of their buffs stolen right at the start of the game, and it's shown. SKT has been better.
Being better, Meteor's now going to a more of what we expect from Cloud9, to be honest, and that's trying to help out Balls here get going in this top lane. He's still 35 CS behind that of Impact. Not had a good time whatsoever. They are going to go into him. He's already used his ultimate here. Impact doesn't have a flash. A teleport won't get him away with the cocoon available. However, he's just going to try and run this one out. Headed down there. There's no flash for Balls. There's no flash for Meteos. As Piglet is pushing the bottom lane, Balls is going to be pushed away there by Faker. Impact survived. And we see in the bottom lane for SK Telecom that they're pushing through and they're going to get an inner tower.
Yeah, they were nearly inside the base of Cloud9 at one point. They still get the turret. On Impact's side, he has made one big escape after another. Balls just barely missing out on a couple of kills. And maybe for the first time ever, we might be seeing Balls on tilt a little bit.
He missed that flash early on in the game, and now Meteos is trying desperately to help him, and the ganks just are not paying off. They're miscalculating. They've never really been this far behind an enemy top laner, and they're not able to close the kills that they want.
Bit of an unfamiliar scenario here, possibly, for Cloud9. This is a scenario where you definitely don't want to have not a stranger in your team, but certainly one that you've obviously not had the kind of practice with that you would really hope for coming into an event of this magnitude. You see there in the mid lane, Faker, Athenes is done for him. On the other side, Link not quite up to that level just yet. We've got 1 minute as well until the next dragon of the game comes up. SKT, of course, took the first one after picking up a couple of kills.
Yep.
Easy stuff for them. Timer's down for them. I don't believe that Cloud9 had any vision of it either.
5,500 gold with 15 minutes. This is actually, I think it's almost a bigger lead than what OMG had on TPA in the previous game. SKT is absolutely dominating them here. We said that Faker completed an Athenes before Link could get to it. He just went back to base and bought a needlessly large rod on top of it. That's a tremendous amount of burst potential. Lemonation has not even gotten time to put any points in Black Shield, and they really just have to hope for picks where they have more people. They never have more people.
Wow, this is going to be destruction as well. Lemonation's going to get his ulti off, but he goes to go down to Piglet. Meteos did get the kill back onto Piglet. Here's the flash away. Sneaky's going to try and finish off Mandu, but Mandu turns around and says, nope, I'm going to get that kill. He's still having the poison ticking away on him, but it won't be enough to finish it off. That's a 3-for-1 for SKT. But there is Link popping out. Bengi's going to go dangerously low from this one, but here comes Faker from the side. That will be enough to force Link away. Faker actually going in for the kill.
Whoa.
Link putting some good damage back. Bengi's coming back in. This could be a suicide mission. Oh no! They work it brilliantly. They get the kill and get out.
That is a tremendous step forward for Bengi, making that call proper. I got a chance to actually talk to Faker the other day and ask him about Bengi's struggles and what was going wrong for them. He said more so than the vision control and anything else, it's his mechanics in small 2v2, 2v1, 3v2 scenarios, and they haven't been winning the fights. They barely won it there because they made the right judgment calls and they mechanically played it right.
We just saw, Faker's actually coming in towards Lemonation, wants to say, no, you're not taking that dragon from right under our noses. Meteor say, no, I really am. I'm going to try for it at least. Sneaky coming in from the side. Faker throws all the damage towards Sneaky. Piglet's on the top side of things as well. They've got vision of that brush, but they've not got the time to do the dragon safely and then get out. You have to fear that SKT going to clear out the vision and do the dragon on their own.
And Faker is feeling so at home right now. When he is ahead on the block, he is probably the scariest League of Legends player to play against in the world. He's just going to try and assassinate whoever he can around that dragon area when all the vision is theirs.
And we also saw just previously to that the result of the absolute carnage that Impact has brought upon Balzers early mid-game here with choking him completely of all that farm. He basically 1v1'd him there in the jungle. Here is the dragon, of course, the second one of the game going over to SKT. And look, they're moving up through the enemy jungle. They're going to try and collapse on balls. Need to be careful, but they do have vision of Cloud9 coming up.
This could be a potential fight where Cloud9 does have a slight numbers advantage for a short time, but SKT could collapse so quickly. They're pushing 2 turrets at once here because they saw Sneaky in the bottom lane.
And they completely just pull Cloud9 between top lane, between mid lane here. In the end, they don't really get between either of them as balls get stunned up against the wall. There's another kill for SKT. This time it's Impact. Are they going to try and find more Link in the mid lane? Dueling up against Bengi. Meteos is there as well, but they're going to dive towards Link, who used that wild growth on himself. There's the ultimate out of both Impact and Bengi. There is the repel on the other side. Sneaky actually got a double kill down the bottom, but we see the chase is on here for the Spider. He may try and run north. He may run into Vayne. He's going to flash over the wall. Oh, what a flash away from that one. And they just ping-pong Meteos around to pick up another one.
Even with the double kill for Sneaky, which I'm sure we'll take a look at in a moment, it is still a 9,000 gold advantage for SKT, and there's still 5 kills. We got to see what happened on the other side, though. Sneaky does manage to take out Faker here. The chain misses, and he gets into his stealth, but it's in a pink ward, so he immediately jumps out, does as much damage as possible. Just the damage of Twitch and a binding at the very end to help him close out the double. It was a very close fight, but he gets it.
Bengi here just dodging expertly of what Lemon Nation can throw through. Does
Gotta be
flash.
careful.
Link
There's a
is
Faker.
chasing him. Faker comes around the side. Will he fancy this 1v1? Lemon Nation off to the side. I don't think Faker will go any further through. His blue buff is in position, but Lemon Nation gets caught out the root, and the damage from Mandu forcing Lemon Nation down at less than half HP and out of the SKT jungle.
Look at that build Mondu's been able to put together. Magic penetration with the Haunting Guys and the Frost Queen's Claim, the fully upgraded item right there. That's a substantial amount of burst already from Zyra. He's sitting on obviously a lot of Magic Pen and 75 ability power. That's just snowballing off the early kill they were able to get down bottom on balls.
And Piglet has popped his ultimate here. Moving forward, he's up against 3, but Faker's coming around as well. They go for Sneaky. Sneaky goes down, and now Meteos might not be able to escape. That's a good cocoon, though. Are they going to be able to follow through? Faker is still chasing Mandu. I've just joined in with them as well. In the end, it's 1-0. Well, they rotate straight to the mid lane here while they get the turret.
Story of the game as well as Balls being at a turret with too many people of SKT against him. He either dies or just loses the turret, and the rest of Cloud9 has been unable to capitalize on SKT's investment to shut down Balls.
Let's have a look again at the goal. Not the best of news, I'm afraid, if you're a Cloud9 fan. We're 20 minutes, 45 seconds into this one, and an 11,000 gold lead for SKT.
And the biggest thing that stood out to me there was the 7,300 gold on Mandu's support is more than anyone else on the Cloud9 team entirely. Sneaky is the closest at 7,100. I mean, this game is completely out of hand. 11,000 gold advantage for SKT. They're looking on top of their game right here. Bengi has had a lot of presence. Their lane mechanics have still been superior. The tower diving was very crisp, and everyone is just comfortably playing their game.
Did see Bengi there in behind Link in the mid lane. Also spotting Lemon Nation now coming around. So having vision without Cloud9, really realizing that one, and Balls may now become a target as well. Bengi on the bottom side, Impact moving in through the lane on the top side of things. In the end, they don't get it. But if you look at the minimap, they have to be careful that Cloud9 don't get sandwiched here.
They're going to try to open up something, but they have to be fast.
Turning around on towards Piglet. Decent damage, but not going to be enough to finish off the kill. Here comes Evelyn from the side. Zyra gets the knock up onto 2. Link's a dead man. Here comes the rest of the team as Lemon Nation gets destroyed as well. Meteos has gone out behind them, but he won't stand for long. That 3-0. Oh, 4-0. Sneaky's not getting away. They had a pink ward down there. Faker gets that one. 4-0. Julian in him.
Cloud9 went fast, but it was not fast enough because SKT collapsed at the perfect time. They are just relentlessly pushing down this mid lane. They have the lead, they have the advantage, the kills. Now they're just cleaning up.
Yeah, this turret is going down, no question about that one. The inhib will fall as well. A couple of players from Cloud9 starting to spawn back into the game, but it's too late for the inhibitor. Meanwhile, Faker is going to have a go at 1v1 in Balls. Balls already using the ultimate and the Blade of the Rune King, doing good damage back here on towards Faker. The chain comes in, Balls flashes away from that stun. It's only Faker at this point that's chasing down Balls. He needs to be a little bit careful of how deep he goes. Balls juking everything.
He's juking everything, but he's going in kind of the wrong direction. I feel like Faker's going to have a little bit of backup right now, and if Balls tries to close, Faker's going to jump away. He is just corralling him into a place where he cannot escape.
Well, Balls is still doing well here to dodge quite a lot of this damage. However, when Bengi comes across, that is not going to change. Bengi gets the kill. He's now on a rampage. 4-0-7 for the Evelyn. This is a very one-sided match.
All men must die is what Balls had to understand right at the end of that one, because he escaped as best he could. Oh, nice little bit of Baron Anchor. Elimination gets down. Go for it.
He's dead.
Yes.
Credit there. That was a nice move, but Lemon Nation might just play the price now. We've got Evelyn chasing him down. They use the exhaust, but that's a good binding. Point blank. Lemon Nation going to try and walk away. Meanwhile, Sneaky just being closed onto by the two of them. Meteos is going to be chased as well, slowed down by the Randuin's Omen. He's flashed. Which way is he going to go? Tribush is pretty much his only bet. But look at this. Cloud9 actually doing a two-man push on bottom. They need to go back to their base, though.
Yeah, that base is going to be going down real fast. As soon as the super minions arrive, they're going to have to recall immediately. It was a nice memory for Lemon Nation there. Great play at Baron, but they need way more than that, as a bunch of really farmed SKT people are in their mid lane.
Vayne, wow. Blade of the Rune King, Phantom Dancer. And the last whisper as Bengi and Meteor's going to go head-to-head, and Meteor's fancied his chances, but honestly, he's coming straight back down on top of him. Is he going to fall? Surely will do here. Well, he is now, because Faker comes around the side, and it's Faker that gets his killing spree.
He brought a friend, and Bengi smartly gives the kill over to Faker. The man he is so good at babysitting for and creating for as well. They can get the Baron off this one, knowing the smite is down. They're going to make short work of this game, not just this Baron.
25 minutes almost into it. First Baron of the game goes down. SKT didn't particularly need the Baron at this point, but every extra little bit of gold will make finishing out this game that little bit easier. A second Randuin's Omen has been purchased there to go into the SK team, with Bengi finishing off that one. Faker, of course, Death Cap, Athenes, and a blasting one, sat on about 980 gold at this stage. And actually, Link's going to fancy his chances here of dueling him. But maybe not now. Mondu coming around the side, and Faker gets a rampage.
Distortion's right on top of him. And even though with this giant gold lead, SKT could probably beat Cloud9 with almost whatever items they wanted to build, they're still building quite smartly. So the double Randuins makes it even harder for Sneaky to get through anything, because his Spray and Play or Ratatat will hit and slow his attack speed and move speed from there. Cloud9 is desperately trying to do these strange pushes right down the mid lane where they just overwhelm them with numbers, but that it doesn't work when Faker's there.
No, he's going to go over to Rage though. Faker follows him straight through. Double kill, easy as that. Hardly lost any health for it as well. 817 Faker. SKT are pushing the in-him turret in the top lane.
They are dominating right now. The show that OMG put on is going to be rivaled by this SKT show.
Piglet's rampage is now complete. Inhibitor turret goes down. Lemon Nation should probably just hang around by the fountain right now, because he's not probably going to get anything, as Balls is having a go at Faker. Here comes Impact though. He's having a go at his clone.
He got him.
Oh, he got him. No, the clone he walked away with, trying to bait Balls into chasing that one. Balls went down in the end, and they're already on the Nexus turrets here. A Sneaky going to be fighting head-to-head with Bengi. We've got Piglet moving in as well. He'll now go unstoppable. Will they get the shutdown? No, they won't. Bengi unstoppable. They can focus and win the game right here. That second Nexus turret is going to go down. Lemon Nation's going to try and hold on there at the back, but it's all too little, too late. SK Telecom T1 are going to take down Cloud9 here for the victory.
And that crowd is happy for SKT, trying to get some revenge for the victory that Cloud9 had over Fnatic earlier on in the day. Joe, 28 kills in a 27-minute game there for SKT. They really made that a statement against Cloud9.
And from Cloud9's side of things now, going 1-for-1, definitely not the worst record that we have right now, but they need to basically forget this game. Like, literally just forget it, because there's probably not too much to go back on after about, well, the dive on the bottom tower that got Piglet rolling.
Super early on in the game, they were just a little bit confused and a little bit outplayed, and this was one of those games where, since they wanted to do a standard laning phase, as soon as that broke down, they could never get back to it. And we have to remember, it's actually a pretty good excuse for Cloud9 that they're playing with Link and not High. Not that Link isn't a fantastic mid laner, definitely top 3 in North America, mechanically just as good as High, if not better. The team synergy and the way they rotated and moved as a team early on in the game looked lackluster. That's what many people expected from Cloud9 coming into this, which is why it was so surprising when they beat Fnatic. But as you said, all said, they got to forget that.
And the fact is, that was the world champions of Season 3. So it's not the biggest surprise, I think, to everyone. It was, however, a painful loss. If we look, for example, down the scoreboard, 3-0-4 for Impact, 5-0-10 for Bengi. Faker was 8-8 by the end of it. Piglet on Vayne, 9-1-6. Can't quite see Zyra score. 3-5-11 there, and as you said, went all the damage items by the end.
Yeah, full magic penetration on Zyra. Everybody could blow somebody up. Zyra had more gold than everyone on Cloud9. 1,500 more than Sneaky. That's when the game gets out of control, obviously. The Frost Queen's claim gave him about 1,300 to 1,400 gold as well. There are a few things going SKT's way. I really can't wait then for the SKT OMG showdowns. that we're potentially going to have maybe later on. That is the early look at what might actually be the strong teams here.
Yeah, and we should also not forget this is just group stage as well. That
group stage day one.
Group stage day one, even at that, the fact is there's still a very long way to go. That, you know, getting a win here early might affect your performance and how your opponents are going to ban and pick against you in the future. Yep. Still a lot to be played for here. And, well, I think for Cloud9 in particular, if we're just looking from this game, of course, TPA and Fnatic are both 0 for 2. If one of those, well, of course, one of them will have a win by the end because they still have to take each other on.
Yeah, and I mean, as far as scouting the team compositions, on the bright side, Cloud9 played the same thing both games. So really, there's only one game to scout as far as the pick-ban phase goes. Although that is kind of a Cloud9 staple where they will have their top champions and play them every single time. SKT didn't even need to take them away, which is the scary part.
Scary part about it, taking 3 buffs at level 1. Then Cloud9 took away the turret, which actually worked very heavily against Balls in particular because he had no access to any farm for such a long time that he was just miles behind. We saw Shyvana 1v1 him without a problem at all.
Yeah, and it was really just SKT showing up once again at the big events. They have never been a team that has questionable mechanics in that sense. They have been a team that is sometimes just slow to adapt and change. And with the way OGN Champions is set up and the way the Korean competitive ecosystem is, it's so punishing for a team that even falls out of step for a second that, like, their slump is a couple of losses, right?
Yeah.
They lost 2 sets, obviously. And if they make the adjustments, no one questions how great Faker is at Assassins. Piglet, mechanically, his Vayne play is arguably best in the world, right? They're still going to bring that. And if they've adapted now to the game that everyone else is playing, look out.
Indeed. Massively convincing win there for SKT. But for a first-hand account of that match, let's send things over to Shox, who is joined by the man himself, Faker, in the interview lounge.
Thank you very much. I am indeed joined by Faker. I'm a little confused after that fantastic performance on LeBlanc. We were also assisted by Homin, who works for Riot, and his contacts are helping with the translation here. First off, congratulations, Faker. What an amazing game from you guys. This is the first time you guys have played Cloud9. What was it like?
이번에 공식전으로 처음으로 클라우드9 팀과 붙었는데요. 그 클라우드9 팀과 붙은 소감에 대해서 간단히 말씀해 주세요.
일단 클라우드9이랑 예전부터 좀 많이 붙어보고 싶었는데 이렇게 붙어봐서 정말 기쁘고요. 일단 오늘 경기를 했는데 일단 클라우드9의 미드 라이너 선수가 바뀌었잖아요. 그래서 완전한 클라우드9이랑 못 붙게 된 거는 좀 아쉽고 이제 그리고 클라우드9 선수들이 좀 경기가 끝나도 서로 침울해지지 않고 그래서 멘탈이 좋은 것 같더라고요. 그래서 클라우드9 선수들이 좀 멘탈이 좋은 것 같아요.
I've always wanted to play against Cloud9, but because their mid liner High wasn't here, I don't think Cloud9 was a full team. But overall, I was really glad that I had a chance to play against them. And even though the game was over, like Cloud9, the players of Cloud9, they were really smiling and they were happy to play against us. So I think they were really good players.
Awesome. Of course, you guys 2-0 here today. Another team that was 2-0 today is OMG. When talking to GoGoing before, he said, well, I think we're going to win versus SKT tomorrow. So Faker, do you think you're going to win versus OMG?
아까 일전에 이제 OMG 팀의 고고인 선수와 인터뷰했을 때 고고인 선수는 내일 SKTK와 붙었을 때 이길 수 있을 것 같다고 얘기했어요. 이제 그거에 대해서 페이커 선수는 어떻게 생각하세요? 어떻게 이길 자신 있으세요?
일단 OMG 고고잉 선수가 저희를 이길 수 있다고 했었는데 근데 저희가 일단 롤드컵을 2013 롤드컵을 우승하고 온 팀이기 때문에 질 것 같진 않아요.
So I've heard that GoGoing said that he could beat us tomorrow, but we're SKT1K, we're the world champion of season 3, so I think we can beat them tomorrow.
Indeed, you guys are the world champions and the reigning world champions here, doing very well in this tournament. But of course, kind of a rough start over in Korea in the spring season of OGN. How far do you guys think that you guys are away from being that super dominant SKT that we've known so long?
이제 페이커 선수가 얘기했듯이 SKT1K 팀은 시즌 3 챔피언이잖아요. 근데 이제 아무래도 이번 스프링 시즌 때 좀 많이 힘들어했어요. 그래서 다시 한번 그 완전 무결체의 SKT1K 팀이 되기 위해서 얼마나 다시 올라와 있는 상태인가요?
일단 지금 올스타전을 계기로 많이 좋아지려고 하고 있고요. 일단 네, 앞으로도 많이 노력해서 이번에 좀 부진했는데 다시 롤드컵 우승했던 때로 돌아갈 수 있도록 노력하고 있어요.
I think this All-Star game is going to be a good turning point for us. And it's true that we did struggle during spring season, but we're trying really hard. And we're going to keep trying to return as one of the best teams of the world.
Okay, fantastic. Well, congratulations once again. Looking forward to the rest of your games, and thank you for the translation as well. We're going to throw it back over to the guys at the analyst desk for an in-depth discussion of that last game.
Thank you very much, Sharks. Before we begin, I'd like to state two very quick things. Number one, I'm officially going on a diet and giving up all pie, probably forever. Secondarily, I would like to talk a little bit about Cloud9 in this matchup. Earlier today, we heard the interview from Meteos where he said it was a pleasure to simply scrim SKT. He quoted them as being 1,000,000 times stronger. You have to wonder about the psychological effect that had on them when they gave SKT their favorite picks. We've seen SKT Vayne, SKT Zyra, LeBlanc, I believe, Monty, you were saying, undefeated in the hands of Faker.
Yeah,
I mean,
Faker.
Brave call.
Coming into this match, Faker was 7-0 professionally on LeBlanc. This is not a champion that most teams think it's wise to hand over. And all time, Vayne is Piglet's most played champion ever, and he has a 23-6 win rate on her, now 24-6. So it's really hard to take down SKT when they have these comfort picks that they can just easily fall back on.
And even better for SKT, with the Vayne pick they used here, there was nobody from Cloud9 who could ever get to him and kill him. Zyra was even there to help him out to peel. Even without the Zyra, I don't think they could ever get to the Vayne, and he would just be such a pain.
Well, we saw the Ezreal hover over early on where they were thinking about it, and it was the last rotation there on blue side, and I think that's exactly what they realized. They were just kind of sitting there being like, oh, well, we'll just take Vayne then.
Crepo, do you have something to add here?
Yeah, maybe. No, I just wanted to agree with what Meteos said about how much of a joy it is to play a team like SKT. When we went to Korea back in 2012, it's really fun to play teams that are better than you because it's the only way you can really learn the game and really quickly. If you look at Cloud9, they're at the top of America right now, and they're basically teaching all the other teams how to play. So having the chance to face these teams that are just world-class, this is the way you learn. Even if this looks like a complete stomp, I'm 100% sure these guys are picking up on small things. Oh yeah, they went from this lane to here. This is how they reacted. Damn, we need to react quicker, we need to react better. And once you're playing these matches, you will learn. They will be watching these VODs, and they will definitely get something out of these games as well as the scrims.
Now that's definitely the way it works at the end of the match. The way that the things that we noticed that ended up getting us there was all the way back in the beginning. Initially, we seen lane swaps. There was a couple of talking points. SKT with a strong start, stealing the buffs away from Cloud9, and then instantly moving into a position where Impact and the rest of SKT could stall out the game and arrest control. Monty, what's your thoughts?
They did talk about the lane freeze that happened a little bit, but really what truly good teams will do is they will find that point of weakness and then just twist the dagger in it. And so we'll call up a replay here of how, it was off camera at the time, but how Impact managed to freeze this lane after balls had been killed. So if we get rolling right here, we see the recall from Lemon Nation. Impact will clear out the wave just so he can reset the lane further up. Now, if we watch this, he's going to grab the minion wave, which has a cannon minion, by the way. His cannon minion has been destroyed. Pull it back, focus it on a single minion, and therefore ensure that he has control of the wave. It will constantly be pushing back towards him. So in this case, we can stop the replay, but in this case, it would have been the better idea for Cloud9 because there was a cannon minion wave coming in to stay for one more wave to bounce it off the tower.
Or, once the damage was done here, they could have force the dragon, try and force him to teleport over, so the wave then would push into the tower, get reset once again, the cannon would die, and they would just go back to normal. But Cloud9, Balls instead, he went up to his golems, he tried to gank the mid lane, there was nowhere for him to go, unless the entire Cloud9 had just run down to the dragon. It would have been hard though, because Faker had so much pressure in the mid lane. We talked a little bit about how it would even be risky, even just 4 members.
Yeah, exactly. When you have a lane freeze just in general, the reason we typically see North American teams, European teams just push those lanes out right away is because when you freeze, you're stuck isolated on the map, and the other team knows the top laner is stuck somewhere off on his own doing his own thing. You can 5v4 or 4v3 something and force a lead somewhere. At least bring the teleport. If he does that, the lane crashes into the turret. And yeah, you talk about Dragon, but anything that this team could have done. C9 shows up in force somewhere, and they can force him out.
I just want to add, like, every game so far where the team with the better strategy has involved a lot around these lanes, these minion controls, making waves bounce off a tower, which means like making them push back after taking a tower. And I just wanted to add, for people that don't know what a freeze is, it basically means enemy numbers of creeps are way larger than yours, which means they will kill your creep wave and it will literally be frozen in place. And that's one mechanic that really needs to be watched out for. Back in Season 2, people did not know how to react to freezes. Season 3, people started reacting by moving away from the lane and started pushing another lane. And now we're just moving cross-map objectives and we're going for towers. So it's a really interesting
Just before your point, Monty, we do actually have a stat to help back this up and illustrate this. I mean, that freeze took place around about 5 or 6 minutes, if memory serves. We talked about balls. He'd been dived and he'd been locked on his side of the map. If you compare CS at 10 minutes, Impact was sitting on 53 in comparison to Balls is 20. And yeah, okay, Cloud9 had a tower to their name, but it doesn't measure up. It doesn't give you the levels or the goal that we're talking about. Something to add?
Yeah, it's just the Korean teams, they really have played the lane freezes very well, and that's been a hallmark of Korean lane swap play, is extremely good freeze control. And you have to be really, really careful, and Cloud9 was not careful enough in this situation about how they dealt with that, because we showed that replay because just that little move really changed the outcome of this game.
Individually, SKT really showed up. I mean, from that point on, once SKT got a few kills under their name, they were tower diving and they were pushing Cloud9 all over the map. It really felt like SKT had something to prove this game. To be fair, you know, at Cloud9, they do have a win to their name. The question is, we're opening up tomorrow, the next day, with SKT versus OMG. This is a matchup that's going to be quite interesting.
No way. If you look what they did this game, how they did like this small move right there to make a lane freeze, even if they didn't freeze it endlessly, just the fact that they know how to do that, and realistically they haven't made any conceptual mistakes in the early stages of the game, there's no way OMG is going to beat them.
I disagree completely, because coming into the tournament, right, and we talked about this, I remember we all sat down, watched VODs, we're like, man, all the Asian teams are not fast pushing. They're freezing the turrets, they're doing these weird things where they're two-man pushing, right? Like they're not doing any of the 4-0s that we see all the time in North America and Europe, right? And it's like, well, that's weird. And every single time we see the Asian team will lose a turret and then bounce back from it. OMG's played the take the slow outer turret, freeze a lane stuff the entire season.
I smell a debate. We're going to get 2 replies before we need to move on. Crepo?
Well, we've watched these replays. We've also watched OMG's replays where they're almost, I don't want to say clueless. I mean, they're really good players.
They were clueless.
But they were, from a strategic point of view, they left something to be desired, and they kept going for these brawl type of composition or 5v5 top lanes, or just keep wanting team fighting. SKT wouldn't have that. Just take the other side of the map.
And once you do get the final thought.
Yeah, just in terms of the 4v0s, we did see them in Korea. However, they stopped, and the Korean team started playing much more conservatively after the lane freeze. Because if the minion wave just hits the next minion wave slightly incorrectly, and then the freeze happens, that can just end your game right there. So the team started recalling a lot earlier, not dedicating themselves to the 4v0, because ultimately, it's very high risk, low reward.
Well, I love hearing some different opinions and some arguments on the desk. We will be finding out some of the answers to those questions tomorrow. So guys, after a thrilling day 1 at All-Stars Paris 2014, let's take a look at how the table is now set in the Invitational Tournament. At the top is a tie between OMG and SK Telecom T1K, who are both ending the day with an undefeated 2-0 record.
And in the middle, it's Cloud9 with 1 win and 1 loss. And then at the bottom, we have another tie between Fnatic and Taipei Assassins, who end the day at 0-2.
And of course, tomorrow we will be bringing you another full day of matches, and here's who will be going head-to-head. We start the day with another All-Star Challenge match as Toys and Messiah join the Fire and Ice teams for a Hexakill game.
After that, we'll roll into the next set of group stage matches, which kicks off with T1K versus OMG, and then Cloud9 will take on Taipei Assassins. And then Fnatic will face off against SKT T1K, followed by Cloud9 versus OMG. And we'll end the group stage with Taipei Assassins versus Fnatic.
As an aside, there is a very real chance that final game of the day might decide the 4th, 5th place match. Those matches will begin on Friday at 1 p.m. Central European Summertime, 4 a.m. Pacific. And with day 1 down, we still have a lot of all-star action, and we look forward to having you join us here again tomorrow. In the meantime, I'd like to thank all of our special guest analysts, Monty, Christo, Crepo, Shox, Deficio, Freak, D-Man, Joe, Jack, Kobe, myself, and the entire all-star broadcast team. Thank you guys for watching. We'll see you on Friday. Paris has been called the City of Lights, and it has been called the City of Love. But for the next 4 days, it will be a city of legends.
Right, God.
Archie goes straight aggressive. It's a double Ezreal fight. Pearson's coming out massively on top. He can turn it around. It's a 2v1. He's going to get the double kill. That's not wrong.
You guys coming out very strong here on day 1 of the tournament. How strong do you guys think you are overall if you see the teams that you're still left to play?
柯公英你好，很明显你们在这一次表现得非常好。你们觉得在所有参赛队伍中，你们到底有多强？
最强的吧。
Best.
The best.
干嘛？别说，知道不？
And they're going for it here once again. Alan moving forward, flash through the 3-man, but the damage coming back here. Alan's low, Pomelo goes away, Alan goes down, and Bebe chases.